Can't yell or cuss then, huh?
Well, you can.
But it wouldn't be nice.
Ethics. We think Chris is planning on coming.
Yeah, he told me he was on, yeah. Where'd this come from? Oh, little coin.
Let's have our time getting in the boardwalk.
This is just. Oh, God. I do.
I had seen it, but I did forgot to bring it.
So I'll make copies.
Yeah.
It wasn't on board docs earlier.
Wow.
All right, I'm sure Councilman Weisenberg will be here, but it is 6 o'clock. So I'll call the work session to order. And the discussion's going to be on the Code of Ethics. I will note that the one that was handed out to myself, the community, put on Facebook and so forth, is not the one that we're going to go with tonight. I was handed a brand new one as we walked in, so this might take a while. But in saying that, the presenter of this will be Councilman Member Darrell Garner. So I'll turn the floor over to you, Darrell.
Thank you. Council and community. Tonight, we're going to discuss the Code of Ethics. So I presented this about a month and a half ago. I'm not sure why we're doing a work session for this. I have not requested this, but since I'm the presenter, I will present it. And being the presenter, this policy has been sent to the council. Original one was sent, like I said, about a month ago. There is a revision. I had a couple members get back to me with some issues that they had identified in the policy. The main thing I want to talk about tonight is not the actual policy itself. It is our ordinances to adopt this a policy, or if we adopt this a policy, on how to enforce this policy. So this would take a little input from the attorney on what we have to do to our ordinances to change this. And then if we want to go over this, we can go over the documentation. The only thing that has changed in this documentation is some names that were incorrect. And then there is a section on page, oh, sorry, I did not put page numbers. It'd be page 3. If advised by the city attorney to seek advice from outside counsel or attorney chosen by the city council. This had some wording in here that was intended for another city and their state laws. It didn't apply to us, so I changed that. We can adjust it. It's a simple fix. And then on the back, I highlighted a section. It's the second to last page. It was a code that their state uses. I've talked to Wendy. There is a code that we can put, or a rule number that we can put in. But I just highlighted that section, so this was just another big red flag that had come up that, that needed to be fixed, so. And then on the very last page, it says the City of Rawlins Code of Ethics and Conduct. So those were the big changes. Everything else in the documentation is the same. So, if you're worried about that, that is not too big a concern. So I don't know if you had any luck with our ordinances. If I looked at Casper's and, were you able to find anything that might help with this?
I was not,
No.
and I apologize for that.
That's okay. So with that being said, if you guys want to, we can go through this. Nothing, like I said, nothing's changed. This is
What I'd
few
like
words.
to see is you just go read right down through it, and if somebody has an objection or wants to say something, then speak up. How does that sound to expedite things?
We'll expedite it a little bit faster. I sent it out a month ago. It's identical. So if you have objections, please just state them. And then we can go through that part and go over it. If not, then I think we're done.
Well, I would start with the front page. It talks, therefore, members of the city council, city treasurer, which we don't have one, and city clerk, and of all boards, committees, and commissions shall conduct themselves in accordance with these, with the following ethical standards. The problem with that, Councilman, is that a lot of boards have their own code of ethics and their own bylaws, and that's all addressed. Our control over the city clerk, I guess the city treasurer could be considered to be the CFO, but we don't have control over those. Those are employees of the city, the treasurer and the clerk both. And so that would be covered in the employee's handbook. So that entire thing is not meant for our form of government.
Okay. And they have their own code of ethics here at the city, so that, yeah, we could remove them. That's easy. So city treasurer and the city clerk? Scratch
Well,
those.
the entire two
And
lines.
the
The entire two lines.
boards and committees?
Well, the members of the council, I guess, could stay, but city treasurer and city clerk and of all boards, committees, commissions shall conduct themselves. So I guess everything but the city council should be removed from there.
Okay. And you did say they have their own code of ethics, correct? The rest?
They have their own bylaws and they govern themselves, so if they want a code of ethics, I guess they would do one.
Okay.
And I think the employees are governed by the handbook, the employee handbook that they're working on, so.
Yeah.
And this is a city manager form of government, so that's why we don't include those two in there.
Right. Okay.
What about like the urban committee and the board of adjustments and those?
The DDA has adopted their own, and I think the bylaws and things cover the other, but I don't know if all of them have code of ethics or not, Aaron. 'Cause I
Is
haven't
that,
been
would
on
that be
there.
more appropriate for each of those individual boards to do one? Or to
Yes.
just do something that, if it's a city designated board, then it could follow under this, or should this just stay in this end of the room?
It would be all or nothing. Either the council dictates a code of ethics and bylaws, or each committee is allowed to adopt their own bylaws and code of ethics. As of right now, they all make their own bylaws,
Agreed.
so we would stay with that form, and they would adopt their own if they choose.
And you spoke of the urban systems, that's a board that's comprised of, one city council person and probably 10 people from other entities, so.
And it's governed by the state of Wyoming Department of, Highway Department.
So,
Well, that's why I asked.
well, and that's the answer.
Hello, Chris.
I have one grammatical error.
Yeah.
Under, it It says, a member who has potential conflict of interest regarding a particular decision shall disclose the matter to the city attorney and reasonably cooperates with the city attorney to analyze the potential conflict. If advised by the city attorney to seek advice from, then, I think it means an outside attorney chosen by the city council.
I'm sorry, where you at?
That'd be the third page in the green.
Okay.
Yeah, third page, second
Where it's
paragraph.
the highlighted green,
Oh, okay.
that's the start of
I think it needs probably some wordsmithing, but
Right.
from an outside attorney, I think is what you were trying to.
Thank you.
I have a question about that. So if they seek an outside attorney's advice, who's gonna tell them they can't participate? I mean, it doesn't say who they go to, the city attorney or what? You go up to the city attorney, you say, do I have a conflict of interest? And she says, seek your own advice from outside attorney. And then, so you know what your attorney told you, but when you come back, who are you gonna visit with about it?
May I answer that?
Yeah.
Our position is to offer advice. It is ultimately up to the council person to make the decision.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Normally, what takes place on that particular issue, Councilmember Smith, is that they usually come down, the city attorney will come down to us and say, I need to seek an outside attorney for whatever reason. Then the council decides if that's, either we go out and find one, or you already have one that you think we could talk to. And then the council decides whether we should or shouldn't. That's the way we normally do it.
Yeah. Revised Division Two.
So, I guess this is kind of aimed at you and you. I'm looking at, like, let's just go to number 13, like page 4 probably, back of page 2, if you will.
Where?
Yeah, so it should say like number 13. So this is also, it's basically the same language as we just discussed. It's referring to city council, board, committee, commissions. So I guess my question would be, in order to be
Just
consistent and appropriate, then
Yeah.
all of the language through the entire document that's formulated that way should just be struck out and just have city council. Is that,
That is correct.
Cool.
And
Can
that
we-
would, it's in many other paragraphs, so you're right, it would have to be taken out completely.
All the way through.
All the way-
and there, because there's no reason to think anything would be individually cut out.
No, sir.
I wish these pages were numbered, but
Yeah, I apologize for that. I did not realize they did not have numbers on them.
Well, most of the things are, so, well, kind of.
I think this was out of California, was it not?
It was Belmont?
let me see, I gotta start at the front.
On the second to last page, would the investigation be done like the city manager and the city attorney would do for an employee?
Let me read it real quick.
How would that process look, Carol?
These are yours.
Which line are you on?
The first paragraph. When deemed warranted, the mayor of a, or a majority of council may call for an investigation of, would be us, or member conduct. And then, also, should the city manager or city attorney believe an investigation is warranted, they shall confer with the mayor or council. So I'm just wondering who we would have investigate our own people. Does that make sense?
It does.
Would that be like the process like the city does through HR, but
Yeah.
internally?
It would, unless the council specifically requested outside, and then we would retain outside
Okay.
counsel to do the investigation, much like Gillette did.
Okay. Oh, yes, Gillette, huh?
On number 6, it also has a reference to, for ease of reference, the term member refers to any member of the city council, city treasurer, clerk, city boards, committees and commissions established by city ordinance or council policy. So I take it that should be stricken also.
Yeah, I think that's what Aaron was saying. So anywhere where city treasurer, city clerk, or city boards, committees, we'll remove that language from this documentation.
When you're on the third page in, right under where it talks about attorney, it says in accordance with the law, members shall disclose investments. Every single year in January, we fill out our bank deposits, where we bank, what interests that we have in financial things. So I think if you're going to do that, then that should be mentioned in there.
Just mention that we already have that process in place.
Yes, something, yeah. Because there's no sense in reinventing the wheel.
Right. We could, since that is in place, we could remove this entire paragraph if what you're talking about
Or
covers
you could
everything.
add something, Daryl, like that council members shall fill out the, I don't know what it's called, statement of investments or statement of finances or something like that, whatever it's called,
I'll
each
put that-
year, every January.
I thought we already did that, Linda.
and
Yeah, we
I'll-
did every January.
I'll
So,
look that
so we
up
can
and
leave
find-
it there,
yeah.
that just, but then we just add that that's
Include
how
it,
we
yeah.
address that issue.
Yeah,
That'll work.
Right?
Yeah.
yeah, because we have to do it by law anyway. Now, under gifts and favors, that's always been a bugaboo. If somebody gives you a cookie, is that a gift? I know if you get a hat, and a lot of people advertise by giving you hats, is that gonna get people in trouble from receiving a hat for somebody? Or a T-shirt, or something under $25? I know when we were at the county, we put a limit on it. Anything under $25 was acceptable. Anything above that was not. And I just refrain from taking anything from anybody.
A cup
Even
of coffee
cookies?
could get you in
Yeah,
trouble
they
here.
could.
What's the state
That's true.
statute say about
The
that?
general rule is you can't take anything that is not available to the members of the public equally. So unless a coffee stand is handing out coffee to everyone, you can't take that cup of coffee.
So then these people that come before us, and to talk about funds that we're gonna give to them, they always bring us a gift of some kind. I know I ended up with a bunch of stuff. They can't do that anymore.
I would need a specific example.
Well, I
Like
would
the
talk,
donuts?
I would say Cove comes up and
We got donuts.
gives us their spiel as to how much money they would like. And then they usually say, well, here, we got a little.
But those are all in
something.
demonstration of what their programs have to offer.
But
They're not offering.
But they're not
But
given
they're
to
still
the
gifts.
public.
They actually are. Those are public information items that are also given to the public. Little swag and stuff like that. Or if it's something like a basket that's brought to the entire council, that is different.
Okay.
We're talking about.
Because I'm not picking on Cove.
No,
I'm a supporter, but,
No, we used to get
just-
celery and peanut butter.
that is
From
done in
someone.
public. It is done for an obvious reason in front of the public. It's not an attempt to get around anything. What we're trying to avoid here is the appearance of bribery.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, but just so it's clear, if they come up and they say, look, we had 7 special cups made, and we're gonna give them to you, we have to refuse them?
Not if they're presented in public to the whole council. one or two of you could not have them. It's either all or nothing.
Okay.
But this doesn't say that. Can you
That
word,
is how gifts are defined in statute.
okay,
Maybe we could add the statute there.
refer
Add
to,
statute.
could you wordsmith that, Wendy?
Absolutely.
'Cause I think it'll get
Do
somebody
we
in trouble.
want to attempt to put a dollar on it? I mean, I'm 50-50 on that.
If you can't accept any,
You really
That's a
shouldn't
dollar
accept
amount.
anything, not even plans
Well,
when
that's
you
fair,
have
that's fair.
a death in the
It's more about
family.
what it is and how it's presented than the dollar value. That's fair.
Okay, use of public resources. That was a bugaboo with me this year, because there was a misstatement out there about this. But when you are in your official capacity, riding in the back of a vehicle, and you are representing all of us as the city of Rawlins, is that use of public resources for your own benefit? I don't think so.
As long as you're not using them for private gain or personal purposes.
Yeah, well, we were accused of that, and I think it was wrong. We were doing it in our official capacities.
Yes, ma'am, that is different. This is,
Okay.
it specifically goes on to state for private gain or personal purposes. So that's
Okay.
different, yes, ma'am.
With that conflict, would you, to avoid the public looking at that as a negative, would it be best to not have council members that are running for reelection on election years just not attend the council float, and then on non-election years, they can be in the float?
I think that's BS, because you know why? We all represent the city, and we're all seated at this council all 4 years. So I don't think we should be delineating who is who.
But is
I would argue the biggest issue is as long as there isn't, vote for me sitting on the side of the truck, right? As long as, if it's just a city truck going out and throwing candy and being a city truck, I think that's okay. Right?
Okay.
As long as there isn't a sign or any kind of indication that
Yeah.
that's what.
and for that matter, I think the city council should be on a
Yeah,
float
they should.
in our parade in our town. I mean,
They
I
should
just think
show-
we should.
Show that there's people out there that care about them. Okay.
But I can still use the backhoe to go dig up my yard, right?
You got caught on
See what
that
I
one,
did
Aaron.
there?
Nope.
If you'd like, sir, we can discuss this.
That was a joke.
Yes, joke,
8 by
joke
8,
alert.
press hard, 4 copies.
Number 12, Wendy, representation of private interests. Okay, some of us sit on other boards on behalf of the city council. And we come in here and we do make reports, and there are times we do represent their interests and their, but they're city boards, so I don't think that would apply to that, but it could be misconstrued to mean that.
This does not apply to that. Committees and commissions are required to have council members appointed to them. I think this is specifically talking about if you went and sat on the board of HF Sinclair, that would be a problem.
So you could not come in, step down and say, hey, I'm going to talk about this XYZ issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Somebody else would have to do it.
On
What
that,
if you-
on that, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Departy. What if you serve on I serve on a county board, but for my regular job?
That is, as long as you're not coming in here and advertising
Oh, okay.
for your job or advocating for your job to the council as a business,
Okay.
I've always had a problem with that. I personally don't feel that members of the council should be sitting on these boards having to vote twice. They vote for the planning commission, then they come up here and sell the spiel to us and get another vote at it. I think they could be representatives of the city on that board, but not have a vote on that particular board. That's my personal feeling, and I don't know about the rest of the council.
So they would recuse themselves from the
Right,
vote
from
here?
No,
Or
I don't, I
Or
think
there.
they, over there, in the board.
So you mean just a sitting member, not a voting member of the committee that they're on?
Right,
Okay.
yeah, no, I don't think they excuse themselves on the council, because we make the final decision.
I had brought that up also during a planning and zoning meeting. And some of the problem with that is the boards are comprised of 7 people. So if you have one out, you got an even number, and you can't have that split vote if it happens that way. And the thing that was also discussed is sitting on that board, you're representing the council and what the council would feel possibly too, and they want that right too. They had mentioned that, and they wanted that to be a vote.
And I don't have a
So-
problem with that. What I'm saying is, if they want to put another board member on there, you can still sit on the boards and listen to what they have to say, but you make the final decision here. You shouldn't be able to vote on the discussions that the boards are having. So that's my take, and I think that would help a lot. We've had members that get on a board and they vote one way on the board, and then they come up here and they vote the opposite. So that doesn't, I just think that if they didn't have a vote on the board, and then they brought their discussion to the council, then we could all make a decision.
Sometimes I feel like that too, like it blurs the lines, like we have an advisory board. We're supposed to let them do their work and then bring their recommendation to us. And it can sometimes get kind of fuzzy, but we'd have to go out to all the different boards and rewrite all their bylaws or ask them to. And I mean, I'm not saying it's unsurmountable and shouldn't happen, but I do believe in a separation of duties there.
Well, then we've also had, I've served on a lot of boards. I served on the museum board. Then the museum board came before the council asking for something. Then that would be a conflict on my side. I should excuse myself from that, because I'm involved in the discussion with the county board, for instance. That is the county board. And so that becomes a problem.
Did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that if you're on a board and, if there is a tie vote, can't you make it only in a tie that you could do that? The council person on that committee could vote only as a tie, if there's not a quorum present or something like that?
If that's the way that particular board's bylaws read, would be,
Be doable, but it would still have to change as well. I mean,
Right.
yeah.
well, and it talks about it here with independence of boards. Number 15's a little bit in conflict with a couple of things we've read before, but
No, I think this one is talking about boards and committees outside of, I guess it probably is talking about the ones we're on as well.
Well, but in the end, all it's saying is that they won't use their position to unduly influence.
Right.
I think the fact that you're sitting on a board and you're a council member or a mayor, that you do present some influence to that board.
Just
Because
by
you're
your
able to
presence.
vote, you're able to debate what you want. I think that they ought to excuse themselves on that board from voting, and they can do their vote on the council.
I would not disagree. Any presence of a council member on any board, honestly, I think could change the outcome, especially in a discussion. Anytime you openly discuss any item, planning and zoning, Board of Adjustments, anything of such, could openly persuade anybody. And not that you're saying do this, it's just your opinions and your thoughts matter to them people too. So I couldn't not disagree with that at all.
Well, it's just about in any function of the city. When the city has staff meetings, I never felt it was right for me to go and sit in the back room and listen to all their staff meetings and get up and talk. I let them do their work and present their discussions to the council. That's what I do, and I think that applies for these boards also.
I think later in this documentation, that is
It is
mentioned.
in there.
It is in there.
Okay. So,
I had mine with footnotes. I left it at home. Number F is,
Under what?
let's see, it would be, I don't know, what would it be? Three or, let's see, in the middle there, let's see, 1, 2, 3, it's like on the 5th page on the left-hand side, F.
The
No.
attorney.
No attorney-client privilege. It says, relationship members shall not seek to establish an attorney-client relationship with a city attorney, including his or her staff and attorneys contracted to work on behalf of the city. The city attorney represents the city and not the individual members. Members who consult with the city attorney cannot enjoy or establish an attorney-client relationship with the attorney. That's absolutely contrary to our structure in the city, because our attorney does work for the council only. So each one of us are her attorney. And we have every right in the world to work closely with her and to seek her advice, and we can rely on it like she's our attorney. And that was made clear earlier in the year. So number F, I don't know how you
So I
would.
guess I'm reading that differently, because what I'm reading is that I won't go in and try and just single-handedly make the attorney start making decisions and doing things, and I mean, I don't read this as don't talk to your attorney and have a relationship of any kind. It's don't go in there and try and single-handedly do something that's all on your own and then expect the attorney to keep your stuff secret from the rest, when in the end and maybe this is a clarification, because this specifically says that the attorney represents the city and not the, it's kind of a mixed bag there, so maybe that would be a legal interpretation on all of that, and I would definitely defer to your thoughts, but I just read it as I don't go out and try and get her to single-handedly do things outside of the council and expect that because she's an attorney on behalf of a council member, she's not going to tell anybody or do anything and just go do whatever I ask.
Well,
I-
Aaron.
That's how I read it.
That is not, well, that's
And
not how read it.
what I think when I see attorney-client relationship, it would be like me going up and asking the city attorney about something that happened to me personally, and that I can't make her give me advice for something that's non-city.
And I would agree that that is
But this isn't the
another-
way it says, but I think any one of us 7 can go up and say, we want to look at an ordinance, would you draft it for us? Without telling all 7 of you, because it'll come up on the agenda.
Well, but this is, and that's fine, and I'm
Is
not
that what you're
disagreeing,
not?
but this is also saying, if along that process, she should reveal that to everybody else, that's just how it is. I mean, I don't think that you should expect that if you're trying to put an ordinance together, that that should be confidential and not something that people can
Well, it's been
know
my
about ahead of time.
experience over the years that mayors have very touchy situations that that person needs to figure out how to handle something so it doesn't become a bigger legal problem.
One of the
Well-
things that I do, and have done in the past for years, is I'll go up to the city attorney and ask her, I'm putting together, an ordinance that I'd like the city council to adopt. I don't ask her, I'm asking her for myself, not for the council. I need to help putting this ordinance together. Would you send it out to the council? And we do that. It gets to you before we even get it up here on the floor.
Sure.
That's what the kind of questions I ask the city attorney. I don't ask her to do anything that I don't want the rest of you to know. You know, if you want to put it on I just ask her questions, is this legal to do this, or is it legal to do that? And
And
she's
this
my
is not,
advisor.
this is not saying otherwise,
Okay,
not in any way,
that's how I handle those things.
but I would still like to.
I think it's ambiguous.
Well, the attorney-client relationship, like, for instance, when I talk to her, she can talk to any one of you because we're all her clients equally.
Right?
So,
And that's what this says.
yes, I agree. Yes, Wendy?
I believe this paragraph is written very poorly.
I do
Yeah.
too.
I believe that it makes perfect sense to an attorney, but is very ambiguous to a layman. And I would recommend, if this were to go through, that this paragraph be replaced by the Wyoming model rules for government attorneys.
Thank you.
That'll work.
I agree.
I think that you should spend some time and rewrite it and figure out a new way to do it and not.
Your opinion is noted, sir.
One of
But it
7.
is. Box number 7. The garbage. Well, would it be fair to then say, we agree that that is poorly worded, and then put that paragraph and say, so you're just saying that there's a statute we could just refer to?
Correct.
Is that, okay.
Would you call it the Wyoming, you said
Rules of
replace it?
professional conduct.
Okay, thank you.
And down there on the, right below that again is, the definition of member, which, it goes way past city council.
City.
How did Wham get by with a 2-pager or whatever? Did you get a copy of that at any time?
I never spoke or got a copy of what Wham, because, just so everybody knows, I contacted Wham about a, code of ethics, right? They have their own, obviously, as much as boards do with bylaws and everything else. And that's their code of ethics that they follow. So that's what they had represented. They did state to me that, some individuals, communities do have some code of ethics. Not a lot do, because it ties the hands of the council on making more decisions than in other ways. They did say that that they recommend following the state statutes. You take an oath of office when you come in to office, and to follow that oath and represent your community properly, and that there are state statutes that we have to follow, and that would be considered the code of ethics. That's exactly what I had gotten from Wham. So,
Yep.
just so
So
everybody's
what I
aware.
understand is that the state statute says that we govern ourselves.
Right.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
does. I'm just saying, but there's certain state statutes that you have to follow, right? Like, prime example of one of the state statutes, and I don't have the number, it's on their website, you can look it up. It talks about, like a recall of a citizen, or getting kicked off a council, you know, per se. You can't do that. State statute don't allow that. The only thing in state statute that allows that is if you miss 4 consecutive meetings. That's the only thing in state statute that allows that. So for anything to be of such, it wouldn't even hold up in a court of law. So we would be wasting our time and an effort if there was any such thing in writing of that, in the local municipal level. The state dictates that.
Very good.
So, and correct me if, Wendy, if there's any point that I make a legal comment that is totally correct. You are correct that the state has basically no statutes whatsoever. The only recall thing that they have is for a city commissioner form of government, which literally doesn't even exist in Wyoming at all.
Right.
But what they say is you govern yourselves, which
Yes.
means that the city can adopt any policies that they would like, including recall and removal, because we can be more strict than the state. We cannot be more lenient. So your leniency is that figure it out yourselves, and then your strict is here's an agreed upon set of rules, and if you breach these, then they could have implications. Now, with that, there's also some ordinances that have to be changed, updated, or otherwise modified a little bit in order to make it legal as well.
And I understand that. I'm just saying state statute says 4 consecutive meetings, right? And this is from Wham. I get we could go more strict.
Okay,
But
so
from
then-
Wham says this, Aaron, hold on. From Wham says that is the only thing that you can do. You cannot pass or make anything happen within the city to make that happen. I don't know how correct that is or not, but I'm just saying that's exactly what they had said. I called Wham, talked to them about a code of ethics, you know, and was getting on there, and they follow different things.
Okay?
So I asked for other cities, you know, for theirs, and he said that to go on their website, look through the statutes, everything else, look at that, and that's what your code of ethics is. I'm just saying that's exactly what I was told, so.
Go ahead.
Wendy, did you have something?
In the statute that governs rules that the councils are supposed to live by, it does list out a list of things that are required to be violations that have to be worked through. And one of them is, and any regulation adopted by the city. So we can, if we choose, adopt other infractions, consequences. Our ordinance in chapter 2.04 is where we delineate that.
Now, there isn't any removal provision in this, is there, Daryl?
I didn't see.
I didn't see it this time. Did the last time.
Unless I missed a page.
My point is that the state statute does not have recall provisions for any elected office except for felonies that I remember. And I think it is, if the public wants somebody off this council, they vote them out. So that's the way it goes. And I don't
get
think
that
you should
argument.
tie
I'm
your
okay with
hands.
that,
I
but
don't
in the
think you guys
meantime-
should, because you could get into fights with one another and use this to beat each other over the head with and continue a 2-year war.
Well, but if you're not arguing actual stuff, then, I mean, nobody's gonna beat anybody over the head unless there's something happening. And what this says is, if I walk in on year 1 and I start behaving poorly, this gives everybody recourse.
And what are you going to do to them?
What do you mean?
What are you going to do to them if they, what are your sanctions? What are you going to do to somebody that you don't like and that they're giving you a miserable time and you want them to cut it out? You don't understand?
I don't, no, not, I mean,
There's no sanctions in here, but I don't, is it,
I think it's the
well, what is
third-
the sanctions? Okay,
It's the third page.
Well, and on the sanctions part also, it says that if you don't sign this agreement, then you can't even hold the office. And that's a bit draconian to
So
me.
let's see this page.
it's just like when they change this employee handbook every 7-10 years. They make the employees sign that handbook over again. And it doesn't matter whether they agree with anything in there or not, but it changes their employment contract, basically. And they have to sign it or they don't work there. So that's kind of weird.
Here's a problem with any kind of situation that you get into and this is presented from WHAM also. They presented this, and take it for what it's worth. But Aaron, if I disagree with you, right? I don't like you. I think you violated this. Boom. We need you kicked off, right? The next thing you know, you're off. Well, who do we appoint? We didn't appoint you. You were elected by the public.
Right.
That's exactly the problem here. It's an elected official. Not one of us 7 should be able to just say, Miss Wells, you're off, because, you know, or vote Miss Wells off or myself off for anything. It's the public, and that's done every 4 years. It's a 4-year term, and that's exactly what they said, because each individual person will have a problem eventually with something that's went on or a disagreement, and it don't make it right for us to decide.
but that disagreement is put into paper on what that is or isn't allowed. So just because we're mad and upset because I want this road paved and you don't, and we go to terms over that, that doesn't mean that by the time you conduct a meeting with the mayor and with an attorney, and you say, well, I'm mad because he wants this paved, that you're gonna be able to come out here and get everybody, it still has to go through the entire process. So it's not just an arbitrary vote off. It's I mean, it would be the same as if an employee violated a rule and then you put them on administrative leave and do an investigation, and you know what I mean? Like, it's not just something that just, well, tonight we don't like DeBari, so you're gone
Hey,
tonight.
I
There's
get
a
that. I get your
process.
process, right? But the process is an election. I'm just saying, that's my feeling 100%.
But what happens when you violate your oath of office and you do something unethical? And there is no recall process, no way for the citizens to come and make you go away, and you can keep redoing bad behavior. The idea of this is to say, we all agree we're gonna behave properly, and if we don't, then we'll even give you a way to make us go away.
The Attorney General's office, when I called them, that is what they recommended, is that you adopt a code of ethics. Not recommended, they said that the state, the county, and the city levels, they don't have the rules in place for them like this because they want us to make our rules and regulate ourselves. It's designed that way so the county regulates them, we regulate us. And if we agree that this code of ethics is a good way to regulate people who are out of line, then this is what we should do. So if you violate these codes and you mistreat people and you badmouth employees or you anything in that realm, then we can use this to say, hey, okay, here's your written notice. Don't do it again. You're gonna get us sued. That's the whole idea. It's our fiduciary responsibility to not put the city at risk. So if you're causing these issues and we get in a lawsuit repeatedly because there's no way to hold you accountable, then that's the whole purpose of this.
I mean, you could still go through a censorship process, correct?
We
No
have
matter
not
what.
adopted one.
If adopted.
If adopted, absolutely.
But I don't agree with terminating somebody's elected official. That, you're taking away the public's right to elect and vote for people, and that goes to voting. So,
Yeah, the public doesn't always know what they're getting either.
no, they don't.
They don't always know what they're voting.
And there's things that we can't talk about because they're legal in nature, and they don't have any clue about it. So, I just don't want to take away the voting's right.
You know, one of,
We could put a
one of the
process in.
rules that I see that we as a council need to remember, and I try to follow it, I don't like to mention names. I don't mention my colleagues' names. I mention them by council member or something up here. But in the public, I don't go around saying, well, I don't like this councilman or that councilman. I don't think that's right. I try to follow that rule. I think that it just makes it hard to make decisions up here when we start playing that type of game. So I think that ethics are fine, but personally, a person ought to have some ethics of their own, and how they treat people, how they visit with each member. I'm not happy with some of the votes that take place up here, I'll tell you, but I don't cry about it. Once I'm defeated or I don't go around screaming and yelling. I pass it on and go to the next subject. And that's how I handle it, and I think if this council or any council would do something like that, we'd get along fine.
And I think when you take and go out into a public arena and express your own opinions, you are undermining the council as a whole. And I think that is something that people should be aware of and not do. Now, issue on issue, but personal attacks and things, I think that's a little over the top.
Well, even if you're talking to the city manager or you're talking to the attorney, I always go in and say, this is my opinion. It's not the council's decision.
Right.
This is how I feel. And then I start my conversation. I think it's really important that you separate the two, your opinion and this council's opinion.
So I have a question, so does that mean that sanctions, are you taking that, are not eligible to hold office? Because I don't, you're not gonna take my right away to vote for who I want to vote for. I get to do it every 2 years, and that's my constitutional right, it's never gonna be different from anywhere, it's been that way for, I don't know however long we've been in America, I guess, but.
And I think as a citizen, I should have the right to recall somebody if they aren't doing the job they promised.
State statute, Rose? None.
State statute allows you guys to make it so we can have a recall. by the
Well, why
city.
should we do it?
I'd like to see, will you reference that to me when you get a minute? I'd like to read that.
I can tell you that, as mad as I've been at other elected officials through the year that I've served with, I never felt that I had the right to, there were people that voted for that person. I did not ever have the right to override that. That's why we have elections. Now, if they were 20 years apart, might be a little stressful, but they're not. They're at the most 4. And there has been things happen that means that some of us might be up here alone. I mean, I didn't get on the radio and talk about somebody else and use their name. I didn't write in the city view the things, my viewpoint about my seated council. Those are unethical things that have happened, and
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
I'd just like to make a general comment. I've served on a lot of boards, and I think codes of ethics are great. but they should not be used as a punitive tool. It should be something that the board sits down honestly amongst themselves and agrees upon the way they're going to behave according to state statutes and recognize board ways of operating. And so, I mean, this has got some good things in it, but I think it's way too long. I've never seen a code of ethics with a board, for a board that this long. It's just a usually 2 or 3 paragraphs that pretty much, I mean, any intelligent person gets elected knows how they should behave. But you still, sometimes are not aware that you have agendas or that you have conflicts. And one of the things that I initiated when I was a chair of a board is that once a year, and I know it's maybe a little more difficult in a public setting, but we would talk amongst each other and say, this might be a problem when we're making decisions. You know, I want you to be aware of it and help me behave ethically. So I think a code of ethics should be something that helps the council grow, but to use it as a punitive tool, I mean, I'm hearing hard feelings, and I just don't think that's productive. I do compliment Mr. Garner in saying that, you know, you probably need to look at this, but I think that your city attorney has in hand the expertise to help you come up with a simple code of ethics and that you can follow. That's just my thoughts.
Mayor,
Thank you.
I'm not against a code of ethics. We just passed a 1-page DDA code of ethics, and there's about 4 or 5 points on that, and it governs the whole entire DDA board. And when I saw this, it just was like, I felt like it's tying our hands. There's lots of stuff we can't do now to get the information that we really need sometimes to make our decisions. And not to offend you, Daryl, but I think this is too comprehensive, and I would like something a little more uplifting. But also, I'm not going to be here, so maybe the new board, new council needs to take it under their wing and do it the way they want it to be.
I understand that it is a lot.
Yeah, it is.
But when I chose this one to present, I chose this based off all the things that have been violated in this. Some numerous times, some a couple, you know, once, twice. And that was the intention of it. Most of these things that are covered have had violations that would have given us a way to take care of those situations. I'm not going to list the situations. The mayor has. Those violations that he's speaking of were mine. And you have a handful of your own, and that's why this came up. I was good with it, how everything was. And after a year's worth of, year and a half, 2 years almost, of dealing with the unethical way of moving this council through, this is why we're here. And that's why I've presented it. And that's why I think it needs to have teeth, because if we're gonna violate these constantly, every single month, then we need to be able to have a way to handle it.
I also have no problem with the code of ethics, but as far as aiming it at somebody, I don't think that's the way we should develop it. Obviously, this thing came from someplace else in the world because, again, I'm looking at respective board, committee member, commission, city clerk, city attorney, city manager, and city council, and so forth. This document was not written for a city manager form of government in a town our size. And I personally would like to see a more succinct code of ethics, and as far as challenging the state law and all that sort of stuff, we have stuff to do. We have big things on our plate. We have things that are really important to do, and to me, this isn't very high on the list. I mean, yes, let's get one done, but let's get one that we can all live with, and that is reasonable and is not gonna create a ton of work for our attorney and move on. That's how I feel about it.
Chris, did you say that Wham had one written already? Did I hear that right?
I don't think Wham had one written, sorry if that's misspoke. They follow a, bylaws, and, you know, they're an entity, they got their own rules that they have to follow also, and it's a business ultimately, so this isn't a business. I mean, it should be, you know, my opinion, ran like a business, but you can't have we don't follow an employee handbook as such as they do, or our city employees do, right? That's some of the problem, and I understand, I miss some of it, and I see a bunch of this, and you're striking it through, but, you know, when we are 7 sitting here, we're over the city attorney, city judge, city manager. We're not over the city employees. They follow their own employee handbook that I'm sure they sign and when they're employed or have a yearly deal. So that's what I believe in Wham does also too, you know, stuff like that. But I'll get back in touch with Wham also and talk to Justin at Wham and go from there too, to see if they could present something to us that, maybe some other, communities actually have too. So it's, you know, because all around Wyoming, we're pretty close in a lot of different areas that have city manager form of government in size wise and stuff like that. So we might be able to look at one of those too, so.
Wendy, you had something?
If it would be the council's pleasure, the ICMA has a code of ethics that is literally 12 tenets that are basically, each tenet is one sentence. It is a code, not a bylaws. If the council would like, I can forward this to everyone to review, and possibly it's more like what you're looking for.
How do you feel about that, Vice Mayor Wells?
I mean, the more information, the better on this topic.
Councilman
Can you
Durst?
print it real fast?
Sorry?
Can you print it real fast?
I am not connected to it. No.
I have a copy that I can make copies of, if that would please the council.
Well,
Yeah,
you can
well,
give us the copy,
not
but all you're
tonight.
gonna do is speed things up by one day because we're not gonna have time to read it and think about it because it's 7:01.
I'll be
I'm
happy to
sorry,
send- No, I'll be
but
happy to send it by email.
That would be great. Councilman Durst, you okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, I still don't understand why you're concerned with the length of it. I mean, you're gonna sign off on it'll be done. What are the words that make it so long that you're concerned with? I mean, I don't understand. I've heard twice now, well, it's gonna tie our hands, and
It is.
I get really concerned when you say signing a statement that I'm gonna be ethical is tying my hands really concerns me.
Look
Because
how
I don't
it
see
quotes
anything
of
in
it.
here that's gonna tie anybody's hands.
You haven't been here 40 years, honey.
Councilman Martinez, how do you feel about having her present a different one?
You know, I support a code of ethics. I think that we ought to be able to put most of this information in a shorter form that can be presented to the council and get it passed. I don't have a problem, but there's a lot of information in here that are pretty much common sense type rules that we have to follow anyway. And I think we as council members have to respect one another, respect the rules of the manager form of government, and just follow it that way. And we should be able to do that, I think. That's my opinion.
Councilman Smith, what's your opinion?
I support a code of ethics that's very succinct, one page, and that when you look at it, you get it all and you follow it. But to sign your life away and go through all these punitive things, I want it to be uplifting and inspiring and say, I'm going to do this because it's the right thing to do and that I feel good about doing it.
And Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, I'd entertain her sending that, you know, and we could look over, and the more the merrier, as Councilman Wells said, we can look at it and see what's going on and fit it to what we all feel fits here.
Councilman Garner?
I'm fine with having more information if we want to add to this document, but I want to stick with this document as much as possible for the fact if we can change our ordinances and give this, be able to hold people accountable. That's the whole point of this. If we're not going to keep people accountable, we don't even need a code of ethics, because you guys made it very clear that the state has rules that we should be following anyway. If your morals are good, you shouldn't have any issues with this. So if you're not going to give this teeth to say you cannot do this and this is what will happen in this instance, and it's just a waste of time.
In my opinion, Wendy, is that would be good. I would rather have 12 sentences I can memorize than 12 pages I can't, so.
And I guess Darrell, did I hear you wrong? Did you say that you need something that would help us change ordinances?
The ordinance would need to be adjusted to give the section in the back where if a council member was, in violation of the code of ethics, then it would give, a written notice, a verbal notice, and up to removal from office, depending on severity of the situation. And that's what would need to be changed in the ordinance to allow this to have that ability, to be able to use this as
I guess I'm
tool.
getting lost. I'm not trying to be argumentative, but trying to get to see where you're at. I don't understand, what ordinance are we talking about?
What's the ordinance we were looking at?
Chapter
Sorry.
2.04, which governs the city council.
Mm-hmm.
So, you could bring that up at any meeting you'd like. I won't be here anymore. So you can bring that up at any meeting you'd like. You could ask to have it amended. I've done it a number of times, to amend an ordinance and then let the council kind of go over it, and then they vote, and there it is. You can change an ordinance any way you want.
Right.
Anyone, if the one that she just brought up, you can bring it up and ask to have that ordinance brought up that you'd like to speak to amend it. And you make a motion. If you get a second, then you get a vote. It's done. That's how simple it is, really.
Right.
I mean, I'd support anything like that and listen to whoever wants to amend an ordinance and see if I agree with it or not.
Thank you.
All right. If there's nothing else, it is 7:06, and we'll adjourn for the regular city council meeting.
Tom?
World War II.
Is that okay?
No. Even,
Oh, yeah,
watch,
so-
I can't even get this thing to, it says sign in, but I sign in.
Cancel that real quick. And then close.
We gotta do
Right,
this. so we
no,
can-
just right click that and remove it. Unpin. So go to start. And then we're gonna go to.
Oh, thank you.
We just gotta pin it. So.
Go down.
Yeah.
This is an act of Congress there to get this thing in. So it's a wrong one?
It is, yeah, because he's got a new program that we're
This
using.
one? Outlook?
Yep, right click it and then pin to.
Okay.
Task. More.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
What's this, what's this?
So now I can open this and it'll actually open.
Yeah, it should.
That's how we went into it last time, right? We just didn't.
Yeah, and then you just gotta sign it.
So what's the difference? It's the same.
Yeah. Sorry.
Finally, maybe it'll come through again. I'm not smart enough to understand the email, I guess.
Well, it changed, and that was all, that was the problem.
Sure, sorry.
You know, good example, that gentleman that's sitting there with the
We're only 2 years in.
getting rid of his cars.
We're finishing 2.
Passing that guy calling him in.
Okay.
Where's the fairness? So how do we do that?
I'm sorry, no, just
How do you do that to make it fair to that guy?
already related to what's this?
I don't like it.
I don't
And I told him,
I've been convicted of an MIP when I was younger. Seriously, I was like 17 or 18, 19, I don't remember.
yeah.
No? Okay.
When you know what you should do, and we said he could sit
Yeah.
down and like, so I just wanted to let you know that he'll raise his hand if you call. Yeah. He also asked me to pass this out.
Over here? This? Just put it up for a while.
Just pass it out.
You should just ask.
Hi.
Hi, Chris, Barb Parsons.
Chris
I don't
Parsons.
think I've ever met you.
I don't think so.
No, I used to, but I'm getting old.
Good to
How's
meet
your
you.
shoulder, my dear?
About that high. Not quite, but I'm getting there.
I'm in therapy.
Appreciate your comments. Appreciate your comments. They help.
I have been talking to, saying, you guys really want to be litigious, let's not do this. I mean, because there's buddies and friends all over, it's just awful. It's just awful.
It has made my life. But I also can't.
I know, and the only thing I can say is keep your temper. Please keep your, I know, I don't, but I know, I've seen you get mad.
Well, you're old enough that, yes. But anybody much younger than you have never seen me lose my temper.
Oh, okay. You
That
know,
was back then.
well, I just think following the process makes the most sense.
Oh, absolutely.
And then, you know, and I have been saying that, it's not that you can't think of other ways of doing things. But once the council has made a decision, then, I mean,
Forget about it. Go to
if
the
it's
next.
25 miles an hour on the street and I go 40, I'm breaking the law, right?
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've all.
And I have nothing to do with that other than the fact that we
When's
wrote
this
the
up?
ordinance.
When
We
is it?
adopted,
January?
I gotta do
we
something.
adopted the law. That's it.
If I remember, 10 years ago, you and I talked and I wrote the op-ed.
So
If you're,
I'm just curious of outgoing council, why they.
once we write the ordinances, it's not my job to enforce it. It's the staff, the judge, the attorney. What can I do?
I know, and
That's where I'm at.
and what I mean is demonizing people.
No, it makes sense. I just wanted to double check, you know.
I hate that shit.
And I don't know why. There's nothing I can do about it.
But look
You know
at it
what I mean, what I'm
constantly.
saying?
If life had you a lemon, make a lemonade.
That's why I
You want me
told
to
my
sign
wife.
it?
I told the wife that, I said, sometimes you make decisions you'd rather not have to make, but you gotta make them. Somebody's gotta be, that's why they elect you.
But you've done this for so many years, so now's the time to figure out what you're doing with the rest of your life.
Yeah, that's right. Hi,
Take
Chief,
care.
how are you? How are you? Get some information from the
Thanks, Barbara.
Oh, me. Your daughter's really gung ho. Oh, on the website. The website, yeah. I just suggested to her, and I copied it to a number of the other active Democrats, is that I think it's best to do it as with Dave, and so I called him first and said, well, he loves to raise hell too. But no, I love to see her enthusiasm, so that's good.
She's getting the last 6 months of her UW degree. I'll talk to her. They're trying to do away with women gender studies at UW, but she's trying to make some good points lately.
Yeah, well, I get a little defensive because we have meetings and we can't get people. I call people, I can't even get them to serve. And Dave tried to get them to serve. And I mean, Leanne, I think, was disheartened, but I said, what are we gonna do? You know? He was a good candidate. Probably do that. But in this political climate, I don't think.
Okay. I'll talk to her. Thank you.
I felt badly for her and I felt badly for March because I think they should have won.
You know that you'll always be able to reach out to me.
Just because.
I appreciate that.
Anytime.
Yeah, I appreciate working with you. It was a good 40 years.
Well, anyway, I really am enthused. I'm glad she reached out and she's doing this.
I ran because I
Yeah,
didn't think.
especially somebody that's techie and knows how to do it, because I don't know how to do it. No, I don't.
That's the way it goes.
I think you're still the mayor on the south side.
Okay.
And I live in your ward.
And I do get a lot of calls.
You don't have any issues you have.
Yeah. Well, there's someone a lot.
Mike's here.
Safety and health.
Anything. You can come in and just have a cup of coffee with me.
I just need,
Anytime.
to be in a position
I don't want you to be bad position.
jeopardizing myself.
No. You can come in and just have a coffee with me anytime you want.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
There's cookies and fruit.
Cookies and fruit?
I forgot.
good.
What time do we have?
You got 14 minutes.
I can go.
You can definitely down a macaroon. There's real macaroons.
This is my
We didn't have much choice over that table. Have you noticed?
yeah. There's a lot of stuff I noticed.
Well, it's repetitions. He just wants me to get it.
And he admitted that he did it just because he had time.
Yeah.
And so it basically, when you say so,
Wait a minute. He admitted it.
that's why it was astounding. Public hearings. Okay.
Call this meeting adjourned.
Make them wait another 2
I
weeks.
said to Chief, I said, you really want to figure it out? Oh, yeah, I do. I said, very well. She's like, so I'll do my best to control.
You know, we saw an email that came right out and said to us they were going to, they had no intentions to come in and control it. But then I see a hand that they delivered. Did you ever get that email?
That came. Yes.
Then we have one on here that was cleaned
She corrected her language. She looked at me. Shouldn't have told her my secret. Oh, well.
And I want to go through this, even though it's a little history, but how we got to here. So,
And them kiddos are getting big.
I have drove almost every weekend for like the past 3 months. I'm tired. This weekend I actually get off.
What sports do they play?
Logan does cross country, and then Luke did football this year. Then they do swimming, and then we went this last weekend. We went to the Nike run in Boise, so that was exciting. But I'm tired. And he starts basketball next week. Logan does.
they are something else. You should be so proud of them.
I am. They're pretty great.
Good.
They asked me one time to be a little league coach, and I said, okay, if you have a complete team of orphans. I'm getting between mama cows and them little babies.
Garrett used to coach all of that. I mean, he coaches every year. He always does it with Lewis. As
You gotta
goes
be
over.
well, and there you have two super mellow people.
Yeah.
They're the two mellowest people I think I've ever met.
Actually, they get requested all the time because they're so.
I'll tell you the one guy that impressed me was Matt Arnold when he was up at Bill.
Oh, yeah.
He was a baseball coach. He was stern. Connor, and it worked. Give him the confidence to go do it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I agree with everything. It just seemed like.
Trying to condense it. And it's wrong for that reason.
We had a kid that there was they were rancher kids, and they had fire on their ranch, and the kid. I still
So if you need one,
Oh, thank you.
It's tempting every time I walk right through it. Just
You know it is, and then I go, I'll get hooked, catch me, cutting through.
it's like,
So we caught there, and I'll be
I'm
stuck.
planning in zoning, I sit in the county sheriff's office. So I always think I could just walk over that little, that's the same thing as that.
You can, yeah.
But if someone's sitting there, it's like,
Right? That's, yeah, it's either trying to overtrack you. Or
yeah,
bad move, bad move.
yeah, I always have to catch.
Just so everybody knows, there is a television set up out in the lobby if you're not able to come in here. They're setting a television up out there so you can watch the meeting from there. We still have a couple more minutes before we start.
Thank you for the discussion tonight.
Trust me, I'm not against anything like this, right? Just don't. If you really get too far involved in something else like that, you know.
I'm gonna encourage people to talk to you.
I'm not, I get
Mostly,
I get it.
but I didn't emphasize that much last time.
Yeah.
Is Wendy gonna
We use this. Oh, is this mine or yours?
What's that?
Is that, well, I didn't know. I have his copy or is it just
What's that? No.
I don't know how to tell them now.
That's what I was trying to figure out. I suddenly had all kinds of new papers lying around.
Can you mark me as a
Oh,
I get times where I can't even breathe. I gotta take my inhaler.
whoops.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, I hit yes.
Just being able to breathe now is a
I did. I just wanted to see the look on your face when you realize you've been convicted of violation of relating to alcoholic liquor or malt beverages.
I got robbed.
Does this just go to Lynn? Is that,
I know I took a couple the other
this is
night.
the sign thing?
Yes, Lynn.
Yeah, we had to fill it out.
It's all done. I just wasn't sure who'd get it.
All right, 7:30 has arrived. I will call this meeting to order. Would you please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Behind you.
every time?
Yeah.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Make sure I join in.
Thank you. Can we have roll call, please?
Mayor Terry Wycombe,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jacqueline Wells,
Here.
Councilmember Aaron Durst,
Here.
Councilmember Darrell Gardner,
here.
Councilmember Jabari Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Linda Smith,
Here.
Councilmember Chris Weisenberg.
Here.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is to approve the agenda. I would entertain a motion. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the November 15th, 2022 City Council agenda as presented.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the November 15th, 2022 City Council agenda as presented. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
I have to voice vote because my thing is issuing up right now, so I vote yay.
Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is the minutes of November 4th. Councilman Martinez.
I make a motion to approve the minutes of November 4th, 2022, regular council meeting.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the minutes of November 4th, 2022, regular city council meeting as presented. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
Yay.
Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is a public hearing. This public hearing is an ordinance for the second reading and waive the reading of Rawlins Municipal Ordinance, Section 5.08.425, delivery of alcohol liquors by alcoholic liquors and malt beverages. Geez, sorry. Is there anybody here that would like to speak to that subject? Now is when. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. I will open a second public, excuse me.
I apologize, the minutes, the dates are incorrect on the minutes that were just approved. It should be November 1st.
Oh, I think 4.
I'll change my motion to November 1st.
Who seconded it?
Second, friendly.
Do you accept that?
Yes. Accepted. Thank you. Thank you for catching up.
All right, we good? Okay, so I will open a second public hearing. This is a resolution authorizing pay to current personnel employed with the city of Rawlins as of December 29th, 2022. Is there anybody that would like to speak to that? Now is when. Seeing nobody, I will close that public hearing and open the next public hearing, which is a resolution authorizing submission of 3 Wyoming Land and Water Conservation Grant Fund grant applications for the city of Rawlins. Is there anybody here that would like to speak to that while the public hearing is open? Seeing none, I will close that public hearing, and I will open a public hearing, the next public hearing, which is revocation of municipal solid waste hauler license. Is there anybody here that would like to speak to this subject? Now is when. If you want to talk about this subject, this is during the public hearing. This is where we as a council listen to what you have to say. So if you want to speak, just come on. Would you hand Mr. Nicole the microphone?
Thank you. Members of the council, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I apologize for not standing at the podium to address you people. I have a hard time talking, standing, and breathing at the same time, so I'm just going to read what I've got here, if that's okay with you.
That's fine. I understand.
All right. As probably most of you know, I'm an opinion writer, and opinion is not criticism, so please take what I have to say as opinion, not criticism. I noted a public notice by the City of Rawlins in the Rawlins Times newspaper yesterday announcing that the council intended to consider revocation of the Dirty Boys sanitation transfer hauling license. This issue has been an issue before this and preceding councils since prior to 2014. The issues appear to have continued unchanged throughout that period. That's 8 years now. If anything, they've escalated to a boiling point today. In my personal opinion, having reviewed the public statements of the city, Dirty Boys, and various contemporary Time editorials and articles, it appears to me that the city leadership have made a series of decisions over the years regarding the Rawlins landfill transfer station, which have evolved into a financial quandary. The city cannot permit the loss of revenues from trash collection because funding intended to service-related loans and expenses have been redirected for other purposes. Therefore, the city appears to have chosen to burden the haulers with monopolistic mandates, and I'm sorry for the terminology, but that's the way it is, and higher than average tipping fees. The city implementation policy handicaps new business development, modern recycling businesses, and applies unique arguments supporting municipal codes in opposition to rational requests by Dirty Boys who contend that the municipal trash, in quotations, has evolved under federal, state, and local conceptualization to commercial commodities, also on quotations, which can be bought and sold in a competitive market, inherently exempt from suppressive regulation. In the real world, trash, in quotation marks, is the property of the party generating and accumulating it with the right of free disposition as of with any other private property. The city appears to consider trash, in quotations, as city property to be regulated and controlled. As such, privately owned trash has been seized by the city for its own purposes. Public health and safety thereby are delegated to a secondary function to revenue generation. I'm not an expert in this field, and I certainly am not an expert in municipal finance and management. However, I am able to observe the city moving from a free enterprise mode of management to a dollar-driven, authoritarian bureaucratic state of affairs. I think that the city and our community would be well served to have a better, more rationally comprehensive review of these problems before destroying a successful private company and torpedoing the prospects of a multi-million-dollar new business investment. And that's my opinion only. My name's Henry Nicol, and I'm here in Rawlins. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's anybody else that would like to speak, now's your time. Please come up to the podium and tell us your name so the secretary can have it down.
Good evening. My name is Ray Hansen. I've lived here in Rawlins for going on 13 years now, and I work in an industry that is very competitive. And as I thought what I wanted to say, I didn't want to come up here and lecture and things like that, but I will say, if there were one brand of gasoline and one gasoline station in this town, I guarantee that you would be paying much, much more. And, you know, we're founded on a free economy and things like that. And I just wanted to say that, you know, I don't believe that we should be, you know, taking business from free enterprise in our city. I know we're small, and I'm sure there's reasons out there that people believe that, but everything I've seen from this company over the years that I've been here and seen how we're regulating trash collection and business in this city tells me that we should not monopolize what we do with the trash system, and it should be open for competitive, aggressive business people to do things correctly under the law. I'm not saying to do anything wrong. I'm just saying that just as I have to compete with every other gasoline corporation, I know everyone finds that hard to believe, but we do. We compete across the nation with pricing so that the consumer gets the best price. And really that's what I wanted to stand up and just tell the council, that I think that we should support, even though we're a small community. We're a growing community in the world, and we need to act accordingly with new businesses that come up. If this were a store in Rawlins, we wouldn't be trying to, you know, put the other stores out of business. You know, as we have grown, you know, and Walmart's come in and City Market stayed, you know, here and things like that. As we've gotten new hotels, we've got new businesses coming in. I think we need to support those kind of things. And I just want to say that I think that we should allow Dirty Boys within the constraints of the law to continue their business and to serve the community. And let's be competitive in this community that we have, and make sure that the citizens of the community are benefiting. And that's really what this committee does, correct? We're here to benefit everyone that lives here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Who's next? This is your chance to get up here and speak your piece about this municipal solid waste hauler license. I know there's more people here want to speak to this than that, so I'm going to give you a couple more minutes to think about it, because I want to give everybody a chance to get up and say what they want to say.
My name's Milton Jones. Lived here going on 2 years. We moved from Kansas City, Missouri. We don't have any problems there with people wanting to compete. I don't believe we should shut down competition here. When we come to Rawlins, we contacted one company by phone and left a phone number. Now, we got an 816 area code on our phones. We got cell phones. And they never called us back. And that's the company that you're thinking about giving the full amount of trash to. Seems to me like we're about split down the middle here, like it's about 50-50. And I think we ought to keep that competition there, and that's about what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's next? Does anybody else want to get up during the public hearing? I want to make sure you all know that you have a chance to speak out. And so I'm going to make it very obvious to you, now is when. So if you want to speak about this subject, you need to do it now. Yes, ma'am, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Melissa Hanson, and I've been a resident forever. The only thing I have to say, well, maybe not the only thing, but Dirty Boy's income is the only one my family has to depend on right now. And I don't know if you're, I'm sorry, Mr. Martinez, if you're like agreeing with me, like I've lived here forever, or
No, I'm
if you're
agreeing.
kind of giggling. I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
But there's several people that this would hurt. My family being from here my entire life, I think I have a little bit of right to talk about it being my family's only income. So if there were anything to jeopardize that, I would hate that to happen. So, my opinion, and my heartfelt opinion. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to address what you just said.
Well, now, wait a minute, this
I
is,
am just gonna talk to her, hang on. I was agreeing with everything you said,
Okay.
because I come from the same side. I was raised here, I was raised very, very poor,
Oh, no,
and I know what poorness is.
I know.
That's all I wanna say, is I agree with you.
I actually
I
know
apologize
that.
if I gestured wrong, but I was just trying to show that I appreciate what you're saying.
Okay, thank you.
all right, this is a public hearing. When, if you want to speak about this subject, you won't get a better opportunity than right now. This is the public hearing. And I would listen to anybody. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, sorry.
Full house here tonight.
Council members, Mayor, I'm Joe Garcia. Been here several times on other issues. I was just gonna come and observe. I don't know the deep circumstances of Dirty Boys or your guys' side of it, but we use Dirty Boys, and like the last lady that was up here, we're on a budget, and Dirty Boys has been excellent with us. And I will say, from my recollection, the last 6 years, Dirty Boys been in the mouth of council members for a while, and not in a good light, like they were getting a bad rap. And that's just from what I recollect. I don't know the circumstances. I used to be here for like 2 years, trying to pay attention to how council runs, and I learned a lot from all you guys. But we want Dirty Boys to stay. I don't know too many people who have waste management, and we do live in a capitalist society. I used to be a contractor. I'm at home with my mom all the time now, but they're good people for us. So I didn't come here with a speech. I thought more people were going to stand up, but I can't not say nothing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go Dirty Boys.
All right. The next person, please.
Hello, my name is Melissa Baca, and I've been a resident here for about 2 years. And this is a small town full of monopoly, and I don't think we should take away a good company who's local, who keeps our rates lower, who are competitive and do good for the community. I think it's a mistake. I think you ought to reconsider it. Sure, they're not as big as a refinery and throwing money at everybody, but they do things. And if we let them go, we're going to lose a movie theater. We've already lost a bowling alley. We have no roller skating rink. All we have left is a rec center. You guys really, really need to think and reconsider what's going on. We all see it. So I'm asking you to keep it because we're all thinking the same thing. So do your best to try to keep our local businesses here. By the way, Waste Management is an outside company. It doesn't belong to Wyoming. It's owned by another group, and I think it's wrong. I don't know what the beef is here or who started it or why, but you ought to shut it down. That's what we pay you for. So come on, do it. Do your job. It's what we need. It is what we need. Waste Management is $10 higher a month than Dirty Boys, and most of us use them. I'm thinking half of you use them. You're going to lose them, and you're going to pay a little more. I'm just telling you, I think it's a huge mistake. So I'd like to see them stay. They're good for our community. They donate. They do good things, and they're not a mess. They're doing what they can to keep our prices down. Can't you guys see that? That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Tanya Lumen. I'm not on the council yet, so. From what I read, seems that Dirty Boys, when they get their license, they agree to all the city ordinances. One of the city ordinances is to drop their trash at the city dump. Being in contracts, I like to see contracts followed. That being said, I also do remember years ago where Wyoming Waste did not follow city ordinances, and they did not have a place in town in which to do service. And the city council did not rush to take away their license. Matter of fact, that wasn't even brought up. And they were in violation. But what the city council did was rewrite it so that we could continue to have the two businesses in place. So I would look at what the council has done in the past as well in making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been there forever.
My name is Alice Jones, and Milton and I moved here, as he said, a year and a half ago. But I don't have a lot of background information about this. I don't know the details of it, but I'm just sitting there thinking there's got to be a better way to resolve this than to revoke the license. And I sincerely hope that that will be considered and Dirty Boys can stay in business. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Our Mayor, Council. My name is Bruce Levin. I'm Wyoming Waste. First off, I'm not Waste Management. I don't know where you people consider that. We are not Waste Management. I operate this company, Wyoming Waste, individually. I've said this to the council before and to the public. Put about $750,000 back into the city. per year. All my employees are local. We have a business that's been, there for, Pam and Rick had it for years. I agree that, competition it makes everybody better at it. And I agree that competition helps. But the one thing that I'm asking all of you is, I play by the rules and by the codes set by the City of Rawlins, and I believe that everyone should have to be the same, play in the same field. Taking their license for, because someone doesn't like them, no, I don't like that. But if I have to play by a set of rules, I believe that so do they.
Where's your office at?
It's on Airport Road.
This is not a discussion. If you want to talk, you come up here and tell us your name and stand in line, and then you comment. So Bruce, don't
Okay.
engage.
So, as what I'm saying is, number one is, competition is good. But we gotta be on the same playing field. It's just like football or anything else. You gotta, the rules are there. We abide by them. If there's a violation, we address it. So does Rose. But in this particular instance, the city is losing $30,000, $40,000 a month by what's going on. I'm not sure the right numbers. I'm throwing that out. I'm telling you now, I don't know how much there is money being lost. I'm also gonna tell you that I've been doing this 50 years. And there's no one in this room who's been doing this 50 years. And I've been all around this country learning about different ways. This town cannot build a $15 million digester system and have enough volume to make it worthwhile. And I'm gonna tell you that now. I don't care what comes up, it won't work. So, I first off wanna say, everyone, we're competitive. Rose is competitive. She's a good businesswoman. They do a good job. That's not the problem here. The problem is everyone needs to play on the same field. And that's all I'm asking of the council and you folks. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, who's next?
I don't understand how this hearing works. I mean, we hear on here that revocation of the license. At what point does the public learn why?
The way that this works is there's a public hearing, and that is where we learn from the public what their thoughts are about this situation. Later on in the meeting, we go. Then I will close the public hearing. We'll go through other things, and then when it comes up for that vote, then there will be a motion, second probably, and then discussion. And during that discussion is when you will hear what the opposite side might be.
Okay.
Is that clear?
It just seems difficult to make comments, valid comments, when you don't know the facts.
Well,
Anyway, fine. I just wanted to know how.
live in my world. All right, who's next? Anybody else that would like to speak? Jeremiah, you were wanting to say something?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to wait for another few seconds and I'm going to close the hearing. Now is your chance to say what you need to say. So, Rob, I just want you to say, talk if you want to talk. Now is your chance. All right, I'm going to close that public hearing. And the next thing on the agenda is citizens' participation. Now, what this is a time set aside by resolution number 2C-96 that sets a time limit for public comment. It's 5 minutes. You cannot talk about anything that's on the agenda. It has to be something that is not on the agenda. And if you want to talk to the council about any particular thing that is, like I say, not on the agenda, now is when.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Shauna Roberts, for those of you who don't know. I'm sure you do. I wanted to come up here today and voice my concern over the actions of the council meeting on Tuesday, November 1st. I view each of you council members as leaders in the community, and as such, I would expect you to keep yourselves above reproach, to show integrity in your work on this council and with the people and the businesses that this city deals with. You are an example to the rest of us of how to act. As a council, you have full control over what is on the agenda for each meeting and what you put on that agenda, which you obviously cause tension and town drama. When
So
you put
you are
items,
talking about what we just had a public hearing over.
I was
Is
just
that correct?
talking about the agenda item that was there and that you left off, and then my next statement is not specifically about that, but just about the drama that was caused in your actions. So that was the only statement. I had gotten advice that it was not specifically about it, because I checked.
Continue.
Okay. You caused town drama by not being prepared with the facts and information. In that meeting, it showed a lack of integrity and disregard for the people that were involved. And when that happens, it's not right. I want to encourage this council, both old and new members, to be better, to act better, to treat everyone with respect and honor, to always be prepared for the meetings and the issues that are at hand and on the agenda, to do better, because that's what we elected you to do. Thank you.
Normally, we don't respond during citizens' participation, but in this case, I have to.
Okay.
First of all, I'm the mayor and I set the agenda. I come in on Thursdays and there's a whole list of things that people have wanted on the agenda. And I have, just so you know, I have never disallowed anything that somebody wanted on the agenda. And if they get it to me in time before the agenda is set, it goes on the agenda. I don't know what these other people are thinking when I'm setting the agenda. And so I set the agenda. We came to the meeting. Other council members had questions that they wanted to look into to cut as much slack as possible in this situation. And so therefore, they made a motion to table it until the next meeting so they could look into more things. It was, so me not being a mind reader, I'm just telling you, there will be times in the future, the same thing could happen, where I put something on the agenda and the council wants to bump it back to the next meeting, and that's what happened.
Can I continue to comment?
Yes.
I would say in general, that's probably an okay statement. I think that when you're coming to this topic and the drama that it already causes in this community, there probably should have been some more care taken in that topic. That's all my only comment was.
Well, I just can't tell you anything more than I just told you. So, thank you. All right.
I have a comment to your comment, if I can.
Sure.
I've requested multiple times to have the code of ethics on the agenda. I did not ask for the work session. I asked specifically for this council room during a council meeting, and it has been denied. Well, not denied. I don't know what it's been. I don't get a response. I've also been told that you removed it one time and told him, don't tell him until he finds out on Thursday, which is, in my mind, disrespectful. And
First of all, you have asked to have it put on the agenda 2 separate times, and then you have requested to take it off of the agenda 2 separate times.
I had COVID and I had surgery.
Well, but still, that adds up to that, and that's 2. So 2 times you asked to have it on the agenda, and 2 times you asked to remove it from the agenda. Then you asked to put it on the agenda for an official vote. By that time, I had read what you had done, what you were proposing. How many pages was it? But I also knew that it wasn't going to be a 4-minute conversation. It was going to be a longer conversation. And because we had no workshop, I had it put on this workshop. Actually, I had scheduled it for the workshop in the meeting before this. However, that was right after we received our final audit, and there were some very important financial matters that needed to be taken care of. Like, we had all of the capital projects stopped. So a lot of our employees and department heads and whatnot were in a quandary about how can they continue to fulfill their obligations. So I did consider what was best for this city, and what was best for this city was to have the last workshop be the financial update. And then that's how the Code of Ethics conversation got bumped to this meeting. But it was because of the length of the conversation I felt that would happen, that's why I thought we needed a workshop.
You assumed that what I was asking for the discussion was the entire Code of Ethics, and the conversation was to go over the ordinance. That's what I've wanted the whole time. And if you had a conversation with me other than, never, it's been months, we could have had that conversation. To sit here and lie and say you've not denied it, and specifically tell a clerk that, yeah, don't tell him that I didn't put it on the agenda, he can find out on Thursday on his own, you're saying one thing, but you do other
Point
things.
of order.
Point of order.
Point of order, please. Can we move further? This is a public comment and not for council's arguments. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? All right, I will close that section of the agenda, the citizens' participation, and we will move to the 2022. The next thing on our agenda is kind of a fun thing, and I'm really glad it happens, is a 2022 employee of the third quarter. And I will turn the floor over to you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. I get the exciting opportunity tonight to announce who our employee of the third quarter for 2022 is. And I do apologize, she was not able to make it again tonight, so I do apologize, but we're going to celebrate her anyway. We have actually received several nominations for Bev Hannum to be our award winner for the employee of the third quarter. And I'm so excited for her. She does so much for our city. She is always there. She's been our longstanding person that everyone goes to answer questions all the time. What's happened in the past? What do we need to know from back in the day or whatever? But I really appreciate her. But I'm going to read a couple of things that were part of her nominations that she received. Sorry for the glasses. It says, Bev shows a level of loyalty to the city and her job that is seldom seen. She takes all personal time off around payroll so everyone gets their paychecks, which I am sure all of us appreciate very much. It goes on and says that she trains new staff on how to fill out time cards. She goes through benefits with them. She's just that one person that just is the go-to and knows exactly what people need to know. This one goes on and describes her as the rock of the finance department, and I just really appreciate her for that. On the other nomination that we received from her, it says, Bev has gone above and beyond to keep the finance department going. She has taken on many roles and extra duties over the past couple of years, and her knowledge and willingness to step up and make sure that everything's working is amazing. She's worked with the auditors. She always meets deadlines for payroll, for year end, for any other tasks that she's given. She's a huge asset to the city of Rawlins. It just says that Bev is a wonderful team leader, and we appreciate her. And I would just like to congratulate her in this. Thank you. And we'll get this to her.
Tell her we clapped for her.
Does that mean she has to bring chocolate chip cookies now? There's your reward.
Oh, that's awesome. She very well deserved award.
Yes, it is.
All right, next thing on our agenda is the Rawlins DDA Main Street in-district position resignation. There, Councilman Smith, I would entertain a motion.
Yes, I move to accept Wayne Godfredson, it's Godfred's son, that's the way it's said, resignation from an in-district position on the Rawlins DDA/Main Street Board effective immediately, and direct staff to advertise this vacancy.
Do I hear a second? Second. There's been a motion made and seconded to accept Wayne Godfredson's resignation from an in-district position on the Rawlins DDA Main Street Board effective immediately, and direct staff to advertise the vacancy. Is there any discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
Yes.
Still down.
Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is city council reports, Board of Adjustments, Councilman Durst.
There is a meeting on November 17th, I assume at 5:30, because that's normal.
Okay. Next thing on our agenda is report about Carbon County Council of Governments. I'm on that board, and we are meeting here tomorrow night. So if any of you from Rawlins could attend, Councilman, that would be great. That's what we got. Next thing on our agenda is DDA Main Street report from Councilman Smith.
Yes, Mayor, council people. DDA has not had its monthly meeting yet, but I have passed out for each one of you a calendar of all the events, and for in the audience that wishes to have some, I left some on the clerk's table. But it outlines all of the activities from the 23rd of November all the way through the 16th, I believe, of December. And we've got a lot of neat things coming up. We're also trying to put together a wonderful display at the the depot, and we're trying to get inflatable characters, Christmas characters, so we can really make this be a great place for the family to go see this season. And with that, I don't have any more to say.
All right, thank you.
Just a quick question. Is the ice skating rink gonna be opened up again? I don't want to say fake ice. You know what I'm talking about. The donation one.
Synthetic, no, it is in storage. We've had a lot of discussions about it, but we understand that Parks and Rec perhaps is working with the ice skating,
oh, sure,
the Raptors,
and
to put up ice skating out at the rec center somewhere out there. So that's why we didn't put it up this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was fun.
All right, next thing on our agenda is the Rawlins Planning Commission, Councilman Weisenberg.
I apologize, I missed the meeting due to a work conflict. I'm not exactly sure if Lou is here today. Nita's there. If I don't know if she's willing to give a little update of what happened or not, but or what went on. It's up. I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
Sorry.
This is not the reason I came tonight.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I am the chair for the Planning and Zoning Commission. We did have a meeting last week. We did have a couple of items on the agenda. One was an application from, I can't remember the name of the organization, but Rod Taylor to rezone the, that area on Cedar Street.
The apartment thing, right?
That same area. And that motion did fail. So we did not recommend that move forward to council. Our other things on our agenda right now are our bylaws, and we are working with city attorney with legal rather, to understand any redundancy in our current bylaws, as they might contradict or be redundant with the municipal ordinances. Pretty quick meeting, pretty straightforward, and we will be meeting again in December to work on the bylaws.
Okay, thank you for filling in.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Thank you, I
All right.
appreciate it.
All right.
And again, my apologies for that.
Next thing on the agenda is Urban Systems Committee, Councilman Garner.
We had a meeting on yesterday, actually, and we talked about the pedestrian underpass, the kind of the timeline, and what they were looking at. They were, they're trying to figure out drainage still, where to actually put the underpass, because excuse me if I mess this up, they want to have the most natural flow of draining of water out of there, so they don't have to put pumps in. I talked about maybe having to raise the road a little to have that access, because it's between, I think it's like 7.5 feet to 8 feet tall is what that requirement is for that opening. So we spoke about that. We touched on the bridge a little, and then we talked about cleaning up the conversation between the urban systems and the council on what their actual role is when we bring stuff to them. So me and Austin are going to go over that title and review that, and when we go back to the meeting, we'll have a little bit better discussion on that. So I don't know if Austin's here, if he wants to add anything, but did you want to add anything to the urban systems? It wasn't too much. Thank you.
Is that it? All right, thanks. All right, so the next thing on our agenda is the old Penn Joint Powers Board report, and I will turn the floor over to Tina Hill and her members of the Joint Powers Board.
Hey, how are you? Good.
You have to sit up.
Are you doing all the talking tonight?
Hello, everyone. My name is Tina Hill. I'm the Historic Site Director for the Wyoming Frontier Prison, and behind me I have my staff. I'm missing some of them. Oh, there's the other two. My staff, Galen Hyatt, who's our bookkeeper and office manager and tour guide, of course. And then I have Glenna Coppola. She's been my chair for about 24 years, and I can't remember how to pronounce her last name. I know how to spell it. I have Dennis Carpenter, who is our vice chair and treasurer. I have Panita Mayberry, who is our brand new board member, and I have Amanda Moore, who is my next to newest brand new board member and owner of my favorite store. So the Wyoming Frontier Prison, formerly the Wyoming State Penitentiary, is listed on the National Register of Historic Places and operates as a tourism destination in Rawlins, Wyoming. The Wyoming Frontier Prison, or the Old Pen as we are affectionately known, is owned by the Old Pen Joint Powers Board, these guys, a governmental entity consisting of 7 board members. The board members are appointed by the City of Rawlins and the Carbon County Commissioners. The purpose of the board is to preserve and operate the Wyoming Frontier Prison Historic Site. The site will operate for community service through its historic significance, tourism, education, and recreational opportunities for the visitors and residents of the City of Rawlins and of Carbon County. The Wyoming Frontier Prison has a small but passionate staff. I have been the site director for going on 31 years, and Galen Hyatt has been serving time for almost 11 years. The 2 permanent staff members are assisted by 6 to 8 of the greatest seasonal tour guides you will ever hope to meet. The Wyoming Frontier Prison was nominated for the National Medal for Museum and Library Services by Wyoming Senator Cynthia Loomis. Honestly, we would not have ever thought to nominate ourselves. In our eyes, we're a small ragtag organization that loves our historic site and the stories it has to tell. We're constantly working to share our history with as many people as we can while writing grants and begging favors to keep our 13 historic buildings safe and accessible. To even be on Senator Loomis's radar is an honor all in itself, and we already feel like winners. If we won the national medal, it would confirm the work of the Old Pen Joint Powers Board, the Wyoming Frontier Prison staff, the Friends of the Old Pen, and let everybody know that what we do is appreciated. The Wyoming Frontier Prison is a leading historic site in Carbon County, contributing approximately $1.5 to $1.7 million to our local economy yearly. We work hard to promote tourism through Carbon County by integrating our history with our community through events such as giving historic tours to 13,000 to 14,000 visitors a year, hosting several special events each year, including a huge Halloween event, all while constantly working to maintain the grounds and facilities that include our 13 historic buildings and 49.5 acres. In the summer months, we offer 8 tours a day, 7 days a week. The rest of the year, we offer tours several days a week. We see visitors from all over the United States and the world. We see family groups, school groups, senior bus tours, staff members of the current state penitentiary, and students of their academy, and students from the University of Wyoming and Wyoming's community colleges. We have a large following of paranormal investigators who work to confirm the existence of the spiritual world. Over 5,000 people follow the Wyoming Frontier Prison's Facebook page. We're working on increasing our reach on other social media platforms. We have a TikTok. We haven't done anything yet, but we have one. The Old Pen staff members serve with state and local organizations such as Mountain Plains Museum Association, Colorado-Wyoming Association of Museums, Carbon County Wyoming State Historical Society, Rawlins Tourism Committee, Rawlins Carbon County Chamber of Commerce, and the Friends of the Old Pen. Last year, our visitors contributed approximately $1,450,000 to our local economy. Tours, daily operations, and our special events went better than expected in 2021, with 13,269 visitors, which was a 24% increase over 2020. 2022 is tracking to be one of our most successful years in terms of visitation, with 13,357 visitors, not counting Halloween, so far this year. Our annual Haunted Halloween night tours had 750 attendees over 3 nights and brought in much-needed operational funding. The Haunted Halloween tours are supported by a small but strong financial group. The Wyoming Frontier Prison's 3 primary sources of operational revenue in 2021-2022 were as follows. Tour revenues provided 71% of our operational budget. The City of Rawlins provided 14%, and Carbon County provided 9% of our operational revenues. Now this year, Carbon County increased their funding to us, so you guys are switching this next year. The Historic Site Director, me, writes several grants a year for special projects for granting entities such as the Carbon County Visitors Council, the Wyoming Cultural Trust Fund, and H.F. Sinclair Community Relations. The Historic Guards Quarters project is being funded through 2 grants from the Wyoming Business Council, the Wyoming Cultural Trust Fund, H.F. Sinclair, and Friends of the Old Pen. The Wyoming Frontier Prison supplements our revenue streams through special events such as the Guards Quarters 100th birthday party we did this summer, the Halloween Masquerade, Haunted Halloween night tours, and Christmas out of the Big House. The Old Pen is assisted by the Friends of the Old Pen, our 501c3 group. The Friends run the Old Pen gift shop located inside the prison and hold 2 major fundraising events each year. All proceeds raised by the Friends of the Old Pen goes towards the Wyoming Frontier Prison. We are very frugal with our expenditures, and we very rarely end our year with a deficit. We work really hard, and we work on a shoestring budget. Someday, we would love to not have a shoestring budget, so any help that the City Council can give us in the future, we would greatly appreciate that. Now, I have fun pictures. We have our Halloween pictures to show you. I think only one of you went to my haunted Halloween tours this year. Yeah, and believe me, I keep track. You guys? How many took the haunted Halloween night tours? Oh, Megan. Megan has to. Good job, good job. All right, there needs to be a lot more than that. But if you could roll it there.
Okay. Do you want me to go back to the first one?
Yes, please. I spent all day on this. I'm really lousy at this kind of stuff. Okay, there we go.
Sometimes it magically moves.
Okay, so these first pictures are us setting up. You guys know what that is?
Do you want it to auto progress?
Yes.
Okay. I'll stop touching it.
Oh, that's what you're doing? I timed this out and everything, Myra. Okay, that's the cafeteria, which was our mercantile. We did Old West this year. I don't know if I told you that. Outlaw Terror. That's the beginning of our mine, or the showers. Those are our fancy lights. So, do you know what they're building?
No, what is it?
It's an oil derrick.
Oh.
So we had a haunted oil field. And this is the beginning of our haunted railroad tracks. These two guys read the poster, Megan, and they brought their life jackets.
Nice.
So this is a new fun thing we discovered. Did you know you could use fog juice and level lasers? I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
That's the mine.
It was cool.
That's our dynamite. That's our saloon. Or the classrooms if you go during the day. That's our brothel. That's our stable, the unstable stables. Part of our pumpkins. I have a vast collection of pumpkins. There's all my tour guides and flashlights.
There's a really handsome one in the back.
There is a pretty handsome one back there. He's my fellow tour guide. There's Severus, my favorite of all. Back to the saloon. I love the dog that Glenna got us. There's part of my ragtag group. We had a little trouble in the saloon. There's Bubba, junkyard dog. Oh, that's Gary. Gary was a board member, and he moved to Casper, and he still comes back here to do Halloween. There's the train tracks, my favorite. This young man came back from Florida. He took a month off of work to come back and do our Halloween. Yep. There's our madam. See, doesn't it look like an oil derrick?
It does now.
Thanks. There's my best volunteer. Our madam. There's a tour group with Megan in the lead. There's our miner, Gary. The saloon was a lot of fun. We had great music. There's Amanda's husband hiding in the mist. Big spider. There's Jake again from Florida. That's our apothecary, one of my tour guides. and that's cleaning up. Long time ago, Mark stole a shopping cart. This is our first night. There's all the volunteers. We always have pictures on the stairs. Here's our second night. And sadly, our third night, a whole bunch of kids had to stay home because it was a school night. So we had a small group. And this last screen has all the important stuff. So 726 people paid to take the tours. We sold out all 3 nights. 49% of our guests came from Carbon County. 40% of our guests came from outside of Carbon County. 11% of our guests came from out of Wyoming. 28 volunteers contributed 1,057 hours for setup, the 3 nights of tours, and cleanup. We broke all attendance and financial records this year. Galen and Tina are very glad it's over until next year. So now I'm done, unless anybody has any questions for me, and your 3 appointees are raring to speak with you. Nothing for me? Okay, you're not supposed to smack me in public.
Councilman Weisenberg?
I just want to say thank you. I went to this, it's been several years ago, but I appreciate this report, and just seeing the pictures shows a lot of hard work and dedication, a lot of effort on your all's part and the board's part to put this together, and to see the numbers up there are astounding, to know that what kind of revenue that does generate for the county.
Thank you.
And not just county, but you guys yourself, so.
Thank you.
Thank you for your hard work.
You bet. I'm going to let my chair go first.
Hi, guys. I've had the pleasure of working on this board for 20-some years, and we've gone through the ups and downs, and COVID just really hit us hard. I was going to not apply for a board this year because guards' quarters is supposed to be done, and that was going to be my last time to be in there, and but that didn't work out. So I have to wait till that's done. So I'm waiting for the guards' quarters to be done, and I hope you guys have a chance to go up there and check it out one of these times when we can do that. And done a lot of hard work over there, and it's really nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Glenna.
My name is Pinita Mayberry, and I am the newest appointee to the Old Penn Joint Powers Board. I'm very honored to be on the board, and grew up in Rawlins. It's always been one of my favorite things to see in Rawlins, but also one of the things I'm most scared of. I hope you really paid attention to the numbers Tina provided in her report. They are astounding at the range of visitors that we get that are coming here to Rawlins. They stop here in Rawlins. They specifically stop here to go to the Penn, and she didn't include it in her report and in her number. She had people from all over the United States. We had our meeting earlier tonight. There were 13 different states from the United States represented, and including, and that didn't include foreigners from other countries. Wow. And the ticket sales were sold ahead of time, so this isn't buy at the door like you're here, you buy at the door. These were pre-planned people who came specifically for this. Came to the event, they stayed in our hotels, they ate at our restaurants, they shopped at our shops. So it is incredible to acknowledge that our humble pen has such a reach and breadth. I would, one of the things I'd like to be as a member of this board is to hope to continue to see increases in what we can do as an organization with the Old Penn, but also would like to see additional support from our community, whether it be from our city, the parks, our county. There's been a lot of interest in conducting other events at the Old Penn that really do warrant maybe some more thought and consideration from some of the other supporting members of our team, which is the city, the parks, the county, including sporting events in the fields. That's going to take some work to do that, but it's something we look forward to being able to offer our community. But thank you again for the appointment to the board. I'm enjoying it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I remember volunteering at the Old Pen with my dad when I was in middle school and high school. And I'm glad to be volunteering again, and I'm thankful to City Council for appointing me to the Old Pen Joint Powers Board. I'm new to the board and still have a lot to learn. I was able to help with the Halloween tours this year, and it was such an eye-opener. It's amazing to see how many people traveled to Rawlins from not only Wyoming, but also, well, Colorado and Utah, but 9 other states. So maintaining 13 historic buildings and 49 acres is no small feat, and no different than anyone else. There's too much work and not enough money. Fortunately, Tina, Galen, staff, volunteers, and the other board members are truly passionate about the Old Pen, and I want to help support them and this momentous historic site in any way that I can.
Thank you.
Thanks for giving me such good board members. Not all board members left me, so.
You guys do an amazing job. That is definitely one of the highlights of coming to Rawlins is going to the Old Pen. It's been a few years since I've toured it, but I used to not miss the Halloween tours, but they kind of got busy, and it's an awesome event you guys do. So thank you.
Thank you.
It's a lot of work, and we recognize that. That's awesome. All right, the next thing on our agenda is the Y2 consultants to present on the pre-treatment plant startup and bring us up to date.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, I would like to introduce you for discussion with Y2 consultants who are overseeing the pretreatment plant startup project. So in this, I'd like to introduce to you Lou Harmon and Rich as well from Y2, where they both have experience with the water, wastewater, program manager positions at the Department of Environmental Quality. So we have a really good team. I just want you to know that they have a tremendous amount of experience. And so with that, I'd like to turn the floor over to Rich and to Lou.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. We're here to give you an update. We're both going to have a little spots here where we're going to talk. And then toward the end, if you got some questions, we'd be more than happy to answer whatever that might be. The purpose of what we're coming here is the focus here would be everything is focused on increasing the supply of the potable water, especially during periods of peak demand in the situation that you have. We have developed a schedule and we've assembled a team. I'll let Lou speak to those two things.
Honorable Mayor, Council. First of all, I'd like to talk a little bit about the team that you've contracted with Y2. I've got over 50 years of experience, and Rich has got over 30, and we've been working together as a team in a lot of places, and actually a lot of countries. We were in the Air Guard together. The Y2 team, besides Rich and I, we have Bud Spillman with us, not here this evening, but he is a chief operator, was the chief operator for the city of Cheyenne when Cheyenne started up their $32 million water treatment plant about 20 years ago, the most complicated one in the state. And when he retired, he was so good that national consultants came and found him to help start up a couple of big water plants in Colorado. So we're thrilled to have Bud on board with us. Bud Spillman, you guys have a very experienced Bud on your crew, on your staff as well, Mr. Dimmick. And Bud's what really gives us the push to really know what it's going to take to get the right chemicals in the water to cause it to precipitate out so that we can put clean water to your, or cleaner water to the filters that you depend on to provide your drinking water quality. We have Veolia, which is a successor corporation to U.S. Filter that designed the pretreatment plant in the first place. And we have Browns Hill, which is a SCADA, or computer controls firm. So we have a complete firm that's really got a lot of experience and been down this road before, and we're very confident that we can figure out how to get the ActiFlow is the name of the brand name of the process, how we can get that up and running so that you have the water that you need next spring and summer when the demand goes up with irrigation. We have a 30-point schedule here. I'm not going to try to cover every point on it, but we got started about the 1st of July on this project. The ActiFlow plant was built in the year 2000, which somehow got to be 22 years ago. Well, it's not long in my life. But it actually has never really functioned for more than a couple of 3 months in that 20 years. So we're finding lots of things that we've got to clean up, fix, repair. As a result of that, our goal right now is to do a hand-controlled run of treating water out of Peking Reservoir in January. And once we master the process there, we've adjusted all of our chemical dosages and how we run all the equipment. Then we'll go back and study it for a week and come back a week later and spend a week trying to run the plant fully automatic like it would operate next summer for you. That will require some careful management on the part of your staff, because we're going to be making more water than Rawlins uses that time of year, so we're going to plan on how to not have to waste that water by pulling down some reservoirs, pulling down some storage tanks so that we can fill them back up when we're running that way. Then finally, we're quite confident that the 1st of May we'll be ready to start that plant up. And we're recommending that we start the ActiFlow process the 1st of May, even though you might not actually have to have the water until June, because we want to get it running. We want to get it all tweaked and adjusted before it has to be working. And then, so the idea is when the period of peak demand comes, we're trying to avoid the situation where we go out on the day when the peak demand is and we throw the switch and something's not working. We want to find that problem and fix it before we get there. So I won't go into any more detail on the schedule, and I'll turn it back over to Rick.
So, like Lou said, we're very confident with the team that we have. We all sync very well in what we're trying to accomplish here. The unique thing that we found out when we showed up at your plant that hadn't been touched for 20-some years is that things aren't always according to script. You got to work through some challenges. We had to work through a pump that was wired backwards. We had to deal with the safety issues, dealing with chemicals and everything that you have on site. We had drains that were in these basins that were leaking, and you had to fix that so they held the water. We had to go through and run not only a dry check, but a wet check on your ActiFlow system to figure out where some of these issues were going, because, you know, we weren't here when they first did it, so you had to kind of troubleshoot a little bit. We found out some of the control panels were not communicating. You kind of need to know as it goes through the whole process what's going on so you know how to tweak it. We had a control valve not working. The springs were under repair, you know, so your demand was down. You had a line down that was coming from your river up that needed to be repaired. You had to figure out the lockout tagout procedures so that when people are in there, you ain't gonna have something mishap. We also had to replace some valves that weren't working properly. Maintenance of this equipment, they sat for 20 years. So, you know, you got oil and everything else you got to change on these. You had to figure out what you're going to do with that water. So we had to sample all of them. And you have to do a jar test. That's figuring out what amount of chemicals is going to do this. We also had to kind of do a little bit of research because you've had a couple dry runs on this process with chemicals, and what happened was they didn't quite have it set up and you were getting your filters sliming up, and so your filter runs were much shorter. So you had people working their rear end off just trying to get you water that's coming. And the reason you got to treat it is because you're bringing in surface water. You're fine when you're doing your wells and your springs, but you only have so much of that. We also had to stand up your laboratory. You don't even have one set there. We had to familiarize your operators with this facility because it's just been sitting there. You haven't been using it. Your basins actually seep water out of them. And so we're in the process of, they've got to clean them out and then they've got to line them with a coating so that the water stays in there, and then you're not dealing with water problems where you got electrical and everything else going on there, and you're treating your water. So they're in the process of doing that, and that's why we're not getting there until January, because you got to deal with water that's running, and that holds a lot of water. And then ultimately, we're on your guys' dime for a couple years to train your operators, and like Lou said, we've got Bud Spillman, and he's a level 4 operator. They don't get any higher than that, and he's been all over. He's been able to assist them even to the point where we're at, but we'll be around for a couple of years, so we're not just going to leave this to you when we get it up and going. And then ultimately, once you get it running, you're going to have to optimize that flocculant and that polymer dosage to maximize what your filters can produce, water going out. So ultimately, question in the room, what we believe is it will be able to get you water to water your lawns probably twice per week when this gets up. But you also have a water demand that is more than you currently provide. So that runs in a little bit of struggle. So as we went through this process, there's some things that we've learned. One of the things is the misuse of the filters, and that's the proportioning of what water goes to them and treated water. And so if you do that balanced, you can get more going through there. We also had to deal with your active flow in your springs that are going on, but we also figured out that what was causing your filters to slime up was the polymer that gets carried over. So we've figured out what we can do by adding just a little bit of coagulant that will reduce that amount. And so we're in the process where we've done a couple jar tests, not only with Veolia, but we've done it with Hawkins, and they're up in Montana, and they supply chemicals to other active flow plants as well. And that's your cheapest price, and they have figured out the proper coagulant and polymer that we need to use for this. So here's some things for you to think about, because realize this is what we're focused on, but really your resources are some things that you might want to think about both short-term and long-term. So it's good that you were working on your springs. I would encourage more of that, because if you can put more of your resources to water that doesn't need treated, then it only has to go through the treatment plant. I would also encourage you to look at your well field. If you could develop that, then when you do need it, when this drought comes, which tends to be for whatever reason a 10-year cycle or about that, you have to pull water from your river. So if you have a means of ensuring that your demand is there, these are just bumps in the road and not major things that you're overcoming. Reduce the demand your cemetery is using. Of course, we're bringing on short-term the active flow online. The other thing is that you may have not considered or thought about is you got to run this plant the whole time in 24 hours. So you're probably going to need staff to ensure that they're running that. And the staff that you already have as operators that are doing both water and wastewater and everything else that they have to do aren't going to be able to fill that because, you know, you don't plan on being sick. You don't plan on taking vacation and things of that nature. Long term is you're going to need to reduce your peak demand in a way that satisfies your peak demand. So these are some things to think about. Your reservoirs, both Peking and Atlantic, if you could cover those, and we've got some technology of thought there, it does a couple things. One, the things that are created in the water that you got to pull out to treat with chemicals, it reduces it because they're covered to begin with. It also reduces the evaporation rate of your reservoirs. So you've got a reservoir that's sitting there and then you possibly don't have to run it through that pre-treatment plant. Again, explore your options of increasing your water from your springs and your wells. And then, you know, you've got other projects that Austin's working on. Your water supply rehabilitation project. You need to look at your water model. I'm pretty sure, and I've issued a ton of permits over the year. I know where your skeletons are. I know where you have problems with your infrastructure. You got lines that are not properly sized. You probably got lines leaking. You probably do not have a fair idea of where all your water goes. So if you can reduce that, then you're not having that water that you're paying money to treat go somewhere else. Leak detection. You probably don't know where some of those leaks are. There's even a concept of water reuse. I don't know if you've thought of it, but your wastewater treatment plant, for instance, if you could use that water to extinction and it was treated where you disinfected and then you even dealt with maybe gypsum, then you're not going to mess with your grass and you're going to be using water that comes from that to provide the nutrients that are already in the water to that, and you're not using treated water. The other things I'd ask you to maybe consider is your yard piping that is up around that pre-treatment. They're limited by how it's set up to change what kind of source they're trying to do. And so if you invested in that, then depending on what that demand is, they have more options at their fingertips. And that's the gist of where we're at this moment. We're making very good progress with your staff here. We've worked weekly, having meetings and dialing in a lot of this stuff and figuring out where you've got bugs. But our hope is, like Lou said, that we've caught most of your issues there. And like you said, you've got a Hawkins that's involved with the chemicals, Browns and Hill, that you guys have already used to not only work with your pre-treatment, but they're also on contract, I believe, for you folks to deal with your other SCADA systems. So we've, I think, got the right combination of teamwork here to get you where you're at. But I just wanted to throw a few thoughts out there for you guys to think down the road so that you get out of the situation and have other options. At that point, that's all I've got to cover. Is there questions or things that you guys would have?
Councilman Smith and then Martinez.
Let me ask or let me clarify, did you say that we will have to have restrictions only twice a week next summer? Is that what I heard you say?
That is all you're going to be able to get with the water that you have, with the combination of your resources, is you'd get probably twice a week. You would have to do something in addition to get it beyond that. You just have too much demand being pulled so many different ways that.
So if we did go ahead and do some wells and fix the cemetery well and drill a couple other wells for parks and stuff, that'll take some of the demand off.
Well, depends on where you do your wells.
Okay.
Your wells of where they're up at is probably where you have water.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have to have the professionals around to guide you into what you want to make sure. If you're going to put something in investment, you're going to get your buck out of it. I've heard some talk and discussions of wells around town. I don't know if that is a wise choice. You might be better off to find it somewhere else. But if you're ultimately trying to put water to your parks, the first question is what is that used for? If it's just water in the grass, there's other ways of getting that water there, and why spend money treating and then using that water to put on the grass when maybe you can use some other sources. You know, there's other ways of getting that water there.
Thank you.
Councilman Martinez?
I just want to thank you for the work that you're doing. I wish that 20 years ago, we would have had a plan put together that would have told us of all these problems that you've had. And I think the councils in the past would have taken care of them. We've come a long ways from treating our water, chlorinating our water with a bucket and a bunch of chlorine and dragging it through a lake. That's when I got on this council, that's what we were doing to treat our water. And so we've come a long, long ways. We've got a treatment plan, a pre-treatment plan. And I wish we would have caught these problems that you brought up a little earlier. And I thank you for the work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you giving us an update.
I'd just like to say as well, just thank you, Richard Kripe and Lou Harmon, for coming to help us out with this project.
Thank you.
All right, at this time I've been asked and I've welcomed a 10-minute break.
Amy had a question.
Oh.
Either that or he's going to get this.
Oh, God.
Oh my gosh. It's gonna get, where's the other ones? Are there ones upstairs?
Yeah, I know. Might as well put this up here. Oh, you're next? Yeah.
All right. And I said, well, but then when I go back east, are you going to take my dog? Oh, I forgot. Yeah, you're right. I really can't do it. Everything else takes much time. It's like, I mean, land is
this is our longest council meeting, isn't it? I think this is gonna be our longest council meeting. We're gonna have a work session after the week, or executive session. We do. Yeah, midnight. All right.
Garrett made the mistake that he is getting new tires on his truck, so he's like, I'll just pick you up after council. So he's going to get out of bed and come get me.
Yeah. My wife, she just goes to bed.
Yeah. Well, normally he does too, but he has to come get me. He has to
Yeah.
drive me.
Yeah.
Manual
Boy, they had a lot of problems with that treatment plant that I can tell you that they never came to us with. They always came to us with a valve problem or a filter problem. Things like they didn't. Well, I guess they amounted to something. No, but wire underneath water and things like that. You know, you think they would have brought all that? I think what they need is a plan. Somebody that keeps a book, a plan, a maintenance plan that they keep working on over and over again. I think they need something like that to make sure this doesn't happen again. I think that would be exactly. We didn't. And so I'm thinking now that we know this stuff, that the councils ought to put together, have them, the staff, put together a maintenance plan that they can keep track of everything. They don't have an excuse to say that we didn't know this. They know that's what they do at the refinery. They have a maintenance plan on everything. So they pull out these books and say, well, it was last year when we played with this, so now we're going to have to replace it. We don't have something like that at all. But yeah, so when we lasted this long?
I know.
Do you think it would really have a long time?
They'd talk to us about it, like that we needed to do something in the future.
Yes.
But it wasn't like, we're like.
We need it now, yeah. Exactly. So they didn't have a plan. They just, each time a new council or a new manager came on board, they just played this game back and forth, and they didn't come out and tell the council, this is what we need to buy.
It would have been a lot easier to give a little bit of money every year.
Then if a council voted not to spend money there, well, then we know it's the council's fault.
Yeah.
But that's my take. It's just like this problem. Parties we're talking to would agree, just continue taking the order as you're doing. Then if you don't like the way the ordinance is written, instead of throwing it on the road, take it back to court. If the court rules in their favor, then the council has to tell the staff, we've got to fix it. That's the way it should work. But to say to them, for them to tell us that we should violate ordinance that our city attorney wrote, it's not right. We don't do that. We can't go against the Supreme Court. They ruled on it. We didn't. And I'd support something just to get them going again. Because I like them. I like their business. Just like most of these people, you're trying to save a buck, so I have 4 houses, so I hire them. And but I think they put us in a position where we have to go against the law in the books right now. Because that we were told by the Wyoming Supreme Court that we could do that. Unless somebody wants to be. That's true. That's our problem. If we violate our own ordinance, we're setting a precedent. To say we'll do the same thing. Huh? See, I don't know nothing. We didn't get into it, but I think those are things that we could fix. But I think by us violating that ordinance, it's not the way to go. It's not. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be mad, but that's what I'm doing. I think it was wrong. It was unnecessary. And then to put a number of 65 grand, whatever it was, $60. It's crazy. I would never have done that. That's my, and I told him that. I told him that. I wouldn't have done that. I don't know. I like to get this solved. I like to get this solved before I get out. I like to get some kind of thing where we're doing
A little chilly. Last times I didn't bring my coat. I was mad I didn't.
Last time it was hot, remember?
Yeah, last time it was hot.
We're opening the window.
But the two times it was cold, man. I'm sitting over there shivering like a chihuahua. Yeah, it was chilly. Well, you got a coat on. Yeah. Wool coat. You're smarter than the rest of us. All right, so. Oh. Yeah, yeah. When you see. Oh, well. Problem is I can't run. If I could run, it would be no problem.
Can I go home now?
I asked Randy if she would, when we get to that, give us
1974
here's how we got
council, Christmas.
Hey, she just dedicates
Yeah, and I'm gonna reiterate it.
They wouldn't believe everybody. 4 times.
So someone that was
All right, we're late, guys.
that was funny.
And John Carlson.
Sure.
Bathroom upstairs.
I think I took care of him at the nursing home.
And Ellsworth.
Yes, yep.
She called me because I got mad.
Oh, the sign's way up here.
That's a little bit awkward.
It was.
She called me and said,
Fortunately, she was just at the sink and everybody just got a good laugh out of it. But
It was good. I'm not gonna lie.
when you're somebody like me, that's
always held out up here. I never knew.
not funny.
When it happened to you.
Just so you know, it is funny to me. All right, we're ready to go.
Fortunately, she laughed too.
All right, I will call this meeting back to order. It's 9:07. And the next thing on the agenda is master meters on trailer courts and apartment complexes and all per municipal code 13.08.030. I will turn the floor over to you, Cody, as the presenter.
Honorable Mayor, Council, in the water discussions that we've been having and having Y2 in here and talking about our water losses, there was a survey done, and from treatment plant to meters, we're losing upwards of 30% of our water not being able to be tracked. So there's been a lot of talk about how we track this a little bit better, keep an eye on it more, and that's metering our systems a lot better. That includes metering through our transmission line, the spring boxes. You know, we're trying to get meters everywhere we can. And what came up on this municipal code is trailer parks or trailer courts and apartment complexes. And we really want to kind of make it fair across the board because we do have master meters throughout town, but not on all of them. And so what we'd like to do on any other property, you know, the city stops at the curb stop and the meter. So we would like to be able to do that too with these trailer courts per the municipal code and just go in. That way we just have a better track of where our water is going in our infrastructure. So we are looking at actually putting master meters on all the courts just in case there's a possible break. Not saying any courts are bad one way or the other, just trying to keep accountability for the city, for property owners, and for the future, and just trying to keep a better track on our water a little bit. And we just wanted to bring this discussion to you guys tonight. I just want to keep it quick and easy. Any questions?
Did you say 30%?
Around 30%.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Durst?
I guess from my point of view, I would just say, you know, I would appreciate just a list of how many and how much it would be, and just, I assume that is that mostly what you're looking for?
Yeah, there's about 12 of them that we'd like to install throughout town, and we have already about 15 already installed at different trailer courts, apartment complexes throughout town. And so we just want to keep it fair across the board for everybody. So it's just one standard rule, and we do have the ordinance to back it up.
Councilman Weisenberg?
Is this at the expense of the city putting these master meters in, or is it at the expense of the property owners? I just want to make sure.
So basically, it would be basically what the tap is already, that is already installed. We're just going to put a meter on it, a master meter on it. The expense, you know, changing them out as far as meters go, maybe on some of these courts, yes, or in apartment complexes. So.
Only if they're established? Is that
if you have to change them out.
Okay.
Have you discussed this with, how many trailer court owners or apartment complexes have you discussed this with? I'm just curious.
None, actually, as of right now.
Okay.
So.
Councilman Smith?
I'm not sure, but do some of these trailer parks have their own meter per lot?
Any meter is owned by the city.
I know, but, I mean, do they
Yes,
have
but
the
there is-
service per each trailer
Yes.
home in the trailer park?
But it's kind of a different scenario because it's a private water infrastructure with city-owned meters on it that we have to kind of maintain. So any other residents, there's a meter pit and a curb stop on the outside of the property, and that's where the city stops.
So how would
So
a
we're going on private property and doing work, and we can be liable if anything breaks in that infrastructure.
So how would a master meter help owners of apartment houses and trailer parks when there's vacancies if
It's
by
only the water
use?
being tracked going onto the property, just like any other property that's owned throughout town. All it's doing is tracking the water that
So
crosses
they-
that line and going into the
They
property.
just pay for usage
Yep,
only,
yeah,
or their
the-
standard fee
The
and then
minimal
their
and then the
usage?
water usage, yes.
Okay.
Betty?
Yeah. Ever come up here, I can't.
Can you stand up, Betty?
We have individual meters, and each space, each meter then gets its own bill. So how does that affect when you have a master meter? I mean, how's that gonna work?
Well, basically what the city would be doing is just going in and letting you conduct your business of your trailer court. We'd be taking the meter out of the individuals and just give one master meter at the curb stop at the street, and the water going into the property, you just get the one bill for the water usage on the property itself, just like any other property owned throughout town.
And then we don't have individual meters?
No.
Oh, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
It's also we're in a situation we're in a drought, we're in a drought. Put a master meter in any trailer court or apartment, I don't care where. You're gonna lose water from people, toilets, any exterior leaks gonna come up, we'll be able to see it, we'll fix it. The waste water is what, we good? We're good. Anyway, you're gonna waste a lot of water in the trailer court. When things get really cold, people run water. Well, if they run water, they gotta pay for it. But, you're gonna have a master meter, they're still gonna have to pay for it.
Yeah.
But you're gonna have so much waste. But if you're paying for that water, they're not gonna run near as much. You see, that's the,
Well, the city, I don't think is allowed to tell any property or business like that how to conduct their business on their property. So how you work your infrastructure on your property is completely up to you on how you want to manage
and I
that.
understand that. But what I'm saying is we need to conserve water.
Yes.
Master meter is not gonna conserve water.
Well, it does because it tracks more water, all the water that goes onto the property. If there is any kind of break in your infrastructure between that main line and any individual meter, that's not tracked water and it's lost to the ground. So we're trying to avoid something like
Anytime
that.
there's a leak or a break in the line,
Yeah.
anywhere, we've been in this business a lot of years, it comes up.
Yeah.
We know it. We are aware of it and it's taken care
Okay.
of. Doesn't cost the city a nickel on private property. We take care of it. We take care of the water meters, everything. And now you want to put a master meter in, and that's, you're making a mistake. You're making money right now on trailer courts. You really are.
We understand that there is going to maybe be a loss to the city at some aspect, but there is the amount of money we spend on meters themselves replacing during the winter time, the manpower, everything that it goes into it, it kind of can level itself out. We've had instances where people are stealing water from empty lots that is not being tracked. What we're trying to do is just make sure that every bit of water that's used on the property, just like any other property in town, is being tracked. So once it crosses into the property, it's your guys' water to use however you want, and it's metered at the street.
The city already spent a lot of money putting in those individual meter readouts so that you can read the meter usage right here at City Hall without ever going out to the property. I mean, I think that was a pretty expensive proposition.
We can still reuse the meters after we retain them throughout town. We will still be changing meters quite regularly in services.
Cody,
Could I go through and, just at our court, but every September we go through and put heat tapes on all through and check and make sure they're working. We don't really have a lot of.
And I'm not trying to blame any courts. There's just some they take a lot more work than others, and we just want to make this fair across the board to where we don't have owners coming in saying you're doing this to them but not to us. We want to just really make it fair across the board.
Cody,
Yes.
could I interject here?
Yeah.
I think the original issue that we were trying to deal with is when the water rates were passed, it would affect vacancies, that there were charges for apartment houses and trailer homes that would be charged, the water charge. And that is what I think we started out with being the issue. So I think you're proposing a solution, but I would really like you to visit with the Sjogrens and nail down what they're what their true issues are and see what you could come up with. Would you do that for us?
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I'm trying to make this fair and not look like I'm, helping one over the other. We really want to make it fair across the board, and we do have master meters throughout town, and that's the way we treat these other trailer courts and apartment complexes, and we just feel like per the municipal code, we should treat everybody exactly the same.
Councilman Garner and then Martinez.
Sorry. Would it be possible to leave their infrastructure in place and the metering the way it is and just put a master meter there? Just for information purposes. I mean,
we could, but we recommend that they get the meter reads from the individuals. That way it takes the burden off of our finance or our water department for watching all those for a reason the city doesn't need to be involved with.
okay.
So.
Councilman Martinez.
My take is this, I have a master meter, I got 3 rentals. If there's a break in my property, then I know how much water is being used. Okay, then I'll go out and I'll either check with the residents and see if they got any faucets or anything that are leaking. That's how I work it, so the master meter really works. It would work the other way too, if they each had an individual meter, but the way mine's set up, I can't do that. So a master meter works on 3 rentals. I don't know about a trailer park, but I'm happy the way it is. I just have to check my water bill and see how high the water jumped up.
Yeah.
And then check and see what the problem is.
Yeah, and that's what we're just trying to do is accountability, city and property owners.
That's right.
So.
I'll have to think about this one for a while, to be honest with you. I'm really interested on what can be done with people like the Sjogren's. I just happen to know them, but it wouldn't matter if I did or didn't. Where each one of them is individually metered, then each one pays their own water bill, where I bet they're all not paying the same water bill. Do you know what I mean? And all of a sudden, you've got a master meter, and you've got all these people, and how
We're also dealing with it's a business too, so we're kind of interjecting ourselves into a business. And I think the city should really stay out of it.
I'll still have to think about that for a while. Councilman Martinez?
The other thing is, you got the water going into the property. If you have a break in the middle of the property, but each trailer or each house has its own individual meter, you're gonna detect how much water is going to that property. If it doesn't match the trailer park or the rental unit, you're losing money.
Yeah.
That's the way it works.
And like the Sjogren's, they're a lot better than others. Some of them will just let that water run and they don't care because they know it's not being metered. It's hard because there is good ones and there's bad ones, and we're just trying to make it fair across the board. So it's a hard subject to talk about.
Yes, ma'am.
May I ask a question, sir?
Yes, you may.
How is the water turned on and off at these when they actually have people in there? Is it done manually? Just somebody
So we have to go into the trailer court. They have to actually call somebody to turn their water valve off so that we can work on the meters. So they have to have a maintenance person first there to shut the water off at each individual property before we can even touch the meters. And that's if they're frozen, broken, or anything, and getting the person over there. And some of them don't do heat trace tape like they do. I mean, they take good care of their stuff. Some people don't care about it. We've had instances where we've changed, in one property, 3 meters in a week at a couple $100, and then manpower, sometimes at night. We get called out at all hours in the morning to fix these. And it is on private, we are going on to private property and, potentially doing something that could damage their infrastructure, which we'd be liable for.
Councilman Weisenberg?
With that statement, I'm just curious of, sorry, how different that is to a residential meter, where my meter sits. If you were in the middle of the night was to break and you had to come in and repair my meter, what's the difference in that to mine?
There's only one line from that curb stop to that meter, and we turn off that curb stop, and you're liable for that line in between.
But if my meter was to be broke, it's, what's the difference?
Well, we do on those individuals, just like a master meter, we would change that meter, but we're not responsible for any part of the infrastructure around your house. Just if we broke a master meter, we'd have to go in and fix that too, at our expense. So a person's individual infrastructure is their infrastructure. But we, yeah.
No, I understand. I just want to clarify how that was different. I understand curb stop to that, and ultimately the curb stop is going to be at the master meter on this situation, and whatever flows past that, you know, where in their case, they have each individual meter at each individual trailer capturing everything. And it sounds to me as if it's not uniform across the board in every trailer court, so it's just coming into uniformity.
That's definitely a lot bigger infrastructure than a single family home and one line going in.
I have to digest this.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let this night keep going on. Thank you
All
guys.
right, well, thank you, appreciate it. Amy?
I just have a quick comment relative to the Y2 Consultants presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you
Oh,
earlier.
no apologies. As I sit here tonight and the news settles in that we're probably looking at another season of yard restrictions or water restrictions, I was curious whether or not the council has undertaking any idea of modifying the specific purpose projects to put the raw water extension line from Rochelle Ranch to the cemetery and the sports complex is the #1 priority. Getting that engineered and getting that ready for bid so that it could be bid out this, as early as January or February. That, what I'm told, was the reason behind that it would alleviate the issues of watering lawns and landscaping, and then reserve the treated water for potable drinking and the like. So that was just my question.
Actually, Amy, there has been really a hard look at alternatives. In other words, if you can put a well at there's a well at the cemetery, if it will be capable of watering the cemetery, there's no reason to tear up all those streets and blacktop and whatnot. And so there is some look at alternative methods to do what you're talking about. In other words, the treated water would not be used to water the ball fields, the cemetery and such like that. But that is a special purpose project, and so we will be moving forward one way or another here shortly. Councilman Weisenberg and then Martinez.
Ms. Bach, I appreciate that. Just so you know, it has been discussed on the council floor, and we have prioritized a lot more, and that project actually did move up on the prioritization of the list, so that if this does not fulfill stuff, we are looking at that, and with some of the funding we know it's 6 penny projects and stuff, some of the funding and possible money, we've possibly looked at throwing some at that so we could get that underway too, and it is higher on the list, so just so you know. Thank you.
Councilman
And I
Martinez.
just want to say, Amy, the same thing, the specific purpose tax, we did designate it for that project, but I was also told that they ran into a snag somewhere with the line or something to do with the state or something, so they kind of held back on that for a while. And then this well conversation came up, and we decided to look at that. And that's where I'm at on it. I think we need to do one or the other and do it soon, so we don't run into these restrictions.
Right.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
when I was on the school board back in the 80s, we had a water witch, and you could all laugh, come in and witch for water. And they located a well behind the middle school, And the water witch told them if they went down 500 feet, they'd get 500 gallons per minute. Well, the person who did the drilling went down to 250 feet, got 250 gallons per minute, and chickened out, said, that's all you need, and I don't want to have a crevice or whatever run off with the water. So I did ask the school district last year if they were still using that well. They said they were. Now, my concern is that I don't know how much is in that underground river. I know we have water problems in many places in the town, but before you start drilling wells all over the place, I think you need to, if you can find the expertise, find out how much of an aquifer you have to be drawing from.
Well-
You know, it's not terribly expensive to drill these wells, but still, it is expensive. So I think you need to consult with somebody, and because we never determined how much. It was a water witch that told us, and he was the water witch for Laramie County, and he put all the irrigation wells over there. He was successful, but he was not an expert to tell you how much of an aquifer you have under the city.
I can tell you before we would ever drill a well, you have to apply for a permit through the state engineer's office, and they would know what water's there and how many wells to permit or not to permit, or the volume.
I hope so.
Well, I hope so too, but, you know, but that's the procedure, just so you know. It isn't like we're just gonna go out and, well, I hope so too. Okay, moving on. Next thing on our agenda is city manager and staff report, so I'll turn the floor over to you, Tom.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mayor, Madam Vice, members of the council. For my report tonight, the first thing is our community feedback survey that we do each year has gone live. Residents can go out to our website to be able to access that, and we have hard copies of that survey at the front door of City Hall and at the Recreation Center, if they want to pick those up and fill those out and drop those off. We encourage the public to fill those out. It helps us with our direction, and the feedback is always welcome. The behind the scenes publication that we put out, we will put that out next week before Thanksgiving. It will be for the months of November and December as we get down towards the end of the year. The City View has been completed and it's been sent to the publishers, and we should have that out about the first part of January. We'll have that. The next couple days I will be attending a software training for Cassell in Lander. So I will be out of the office, but I will have my phone for anything that should come up. The chamber on Monday, the 28th of November, will have their Starlight Christmas Parade. And that'll begin at 5 o'clock, and it'll go from the Shriners down to the depot this year. Last week, we had staff members from the CDBG on site, and they were able to tour our water treatment facility. We have a couple grants that we have applied for through the CDBG, and they were able to come and to see our SCADA system and to look at the blow-off valves and some of the things we have. And we feel that was a very positive meeting with them. So that's my report.
That sounds good.
Yep.
All right. Next thing on our agenda is city attorney report. So Wendy.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I have no separate report today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. The next thing on the agenda is direction from city council to the city manager or city attorney. Does anybody have anything? Councilman Martinez?
I know I'm gonna be leaving, but I think it's very important that you look into the amount of employees that we have at the water treatment plant. I think that's something you need to look at. It sounded like from the report that we're understaffed over there, and we need to cover that area 24 hours.
The water rate survey that we had done by the outside consultant has 2 employees included in that water rate, but we will take a look at that and make sure that that is sufficient.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Nothing else? Okay. Next thing on our agenda is an ordinance, which is second reading. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the second reading and waive the reading of Rawlins Municipal Ordinance 5.08.425, delivery of alcoholic liquors and malt beverages.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the second reading and waive the reading of Rawlins Municipal Court Ordinance 5.08.425, delivery of alcohol liquors and malt beverages. Any discussion? Wendy?
After the questions and issues brought up at the first reading, I went back and reviewed our other ordinances and discussed also with the police department what kind of issues there would be with both ID checks and with the TIPS training. Our ordinance does require TIPS training for anyone who has the ability to deliver alcohol. Therefore, I amended this for the second reading to remove the ability of businesses to contract out delivery. Basically, it states that if they would like to provide this service, they have to provide their own employees to do it. They would be required to have TIPS training, just like servers and other employees at these businesses. And so it takes out that requirement, or excuse me, that ability to contract out to Uber Eats or any delivery thing like that. So that has been changed in this version.
You know, I'm not a fan of this. I thought about this. I voted positively the first time, but honestly, if somebody is at home and wants a bottle of alcohol, we have a taxi service. They can go have the taxi take them down to buy it. I just really don't want to interject the city in any way into this situation that could bring us more liability, and it just makes me nervous. So I'm telling you, I'm not going to support it. Councilman Weisenberg.
Just so I totally understand, a contract delivery person would be DoorDash, Mraz delivery service and all that stuff would not be able to. It has to be an employee of the established alcoholic or alcohol dispensing.
The liquor license holder would have to provide employees for delivery.
Councilman Durst.
I think I know where your head's at on this, but my thoughts with that is that makes the liquor license owner responsible for that transaction. Okay. And so while I'm a little leery to say you can't contract that out, because I know whatever, there's other places that do that, but they're bigger. And I mean, between a taxi cab and I think if it's worth doing, I think it's worth doing under the liquor license responsibility. Because what's going to happen is then I hate to throw anybody, the delivery service, we won't use any names, the delivery service goes out. If they make a mistake, I mean, so what? Then you just tell them, okay, well, you can't deliver, but now the alcohol guy still has his license. It makes whoever is owning that license responsible for that entire transaction, which tells me that they will probably be more appropriate with that delivery. Does that make sense?
No, it does. I just thought.
Yes, that is the intent. Thank you.
So, okay.
I
No,
just-
and then it removes liability off of the city at that point in time.
Correct.
So, okay. No,
At least there's one point of contact. If the police do have an issue, the person who has the license is the point of contact. They are responsible for their employees training, and the delivery. So that puts all of the onus on the liquor license holder.
I feel like that would be a better way to start it, you know?
100%. I agree
like
with that. I just had those questions just to make sure like I'm processing it 100% right.
Yeah, we're
too,
not
so.
trying to punish deliveries.
Yeah,
We're
no.
just trying to centralize
Yes.
responsibility.
Okay, thank you. No, thank you for that.
Any
Makes
other
sense to me
discussion?
now.
Councilman
And
Martinez?
something that's bothering me is that a person that they deliver the alcohol to goes out, leaves the house, has an accident, kills somebody. Is the bar that gave them the liquor, are they responsible? I mean, it's come up before. I know I've seen it before where they file suit against a liquor establishment for getting a person too drunk, and then they send them, they get to go home, and they hurt somebody. Who's responsible? Is it the bar owner for selling them too much liquor?
That's why we have the tips training required.
That's right.
That is the training that
But the tips person is inside the establishment.
no, the delivery person will have to be tips trained as well.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right, but the way it is now, the tips person working in the bar is trained, right? That's selling the liquor.
That's why we're requiring tips training for this.
For all
They would
the
all be
employees.
trained. Everybody would be.
Okay,
Yes.
but they don't have no control after they deliver the alcohol to the house. I'm having a Christmas party and I call up somebody to deliver a case of whiskey. Who's responsible for after the person leaves the party? Who's responsible for that? Is it the bar? Or the person?
The person. They're acting on their own best interest.
I
don't know about that.
I understand exactly where Mr. Martinez is coming from with that, because in a liquor establishment, the establishment is responsible if they overserve and can be liable if something happened, okay? That's what, I see where you're coming from with that. So if they deliver something and they get too intoxicated, who's responsible, I guess, at that point in time?
What are you serving? You're just delivering.
Is that
different than the
yeah.
person that buys it over the counter?
But is that where we're getting, like, it's not because they're serving it as an open container? Is that?
It's not open when you deliver it.
Yeah. No, I get it.
If you're cut off at a bar, because you have overindulged, and you go to a liquor store, they are also tips trained and are not supposed to sell you alcohol. So that delivery person who is tips trained, if they deliver and that person is already overly intoxicated, they would cancel the sale and not deliver the alcohol. Now, once they have that alcohol, so long as it was legal when it was delivered, we can't hold, even if I went to a liquor store and personally bought wine and then got schnockered at home, that's not the liquor store's fault.
Okay,
Does
just so
that-
we're clear, I understood what he was trying to say.
There was a gentleman in the back, had your hand up. Did you want to say something?
Your legal counsel already beat me to it.
All right. In the back there?
He wants to
I'm just trying to figure out, are we trying to fix something that's not our business or isn't broken? I mean.
We've
it
been
puts
requested
over-
by business owners to pass this ordinance.
But it's not your job to decide whether that person goes out and drinks and drives because now you won't deliver to them. That's an issue.
That's what tips training is for.
But you keep making DoorDash and Uber Eats decide whether they get to do that?
No, we're not allowing Uber Eats or Grubhub to
There's
decide
another
that.
thing this city's not allowing. Come on, you guys.
The only issue I have
We
with
want
that,
to keep drunk drivers off the road.
The only issue that I have with that is that a bartender in an establishment has sat there and watched a person consume alcohol. They know that they've gotten to a certain point where they can cut them off. This person that's delivering alcohol, the only contact they've had with this person is at the door. There's a ton of people that can be 9 sheets to the wind and still have a normal conversation and seem maybe not 100% sober, but sober enough. Delivering alcohol, in my opinion, is going to contribute to alcoholism.
All right.
I agree with if you need something, get in a cab.
Other cities do it, why shouldn't we?
All right, any other discussion from the council? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
Is online yelling ready?
Online yelling.
Yes.
Online yelling, that's awesome.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 4 yeas and 3 nays. The 3 nays were Councilmember Martinez, Mayor Wycombe, and Councilmember Smith.
All right, thank you. The next thing on the agenda is the approval of revocation of the municipal solid waste hauler license. Do I see a motion? We'll give Daryl a minute to get out. All right. Do I have a motion? Vice Mayor Wells?
I make a motion to table and reopen talks regarding methane reclamation and recycling of MSW products and consider reducing tipping fees to be more in line with other facilities across the state for a mutually beneficial solution for all the companies involved.
Second.
There is a motion.
You just want my notes?
Yeah.
Please.
Two different subjects, it seems like.
Hopefully you can read that.
Been a motion made and seconded to table the revocation and to open talks about the methane recycling. I can't get a word for word, but
Okay. I don't have my notes anymore. I can't repeat it for you.
all right. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Durst?
I guess I'm really confused and frustrated by this whole thing. As was said, we put out a notice of a hearing, and then we forced the company to come in here, and we've now done that twice. Both times we've just voted to postpone it with no talks, no discussion. And I guess I don't understand why we put such an effort into finding them and sending a citation just to come in here and not discuss it and keep postponing it, when even the last time they asked us to hash it out right here. So I guess I'm really confused and I'm really frustrated on why we push so hard on this to just keep postponing it, because it gives the perspective that this city just arbitrarily went and attacked a business for no reason. You even got the mayor on the radio saying, well, if you break the law when you're speeding down the road, then you're going to get pulled over. So we've made a big deal out of this just to say nothing and keep postponing it. So I guess I would kind of like to know what's going on. I feel like we at least owe that to Rose at this point, because, I mean, I support postponing it. That's fine. But I think that somebody owes an explanation as to how this got to this point. And that's my thoughts.
Wendy, could you give us a history of how we got here?
Yes, sir. The week of October 14th, the city was provided information that made it appear that Dirty Boys had stopped bringing their MSW to the Rawlins Municipal Landfill and Transfer Station. Upon further investigation, we found reports that from August 22nd through September 3rd, the company had brought 30 loads of MSW to our landfill. From September 5th to September 24th, they brought 45 loads. Then from September 26th through October 11th, only 5 loads came through our landfill. And then from the 11th of October through the 14th of October, there were no loads brought into the landfill. Once we found that information, we sent a letter called a notice of violation to the business, Dirty Boys Sanitation. We demanded an answer to the allegations that they were not bringing the municipal solid waste to the landfill, that they respond to the allegations within 10 days of the date of the letter, and if the answer was not received in that time, we would begin the municipal solid waste hauler license revocation process according to our ordinance. On October 24th, we received a response from Dirty Boys that indicated that they had chosen to redefine what municipal solid waste was called. They call it a commodity. They are saying that they responded saying that they are taking this commodity through their company to the Front Range landfill, which is in Erie, Colorado. That letter did not explain any plan moving forward, does not request any type of consideration from the city, and does not propose any kind of solution. So once we received that letter, when it had no plan to move forward to comply with the city's ordinance, the city then sent a letter requiring the business appear before the council to consider the revocation of their hauler's license. Specifically, the state gives municipalities the control of their municipal solid waste. Anything that is collected within the city limits must be brought to the Rawlins landfill. That is written in our ordinance, and that is a power that is given to us by the state. The city defines what MSW is and is the one who controls where it is taken. It is not anywhere in the ordinance that there is any such creature as a commodity, and the city is the one who makes definitions. The ordinance specifically requires all collected municipal solid waste to go through the Rawlins landfill, and that is a condition of the hauler's license requirements, is to comply with the municipal code. The only requirement for notice that is required by our code is a 5-day notice of non-compliance. We gave 10. There is only a 3-day notice required to appear before the council for revocation. We gave 5. That is where we sit at this point.
Vice Mayor Wells.
Here are my thoughts, and it is no way my intention to put this off any further to harm the company. That is not the goal here, for me anyway. My understanding is, and I am a Dirty Boy user. I personally use their service. I have 4 rentals. Have used them since 2008, so I've been a consumer for a lot of years. I've also grown up with these people. Jeremiah and I graduated together. We need both companies, like you guys were saying earlier. We need both companies operating in our town. We don't need a monopoly on any trash industry. We need both companies. There has to be some kind of compromise. There has to be some kind of way to work this out where everybody involved can reap some benefits from this. I wasn't here when flow control was passed. That was before my time. I understand they did what they needed to do, but I think that there's ways to work with companies to keep them in Rawlins, to keep them here. And by tabling this, I think we can have some time to have these discussions, and not just with Rose, but also with our other company. I don't think that this is an all or none situation. So that's why I made the motion to table.
And I'm sorry. So I agree with that, and I'm not saying that I disagree with tabling it even, and I support that notion. What I'm frustrated with is that we sent out a notice, we made a public issuance of a hearing, and then immediately postponed it with zero discussion. And now we're going to do that again, and it feels like the city has gone out and said, look, you're violating, you're all illegal, and we're really mad at you, you're gonna have a hearing, but we're not gonna talk about it, and we're just gonna make all these accusations, but we're not gonna actually come to terms and address it. And that's what I'm frustrated with, is that twice now, Rose has come here Dirty Boys has come here for a public hearing that we have mandated, and we're not even bringing it up for discussion or having any dialogue on it. So why do we keep doing, if anything, I think we need to just indefinitely postpone it until some future time. I mean, so do we just every 2 weeks come back and postpone it another? Or can we just open this up and have a discussion and figure out where we're going? I mean, I feel like we're not doing this honorably.
Councilman Martinez.
One thing about postponing it, we're talking about it, but that isn't where I'm at. We have an ordinance in the book that says, that was taken to the Supreme Court, that our city attorney sat downstairs and we talked about it. We visited. We visited with a law firm out of Cheyenne that took it to the Wyoming Supreme Court, and they ruled in favor of the city of Rawlins. Now, my thinking is, and I like Dirty Boys also, they're my garbage people, and it has nothing to do with personalities or nothing. My thinking is, and I don't think it'll happen, if the company would take the garbage where it's supposed to go, they don't like the ordinance, they still have that right to take it to court. And I have no problem with that. And if the court rules against the city, then the staff needs to sit down and make the changes. That's my solution to it. But I took an oath up here 4 years ago to support our ordinances, to enforce our ordinances. And that's what I'm supposed to do. So they got me in the spot where I'm having to vote against something that I voted to put on, to make it part of the city. And I don't want to do that, but I don't have no choice. So if they would just agree to say, okay, let's start over, we'll take our garbage down there, we're gonna get an attorney, we'll take your ordinance to court, and if they win, I support them 100%. But I don't see myself going, I don't see any where I can do anything else but enforce the ordinance that we have. That's my comment.
I can tell you from my perspective, I've been friends of the Dirty Boys family forever. And I hate this. It puts a real strain. But DeBari's right, there's an ordinance. And if we don't enforce this ordinance, then how can we expect our police to enforce any ordinance? This is, I want to point out one thing that hasn't been brought up, and the reason for flow control is so that's what pays for our landfill. We just bought $2 million worth of $2 million pieces of equipment to be out at the landfill. We have all kinds of, not all kinds, but we have employees out there that need supported. We have a payment on a loan that needs paid back. I don't know if you decide not to enforce this, then my question would be, how do you plan on paying for the landfill? That's where the money to pay for the landfill comes from. It's an enterprise fund, and it has to pay for itself. Now, am I against sitting down and talking about alternatives. We talked about their waste program, their alternative waste program, and then they left and we're gonna bring back more information. No one said no. We were all very positive about that. It's not us that dropped the ball. They didn't come back with the necessary information for us to even consider that. So that's really not our fault. And as far as just deciding that this is a commodity, all you have to do is own a computer. Look at what a commodity is, and it is not solid waste. Commodities are things that are worth money. I called Erie Landfill myself. They don't pay for municipal waste. They charge you $79 a ton for it. So you don't pay to get rid of a commodity. They pay you for a commodity. So all of these smoke and mirrors and all this and that, it comes down to this. There is one item in front of us tonight, and that is to decide, are they in violation of the Rawlins Municipal Code, which has been considered to be legal and enforceable by the Wyoming Supreme Court, or are they not in violation of that? And the fact that they have taken nothing to our landfill for so long, they're in violation.
Mike, go ahead.
Councilman Smith first, please.
Please bear with me. I want to go through a litany of history. And it grieves me that we are in this position with one of our local businesses. But I have to say this challenge has been going on for over 10 years. It was going on before I was on the council. And when I came on the council, the city was in violation of a DEQ agreement on the landfill closure. The prior council had contracted with the city of Casper to take the city of Rawlins's MSW to the Casper landfill. And that costs a great deal of money to do that, but that was being forced on us by the DEQ. The money that prior councils was to be setting aside, they talked about it when I was on staff 25, 30 years ago. And when I came on council, they had only amassed $16,000, which would not cover the $3 million landfill cost for closure, okay? So Jim Wells and I contacted DEQ. We got him back to the table with the city of Rawlins, and DEQ worked out a process for the city to get back on track. And the former city manager, Scott Hannum, wrote a grant from the SLIB board and obtained a separate loan so that the $3 million closure costs were covered. As a consequence, the council did not have to raise landfill fees for its residents, and we were proud of that. To make sure the money was in the enterprise fund, the city council passed a new ordinance to require trash haulers to take Rawlins trash collections to the Rawlins landfill. Dirty Boys filed a suit against the city, and that ordinance was affirmed by the Federal 10th Circuit Court of Appeals and back to the Wyoming Supreme Court, and was successful. On October 14th, 2022, our city attorney issued a notice of violation to Dirty Boys because there was an outstanding bill of $56,000 or $58,000, I can't remember which, but it was paid after that moment. And the reply that we got back from Dirty Boys basically said, I had a quote, but I don't think it's in that email that I have, but there's no intention of coming into compliance. They also admitting they were continuing to take their MSW to Erie, Colorado, as they considered it a commodity. Okay, so commodity isn't in our ordinance. A commodity is defined by the dictionary as an agricultural products such as grains, rice, soybeans, and other plants for which producers are paid. There is no definition for energy as a commodity, except in these days it is evolving that gas and products made from MSW can become a commodity if you are paid for it. Dirty Boys hauling MSW to Erie, Colorado is not a commodity, as they are not paid for it. Instead, they have to pay the tipping fee of $79, okay? So in this last go-around of putting this on, asking it to be tabled or whatever he did, we were hoping that Dirty Boys would enter into discussions with our attorney, from their attorney to ours, to settle this matter. We don't want to continue fighting this fight for the next 10 years. This is ridiculous. We didn't talk about tipping fees. We didn't talk about the effect on enterprise funds. We didn't talk about the ability to recycle MSW for the benefit of Dirty Boys, okay? The council has not been advised of any discussions except one that did not cover any of these topics. The plan for the waste management is a separate issue and is not part of this discussion, is not to be, I don't think, intertwined. We never said that we weren't for it. We were all in agreement that we should continue to move forward on it. Now, this boils down to one question. Did Dirty Boys violate the hauling ordinance or not? Yes, they did. They admitted in the letter that they submitted on October 24th in reply to the violation letter that they basically were going to continue to move their commodity to the Erie, Colorado landfill. Now, this isn't about the great services provided by this company, because they're excellent. They're good people. This is not personal. This is just business. So I don't understand why we can't, at least, if we vote tonight to revoke this license, I would hope that we get together and work this out. This is absolutely ridiculous to keep doing this on and on for over 10 years. So the only thing I can say to you, if I have to vote on just the issue, I have to vote that you violated the court ordinance. But I want people to get together. Even if you want to maybe do something like pay a $750 fine, agree to continue to move your stuff back through the landfill, and then come back to us, sit down as civil individuals, and come up with all the things that are not working. But I didn't have anybody call me and say, hey, let's talk about this. But anyway, so I just want you to know the city is the one that provides the license for the haulers. They have to go by our rules to have licenses. So why do you bite the hand that feeds you? Now, I don't know what to do with your motion. I really want people to work it out. I don't get any pleasure in revoking people's hauling licenses. I don't get any pleasure in shutting down companies. I never was for that. But we are put in a position that was intentional, and I don't like it.
I go back to the question of if we don't do something here, what is gonna pay for our landfill? Where do you plan on coming up with that money? And can we let one company get by with it and one company not?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. So now we have a problem. Councilman Weisenberg.
Linda, thank you for explaining a lot of that stuff. And I just want to clarify, I don't believe it went to come back to the Wyoming Supreme Court. I believe it come back to the Wyoming District Court of Appeals, or so, I believe, or something like that.
Circuit of Appeals and back.
So, but with that being said, I mean, they stood on the city side. I'm the one that stood in the back of the room before I ever was a council member, and I was on Bigfoot 99 for actually standing up and talking about not enough discussion, okay, under a former mayor in support of Dirty Boys, okay? My stance never has changed on that. But an ordinance is an ordinance, and a violation is a violation. I look at this as we have all made the tough choice in the past to suspend a liquor license due to the violation that the state set down to us and that said they can no longer have their liquor license. You all have something to do about it. You either suspend their liquor license or revoke a liquor license. The situation here is there's no suspension allowed according to the ordinance. It's only a revocation of a license, is my understanding. That's the problem. Am I willing to work for the better good of our community? For sure I am. The best thing to do is to have both companies in this community. I agree 100%. But I still go back to the same thing of a violation is a violation of our ordinance, and there's one thing to do about it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that.
I just have one more comment. My only concern is that we kind of set a precedence when we allowed the recycling in the first place. I'm all for recycling, but now MSW can be changed into this, is it hydrogen? I'm really off base on. Is that, did we set the precedence that we were going to allow for all recyclable materials? That's my only question with this.
What do you, can you explain that?
I wish I could.
Well,
We allowed them to take materials out of the trash that was hauled off.
To recycle the,
Recycle the
recyclables.
goods.
Okay,
But the rest of it was supposed to be put in our landfills.
correct.
But now there is industry that can take that other junk, the nasty stuff, and they can make it into another recyclable item. Does that make sense?
Yes, but I have to tell you, why aren't we doing that here? Do you know why? Because it costs so incredibly much money that we will never be in a position to do that with just the solid waste that we sell, that we have. And when I called down there to ask them, do they consider it to be a commodity? And I got a horse laugh. I should have recorded it. And it's like, where did you get that idea from? And I said, well, you know, and you don't pay somebody $79 a ton to take a commodity.
I understand.
You don't. And so for us to even pretend that it's a commodity and then try to interject it somehow into an ordinance that doesn't have that in to start with, that's just such a stretch.
I understand that, Mayor, but we set the precedence where they could recycle. We never said you can only recycle cans and cardboard. You can't recycle blah, 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 blah. That's my concern.
Can you recycle that stuff down at our recycling center?
But
They don't
But
accept
we-
that because
we
it's
set-
trash.
I understand.
Can I speak? Sorry.
Yes, Councilman Weisenberg had his hand up.
Yeah, so, Wendy, do you have the ordinance in front of you, and can you provide the definition of garbage, I believe is in, or I can't remember the exact wordage. There's recycles in there, and just so the understanding's here, I understand what you're saying, okay? But somewhere in that definition, it talks, if it is bulked together, that it is not a recyclable. It talks about that in that ordinance.
But we allowed them to take it out and do that anyway.
When
Who
did we
allowed
do
that?
that?
Who allowed
I'm
that?
serious.
There was an email, I have it.
I know that Sean, I heard rumors that Sean allowed them to
Recycle.
take these loads down. Did you know about that beforehand? Did you? Did
Yeah,
you?
I knew about
We
it.
had an email about
My
it.
understanding was they sat down with Kathy as well.
Was it before or after it was happening?
I can't tell you that.
See,
I didn't know
so,
about it, but
so it isn't, the ordinance wasn't changed. And if there was supposed to be a change of ordinance, it should have taken place, but it didn't take place. Councilman Smith.
yeah, after you get your ordinance, I just want to say that, I would like to hear from their attorney as to if they're amenable to the motion and what they might be willing to visit about. I don't want to shut them off, but I do think that we do have a problem here, Amy, and I'd like to hear what possibly you folks might be thinking.
Would you like me to read the definition from the ordinance?
Yes, would you please?
Municipal solid waste / garbage means any putrescible solid or semi-solid animal and/or vegetable waste material resulting from the handling, preparation, cooking, serving, and consumption of food, wastes from the handling, storage, and sale of produce, and any other matter whatsoever that may decompose, become foul, offensive, unsanitary, or dangerous to health. It furthermore means that portion of solid waste that is normally disposed of by and originating from the occupants of the city's residential dwelling units, businesses, industrial and commercial establishments, which is typically referred to as garbage and/or municipal solid waste in the City of Rawlins Municipal Code as amended from time to time. Located in the incorporated areas of the city, which consists of household waste from private residences, commercial waste which originates in wholesale, retail, or service establishments such as restaurants, stores, markets, theaters, hotels, and warehouses, and institutional waste material originating in schools, hospitals, research institutions, and public buildings. In no event shall municipal solid waste or garbage include 1, any hazardous waste, or 2, any unacceptable waste. Recycled materials means raw or processed material that can be removed from a waste stream, reused and repurposed and reused into another item, or use without posing unsanitary conditions and/or posing a potential health and safety concern.
Please read that last sentence.
Recycled materials means raw or processed material that can be removed from a waste stream, reused and repurposed and reused into another item, or use without posing unsanitary conditions and/or posing a potential health and safety concern.
Councilman Smith.
Yes, the other concern I have, they have 1,200 and some people that they serve, businesses and people out there. And I don't know if we were to revoke this license and make a decision tonight, what would happen to those 1,200 people? So isn't it better to postpone it just a little bit longer till we get something settled here?
Only if there was some promise that they would start bringing their MSW to our landfill, would I go for that. Other than that, they're in violation. It is not up to us to decide if they can continue to be in violation. It is our job. We stood right out there and held our hand up saying we wouldn't let them do that. So I'm telling you that now after we revoke it, if they want to come back and comply or agree to comply starting tomorrow morning, then that's a different deal. But I'm open to changing some of this. I think our tipping fee can be adjusted. I know it can. There are certain things that can be done, but not when you're dealing with people that are in violation at the moment. If you get caught doing 100 miles an hour on the highway and you tell the cop, well, just forgive me, but I'm going to do it again, guess what? He's not. Councilman Weisenberg.
There's two things to this. Ultimately, the one thing is I get your concern of their customers and everything else. The main thing is we are looking at, are they in violation of a code? What is the repercussions for that? Okay, that's what we're dealing with here, okay? But the other thing we have to really look at and think about is we have another hauler that is here within the city limits, operates an office here and everything else, okay? And they are hauling their MS&W to our landfill. what do we tell them at that same time that it's okay? I mean, when we have an ordinance in place that keeps our landfill functioning, that's required we're required to handle that, right? Not required to have a landfill. We're required to handle it and make sure it's and divert it properly. Okay, but the simple fact is we have another hauler here that's been following that ordinance according to everything we've been told. So what do we do with them if this is postponed at this point in time? What are we opening, not the council up for, but what are we opening the city up for at that point in time?
Councilman Durst.
I guess I would be really curious at this point. I would love to hear from Dirty Boys. Are you guys?
We're very prepared.
I would. I mean.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Honorable council members of, honorable mayor, members of council, thank you for this opportunity to address you tonight in an open forum. First and foremost, if I can make it perfectly, unequivocally clear, the defense of this revocation of a licensed hauler before you today does not in any way impute, include, or reference flow control ordinances. And I'll leave that to your attorney to discuss with you the provisions and the parameters for flow control. Essentially, what we have before you, and if I could, I'm going to indulge the public because I think the public wants to hear this. This timeline goes back to December 5th of 2008, where a revocable, non-exclusive agreement for the garbage collection and disposal was signed by both haulers. That issue was heavily negotiated by the former city attorney, Daniel T. Massey, and by Dirty Boys' attorney, Mr. Moats. Following months, dare I say years, it was reduced to an agreement that was executed and approved by the council. Then on September 7th, 2021, the council was presented, this is last year, with amendments to Rawlins Municipal Code 8.08 to address the confusion in hauler definitions. Then on September 21st of last year, Dirty Boys presented in a public workshop to this city council the first discussion about alternative energy resource facilities. During that workshop, the council, as well as the public, was afforded a number of slides, a number of exhibits. And if I could indulge, this is very funny because we're here talking about recyclables. And as I was preparing and making these copies, it occurred to me that it would be unreasonable for me to make 20 copies of this same packet. So for the interest of economy and efficiency, I have one for your city attorney. I have additional ones for any of the press that are present, and then of course any city council. At this time, we would like to reference that and specifically include that in our discussion here tonight. Moving forward, which does include those identifications, the city council was presented with second reading of Rawlins Municipal Code, and then on October 5th of last year, you were presented with the final draft. On October 25th of last year, Dirty Boys received an email from former city manager communicating a 307 First A Wyoming Venture Capitalist Group investing in waste energy products, and that they would be presenting to the city of Rawlins. Rose being very interested in alternative energy, being one of the first she established Dirty Girls before recyclable was even something that we now take it for granted. So she's followed in that environmental desire of hers. And so she did attend a meeting. I'm jumping ahead, unfortunately. She also received an email on November 23rd, 2021 from the former city manager informing her that her idea of waste energy plant and converting municipal solid waste to usable byproducts such as biogas, composting materials, and other useful byproducts was set to come before the council. So on December 7th of last year, the city council received that workshop and she presented those ideas. It was at that meeting that she provided this council a draft public-private agreement that essentially formalized what she had in mind moving forward for both her company or other waste haulers in the city of Rawlins. That agreement is included in the attachments, and it was provided, and it's online with the city documents. So that document in and of itself was a vehicle for the city to drive off of and just determine, okay, let's research this. Is this something we can do? Is this something we don't want to do? The city council, Rose, following that, had a conversation with the city manager. And at this time, if there's any objections.
I just wonder where the relevancy is, because we all remember seeing the presentation and talking about the 5 to 10 years to build it and all that. What's that got to do with whether, because the issue we're dealing with here is one issue. Are they in violation of this ordinance or not?
First and foremost, for the record, I would just like to indicate the concerns of my client, as expressed by many on this council, just in this discussion alone. There's been several statements that my client is in violation. Not that she's allegedly in violation, that she's in fact violating Rawlins Municipal Code. These statements have been made prior to her presenting any evidence to this council, any information showing why she does not believe she's in violation of this Rawlins Municipal Code. The City Council has already expressed opinions that she's in violation, that after we revoke it, she can come back tomorrow and we can revisit it. The purpose of a hearing is to provide notice and opportunity for hearing for the aggrieved party, to limit government's ability to take rights away from private citizens.
But you didn't say that during the hearing. We did have a public
This is my
hearing.
opportunity now.
But during the public hearing, we afforded you a public hearing. We didn't hear that in the public hearing. So you can proceed, but I'm just pointing out a little factoid there that there was a public hearing. You did not say that. So therefore,
and I would at this time interject to the city attorney at this time. A public hearing is for the public to come and speak on an issue that's presented to the governing body. The city then, under old business or new business, presents their case, why they believe an action should or shouldn't happen, and then they provide the aggrieved party, which in this case is the licensee, an opportunity to come before this governing body and state their position. If I'm incorrect, I stand corrected, and I will take what you indicate to me.
I don't believe you're on task, but go ahead.
Again, following up with the city's continued efforts with the city of Rawlins regarding this alternative waste, the city of Rawlins created a round top table discussion that was attended by your city manager, Rose Kane, Patrick Gonzalez, Ayers and Associates, various city employees, which I will not call out, and a representative from the Wyoming DEQ, as well as the Carbon County Economic Development Corporation. During that meeting, which was gathered and presented from the city, Rose appeared to discuss the possibility of alternative energy resources. Now, if you go back to the very beginning of this issue, the city is trying to frame this in terms of municipal solid waste, which probably prior to November 1st, I wouldn't have had a second thought about that. However, in speaking with Rose, after she received the revocation that her license would be suspended, I've done research. I've contacted both the United States Environmental Protection Agency. I've reviewed what's on file with the Wyoming DEQ. I've spoke to other municipalities. Furthermore, I've spoke to two leading individuals in this push, and the push is to go away from waste management into sustainable product or materials management, meaning you're extending the life of all of those products. You're not simply saying that because we deem it as garbage, it serves no useful purpose. And we could argue all day about commodity versus recyclable materials, but what's important for you and what's important for the public is that the city unequivocally has a definition that calls and outlines recyclable materials. It's those materials that you're able to remove from the waste stream, meaning you're not taking it to a landfill, you're not burying it and waiting for the gas for it to decompose, waiting for the methane gas to then evaporate into the atmosphere. What you are doing instead is you are taking it to an alternative energy facility that takes that, what was previously thought of as waste, and treats it as a material, whether it's a commodity material or in this case, it's a recyclable material. It's able to be reused, recycled, and provide alternative energy resources. The Erie, Colorado plant does just that. Rose isn't arguing for her ability to take MSW and take it to another MSW landfill. She's not arguing to take solid waste and be able to transfer it to Gillette or be able to transfer it to Laramie, where it would be treated as waste. What she is doing is she is treating that, what was previously thought of as waste, as a recyclable material that's used in this process to regenerate or to create biogas, compost, and other materials. What's this biogas? What are the end products? Electricity for homes and businesses, fuel for vehicles, and the byproducts keep changing. They keep adding to it as innovation and technology grows. So in this instance, in our eyes, she has clean hands as she came to the city voluntarily with this information over a year ago. She's cooperated with the city. She's attended at least 2 public meetings with this governing board. She's attended a round-top discussion with city staff as well as the Wyoming DEQ. She's been in discussions with agencies of authority regarding her decision. And before she even put this into motion, because her primary focus is her customers. That's what she's been driven for the last 10 years, or since she's been in business, is to make sure she absorbs those growing costs, those increased costs for fuel, services, transport, or equipment. She's absorbing them. She's not passing them on to her customers. In fact, before she even entertained this idea, she said, I want to make sure that my environmental decision or conscience is not going to be straddled on my customers. So she approached the city and said, I would like to do a test haul, one test haul, to Erie, Colorado to see if it's even economically feasible. If it's not economically feasible, I'm not going to present it to my customers to bear that weight, to bear that burden. It's not fair and it's not right. So on December 7th, 2021, she did just that. And in that process, she was able to confirm that it was both economically viable and it was physically, she was able to do it, to complete it. She continued to work with the city of Rawlins, even discussing widening the road to the landfill to accommodate additional facilities or resources. Now, I don't second guess Mr. Levin's experience. 50 years in the landfill industry is enormous. But what I can tell you is Rose isn't specifically set on a facility. She's specifically set on continuing the product life cycle, not seeing waste just buried in a pit and walk away from with that methane gas going back into the atmosphere. A 2022 Environmental Protection Agency report noted that municipal solid waste landfills are the 3rd largest emissions of methane gas into the atmosphere. 3rd. And that's only behind natural gas and animal refuse decombustion. I won't. Yeah. I won't bore you the details of that. And so what she's been faced with is a desire for her
to pursue her visions of being environmentally conscientious while being true to her customers and continuing to provide them the service and not carry those increased costs back to their clients. And I think she said it very well. Hearing from her clients the last, since November 1st, has been an outpour of special needs customers that have said, we cannot afford $5 more. We cannot afford $10 more for someone to have to come up and remove our receptacle. So what's before you is, we're not asking you to level the playing field. That's what private industry is about. Competition, business plans, marketing, your hustle, your customer service. But it's not about the government leveling the playing field. What the government does is it establishes licenses and rules for licenses. And the agreement in this matter, so you have an agreement and then you have the ordinances. The ordinance that your city attorney, and my thanks and appreciation to Ms. Wade, she's been very professional throughout this process, and I really commend and appreciate working with her. But with that said, this city's current definition of waste says raw, or processed material that can be removed from a waste stream, meaning it's no longer taken to a landfill and buried. It's reused, repurposed, and reused into another item or use without posing any sanitary conditions. I'm sorry, is there a
No, I was just pointing out to my fellow council person that the place they're taking it to is called the Erie landfill. And they take it there and they bury it.
They do bury it in a lined pit.
And they don't pull it out of the waste stream. They take it to the Front Range landfill and they bury it. So, I guess.
In your packet that I provided, there's a Front Range Landfill Incorporated, and the mayor's very correct. That's what it's called. That's what the business entity is. Front Range Landfill Incorporated. However, if you look at the materials just posted on their website that's available for anyone here or anyone in the public, it identifies their gas monitoring probes, their groundwater monitoring probes, their final clay cap with vegetation, their moisture barrier layer, their landfill gas to green energy production, their gas collection well, the working area in place with refuse with the lined areas, a composite liner system, a perforated collection pipe, a collection sump with riser. So it simply is not accurate to say it's a landfill. If it was a landfill, you're absolutely right. It would not be deemed as a recyclable material. But in this case, it's treated as a recyclable material that is later turned into a biogas for electricity and fuel for vehicles. That's at the center of her argument. This whole idea of it being anything else is not supported in the record and the record of the city as a whole. And if you would just talk to Rose, she unequivocally would tell you that's what this position's about. Now, as far as reducing the tipping fees, doing all of those things, that's between the licensees, both licensees in this matter, the city of Rawlins, and the public as a whole. The issue before this council right now is the notice of violation, which was immediately followed up within 24 hours of receiving their answer with a notice of hearing and revocation of their license. And again, yes, this is the second time we have come before you. This is the second time we've prepared. And it is troubling to indicate or to hear from the council that a decision's already been made regarding her violation of the ordinances.
Could I interject here?
Yes, please.
I would like to refute that, Amy, and I'm going to tell you why. First of all, this doesn't have anything to do in our minds about the bio-waste plant, period. That's a separate discussion. Now, the reason that I said that I thought they were in violation was because the October 14th notice was sent. There was a reply that they were going to continue to go on to Erie, Colorado with their waste. And to me, in my own decision, not with anybody else, I said, I think that's in violation of that ordinance. And Yes, that ordinance probably is outdated and needs to be redone and with a lot more care to the ongoing energy trends. But what's in front of us is that letter violation and the reply that basically says, we're going to continue doing this. And that's where it boils down to. And we don't want to do anything to this company, but what else are we going to do?
And that's the issue that I think a majority of the public's faced with. In this year, has the city looked at their business plan or their operations at the landfill to accommodate this change in environment, this change in technology, this change of moving from a waste management system to a materials system? And if not, why? You were put on notice, back in July or.
But Amy, that wasn't gonna happen that quickly. It wasn't like we say yes and now we got one. I mean, it's still years and years, and there's still the debt to the landfill that is there. The operation of the landfill would not change. The expense to run the landfill, the only option we have is to change all of that, and then simple math. Just take the expense of operating the landfill, divide it by the amount of water taps, and raise everybody's water bill $60 per house. And that is not in the best interest of her customers or anybody in this town.
Absolutely not. I agree with you. And to
So
say.
how else do you think we're gonna pay for the landfill?
Just like every other private industry business does, they look at their business plan, they determine the costs of their services, the amount that customers are willing to pay, and you adjust your costs accordingly. You find other alternatives to bring more customers to you. Just as before, you work on customer service. You identify other alternatives to increase your business. But at the end of the day, in private business, you don't have the authority to control how you're going to pay your debt service. You don't have the authority to say, I'm going to demand that this continues. What you have in place is you have a mechanism in which you can treat it like a business that's operated by the municipality, and then do your due diligence in that operation to pay for your costs. Now, just a quick review of the budget shows that there is one outstanding $50,000 loan that's to the state of Wyoming that's at a 0% interest.
That's per year, and the balance is much more than that.
20
Wendy
years.
wants to say something?
I just want to respectfully remind Ms. Bach that the way to change a law is not to violate it. It is to challenge it legally. A business cannot choose to redefine how an ordinance is written arbitrarily and on their own. Currently, they are in violation by their own words. They said the product/waste we pick up from our customers in Rawlins is treated as a commodity by my company and is taken to the Front Range landfill. The Front Range landfill on their website says, "Welcome to the Front Range landfill." What is a landfill? Modern landfills are well-engineered and managed facilities for the disposal of solid waste. Landfills are located, designed, and operated and monitored to ensure compliance with federal regulations. They are also designed to protect the environment from contaminants which may be present in the waste stream. This would be no different if either one of these companies decided to take our waste against our ordinance to any landfill, whether in our state or not. The way to challenge a law that you don't agree with is not to simply stop complying with it.
And I would respectfully disagree with that. Rose has spoken with the city of Rawlins for well over a year, and it's not her belief that she is in violation. She honestly believes and truly has not been given any other statement from the city that her belief that she falls under a recyclable material is incorrect. At no point in this discussion has Rose been advised the city's position is you're in violation if you do this. No, in fact, in December, the city was aware she was undertaking this this hall to Colorado. From that, the city has been aware of her ongoing discussions regarding alternative energy facilities. This is nothing new. This is nothing that just came out of nowhere, despite what's been despite what's been discussed.
Councilman Weisenberg has something he'd like to say.
Ms. Bach, you are well aware, as a former attorney, city attorney, whatever talks has happened within the city, that has never been presented to the council on other than one such occasion. So when you discuss talks of multiple talks, it's not with the individuals that make the ordinances or modify the ordinances. It's within the city employees, and that has not been brought up. I've not been aware that there's been multiple meetings that's happened. Just so you're aware, and you understand that, know that 100%. So when it is discussed that it's with, talks it with the city, it's with the city, not with the city council, the individuals that put the ordinances in place and expect them to be followed.
Which goes to the reason why she was so shocked to receive this immediate revocation from the city of Rawlins. There was no reminder or, we're seeing a decrease in our flow. Can we meet with you? Can you come in? And Rose's position is she doesn't want to be treated better than her competitor. She wants to be treated the same. And her competitor had a violation of an office requirement for the city of Rawlins.
That was, how many years ago was that? Was I born then?
But-
how many years ago was that? Well, how many years ago was that?
It's also executive session, Amy.
Can I say something?
No.
here?
That was-
Yeah.
We have had an office in this town since, I've been here 11 years. That office has been in that place for over 11 years. We have had an office there all the time.
I believe my client requested a public records request, and she has received a number of public records identifying the communications between the city and the franchise in question, and then emails or a letter back. That's included in your packet, and that's a public record that's on file for the city of Rawlins and for you to review. It's included in the packet toward the end. That clearly identifies that there was a violation of the hauler's license agreement as well as the ordinance. And how you chose to address that is at the center of what's going on before you today.
Ms.
And so
Bach.
I would echo the mayor's previous concerns that a violation is a violation, and you're absolutely right. How you treat one
Ms.
violation
Bach,
sets its precedent.
could I say something? I really feel that some of this was executive session materials a long time ago. You were our attorney. You gave us legal advice on it. And I feel a little bit like we're going way over. My other thing is, if we give you guys a ride on this, let you continue on, what is every other person in this community going to do? We wouldn't be able to enforce weed ordinances. We wouldn't be able to enforce anything at all. We have to enforce our ordinances. You can laugh all you want to.
Well, I would just like to, just for the record, identify.
If you can't be a gentleman, you need to leave the room.
You can't tell me I can't laugh.
You can leave.
You need to, I need to, it is
Point of order.
it is my job to keep order in this room.
So I can't laugh.
That's correct.
But you're allowed to laugh? You laugh at everybody. You smirk everybody.
That's not even the issue.
We're gonna take things back a little bit. I would just like, because Councilmember Smith raised an issue that is troubling for me, both personally and professionally, I would just like the record to reflect the date of that alleged violation and who was on the council at that time. And the fact that the materials are provided in a public record, the information that was provided to you tonight is reflective of those public records. Nothing more, nothing less. And it's available for you, it's available for the public. It's not the idea that I would come here and release executive session information is appalling and completely untrue. And it falls completely out of my character. And
Usually is.
no, it always is. It always is.
I know that, Amy, but I felt like it was getting over into stuff, and you know why.
Well, I think it's difficult because of this issue that there are personalities, there's issues involved, and it's not just simply a basic fact for fact scenario.
Councilman Martinez?
Yeah, Amy, I just want you to, my way of thinking, I'm a average guy, I'm not an attorney, and I'm gonna act like I am. One is, we have a violation, that's over here. Then we're discussing this plant that they were gonna build, which I was very pumped up about. I thought it was something that we could probably do. We talked about where they could find a piece of property close to the landfill. I visited with them, with the company. This is not personal. I have nothing against the family or nothing. The next step would be, first we deal with the violation, then we deal with the plant issue that you're talking about, that you rattled around about for a long time. We know about it. They came to us. I was very, very enthused about it. And then the next step is to decide whether the garbage is a commodity or not. Those are all legal things that take place in a court, not here. How do I know about that stuff? That's crazy. Let's talk about what we're gonna do. Let's take care of the violation. One is that they gotta comply with that ordinance. I took an oath to enforce an ordinance. We're gonna do that, as far as I'm concerned. Secondly, I think that if we wanna talk about this plant, I think the next council will be able to get involved with it. Maybe they'll build a plant. I don't know. But I think you got everything all in one pile, and that's making it more confusing.
Okay, my intent is not to confuse you or the general public. The issue still is whether or not there truly is a violation of Rawlins Municipal Code. And my client clearly does not believe she's violating Rawlins Municipal Code.
And that's a court issue.
No, that's before you, because you've identified that it was a violation of your ordinances and a violation of your licensing authority. So you've brought her here for a revocation hearing for you to present.
Our legal advisor, just like when you sat downstairs and talked to us for hours and dealt with that attorney out of Cheyenne on how to put this ordinance together, that there was a problem for me. Now, what I'm saying to you is that I want to solve this. And the only way we can solve it is if we can get the company together with the city and say, okay, from now on, we'll take our refuge to the landfill, and then we're gonna file charges against the city, against the ordinance, and see if we can change it.
Well, first and foremost, I think I'm on public record as being a former city attorney.
That's right.
With that said, I will not confirm or deny any discussions that occurred in executive session,
I'm not saying you to.
or how long they transpired or who was present.
And I didn't ask you to. All I said is you sat down there and went over and over this ordinance that we had. You're the ones that did it.
Should I call for the question?
Yes.
Or you oh.
Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, I'd like to make amendment to the motion on the table, and I'd just move to revoke the municipal waste haulers license issued to Dirty Boy Sanitation Service.
The first motion has been made and seconded and needs to be disposed before a new motion can
cannot.
come to the
Can't
floor.
amend that.
We can't amend that?
No, not
Okay.
completely differently. A friendly amendment would only tweak it, not change it completely.
So let's.
All right, so,
Call for the question.
call for the question.
Yes.
Well, I have one last question. Would your client, do you think, would we prefer to hash this out tonight, or to maybe wait 2 weeks and see if we can come to terms on the definition? Because what I'm hearing is it's not about the ordinance. It's about the fact that if you can pull it from there, now it's a recyclable. If it's going somewhere to create a new product, such as methane gas, then that's a recyclable. And what I'm hearing is a legal definition. And then I saw hands.
The problem is, even if we did redefine it today, this alleged violation occurred under the way it is written today. So waiting 2 weeks does not change the matter before the council.
I agree. So if the language in the current ordinance as it's written says if it can be pulled from the stream and used for another reason, it's recyclable.
It doesn't define commodity, and the response does not even mention the word recyclable. They define it as a commodity, which is not defined in our ordinance and has never been defined in our ordinance.
Okay.
They are not calling it a recyclable in their response, and that was the basis for bringing the revocation.
And I would just point out, the packet that was created for the November 1st meeting, which has not been revised, clearly identifies the materials as being recyclable materials, management solutions. Now,
I've called for the question.
And you asked for one more question, and it's been asked and answered, so
Okay, then we need a second.
will you,
You need a second.
I'll second that. That's on
to call on,
the ordinance, no, the
No,
motion.
The motion that's on the floor now.
oh,
We gotta get rid of that first.
Could we have a repeat of that motion, please?
Sure. Move to table and reopen talks regarding methane, I don't know, methane claim?
Methane
Reclamation and recycling MSW products, and to consider reducing tipping fees to be more in line with other facilities across the state.
okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded, and that's the motion. Can we call for the question, and can you open online voting?
Okay, if you call the question, then you have to have a second. We vote on the question.
I don't think
That's
you
the procedure.
seconded.
There was a-
I
there
didn't
was
think
a-
you seconded
And-
a question.
There is a second.
Am I correct or
He
am I
did
incorrect?
second.
There is
Huh?
a second.
There's a
All right, so
second.
then we have to vote on the,
On hers.
on the question.
The
No, you
question-
called the question and you seconded.
Yeah, but the question is the motion that Jackie made. That's the first motion on the floor.
No, the first motion is whether we call the question. The calling question causes a vote.
It causes you to deceive
Oh, I
or
see what you're
just,
saying.
Wait, can
Yeah.
we
Call
get
for
the,
the question. Let's vote. I
Yeah.
want-
but I
wanna
didn't
vote
think it
on
had to be seconded
Okay,
from
I
Robert's
understand.
Rules of Order, ma'am.
You're right.
because you're ending a discussion, a public discussion involving a property right, Councilmember Durst is advocating that you follow the customary.
I understand.
Okay, so Chris, you called for the question, correct?
yes,
I will second that.
it was seconded by Mr. Martinez.
okay.
We need to vote on it.
We need to vote on,
On
to
the
call for the
question.
question now.
Okay,
To
so,
vote on the ordinance. The motion, sorry.
Just the question.
So we're gonna be voting on call for the question,
All right, thank you.
all right?
Are you required of 3/4?
Yes.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion fails. 3 yeas, 3 nays, and 1 not present to vote. The 1 not present to vote was Councilmember Gardner. The 3 nays were Councilmember Durst, Councilmember Martinez, Vice Mayor Wells. The 3 yeas were Councilmember Weisenberg, Mayor Wycombe, and Councilmember Smith.
okay, so more discussion.
So I guess I get what you're saying as far as they didn't write it down. But if the principle holds true and it's just a matter of language, Because I'm still not hearing an argument that pulling that from that stream is not a recyclable. Even if they argued the wrong terminology or whatever, fine, we can deal with that situation. But my question is, I've yet to hear that being able to do that is not a recyclable. So what, again, that was my point, is it feels like this is a brand new thing that's just come to fruition in a very recent period of time, and that maybe current definitions and language are no longer appropriate.
The problem is, when we get a response, when we give a notice of violation and that person uses words, we have to go by those words. When we got that response that said we are going to continue to move this out of state, and they even used the word waste, redefine their own term as commodity, I cannot read their minds and know that they mean recycling. They tell me, yes, I am moving this to a different place, and yes, I am going to continue doing so. That is admission of a violation, therefore we draft up the motion or the hearing to revoke their license. A company cannot redefine what a city has the legal right to do. If they want the ordinance change to include MSW as a commodity that can be sold to someone else instead of bought by someone else, then they come to the council, they request that ordinance be changed. They don't unilaterally decide what they will or will not do, or how they will or will not define a term. So when I get a document that says, I am going to continue hauling waste that I now have named commodity in it, and it's not in accordance with your ordinance, that is the next step, is revocation, which is what we have brought here today. Now, if they now have documentation where they want to redefine this stuff as recycling, that's fine, that can be discussed. But that was not what the response from this company to this city did. It did not imply in any way an ability or willingness to discuss it. They said, yes, we are taking it, we're calling it something else, and we're going to continue to take it someplace else. What is the city left to do when that is the response they get? So if we want to discuss changing definitions or changing what we call trash, you do that, not some company that gets a license from us to move our MSW. That is the heart of the issue today.
And we're not asking for the council to redefine recyclable materials. We're asking you to read the definition that's currently in place regarding recyclable materials. We're not asking you to add a word, change a word, modify it. We're simply saying that pursuant to the language that's currently before you, that's been enacted, it provides for material being removed from the waste stream and repurposed, reused, turned into something else, so that their life cycle does not end. It continues. It continues to be reused, upcycled, and similar. The Erie, Colorado plant does do just that. Any issues regarding Ms. Kane's communication with the city? I think that goes without stating that she has been in constant communication with the city. It does appear that in recent weeks that there has been a breakdown within that communication, but that's through no fault of her own. You know, in this matter, definitely there are tensions that are high. You have a business that's worried about their livelihood. They're worried about their 7 employees. They're worried about their customers. And on the other hand, you have a city government that's concerned with being able to keep the doors open and being able to continue their operations. And that does not fall on deaf ears. I think part of the missing component in this is that if this material is removed from the waste stream, the city no longer has to handle it. The city no longer has to keep it stored. The city no longer has to hire a contractor to come and pick it up, haul it to Casper, and pay the tipping fees. So what's the amount of that savings to this enterprise fund? We haven't heard that yet. And I'm not going to argue that there isn't going to be a financial impact, and neither is Rose. There's going to be an impact, but what is that impact? And is it something that that the city can adjust for? I don't know. But this idea of not recognizing this as it being a recyclable material throws the city's recyclable efforts or recycling efforts on its head. It's identifying that these materials are worthy of recycling, but this isn't. And I don't think anyone wants to be in that position. I mean, I don't even think the United States government truly wants to be in the position of saying this product to end all is recyclable, this one is not. The whole purpose behind this movement towards waste management to sustainable product solutions is that extension of the life cycle, finding alternative ways for what we thought was previously waste to create a biogas, to create electricity, to create something else. And the Erie plant does just that. It may be called a landfill incorporated, but obviously they have changed with the times. They have changed their business model, they have developed a new system, and they are now taking that landfill, what was considered waste, and turning it into a biogas.
Councilman Weisenberg.
I have no argument with what Ms. Bach just presented, but what I go back to is there is a letter from Dirty Boy Sanitation Services Inc. here, and it does flat say in this where they are turning waste, which is in our definition, I believe garbage, into a commodity. So they define our definition for us, right? We're not here to deal with recycle the commodity issue or another landfill at this point in time. We're here to see and know that there is a direct violation or not. Sorry, I'm not trying to step on your toes about recyclables or anything, but it states right here about the waste is treated as a commodity. Talking about the waste that we define at this point in time. I'm not saying that cannot be changed in the future, but even at this point in time, if it was changed in the future, they're still in a violation, according to what our definitions are.
Vice Mayor Wells.
My question is to Dirty Boys, are you open to some type of meet in the middle?
We already told your attorney that.
Negotiation, compromise, something, so we can all, and not just you, but your other company as well. I think we all want to see both companies succeed. We want Rawlins to thrive. We want businesses here.
100%.
I don't think any of us would argue against that. So I just want to know if we're all on the same page that way.
What I relayed in email after my meeting was what we discussed as a in-between. Not revoke the license, review it at a later date. Half the MSW comes back to us and we negotiate reducing the tipping fees. That was
And that's how I based my
Yes. And that was what I got and what I brought back to the council. So yes, I did convey what we discussed.
Just want to make it clear to everybody
Yes.
that there is another way to go. It's not just revoke or not revoke. It's not something that needs to be done like that, just out of anger and
reaction?
yes, we don't need to do that.
But the problem with that is, we have another gentleman out here that
And he
runs
will
another
be
company
able to do the same thing.
that has built his business model around our rules. And all of a sudden, our rules have changed because somebody decided that waste is now a commodity. But let me tell you, in there it says that they can pull recyclables out of the waste stream. They're not pulling it out of the waste stream. What they're taking down there and burying at that landfill is the waste stream. So none of that fits. Can we fix it? Yeah. Tonight? No. In the next few weeks? No. But we have a landfill to pay for. And I keep getting back to that. I don't want to add $60 to each citizens' landfill fee, which would go on their water bill, and that's the number it would be. The way we pay for landfills now is this method. Yes, Vice Mayor Wells.
If what I propose goes through tonight, I would ask Tom to actually pull some actual numbers that would reflect the savings. If both companies participated, if one company participated, I would like to see the real true numbers. If my proposal goes through tonight.
I'm sorry, can you be a little more specific on?
I believe she's asking for the estimated costs. If the city was no longer handling, storing, transporting, and paying the tipping fees for solid waste to
So
Casper.
what the impact would be to the city,
Yes.
either plus or minus?
Yes, because I feel like it's somewhere in between that, but I could be completely off.
The gentleman had his hand up.
Mr. Mayor and Vice Chair.
Sorry.
Well, let me ask one thing of you. You say you put this off, and I continue to pay my bill, and you let Dirty Boys, work out this thing. Am I gonna get back the last 3 months that I've been paying that she hasn't?
Absolutely.
Do you plan to take your trash?
It's always, if you go a different direction, maybe I do. I mean, I'm a businessman too, and there's a good possibility that you change the rules, I may have to adapt. But I'm asking you, you're changing rules now, after the fact. Am I gonna be reimbursed for the last 3 months when I have brought my trash? As you guys have dictated, and she has, and Dirty Boys has not.
I would obviously be open to whatever fairness this came out with.
That's about $160,000 you owe me.
Councilman Durst.
I have an awkward question, and I don't know if I can ask Dirty Boys Director if I should go through you. I guess my question is, if this got, let's just say, because the motion on the table is to postpone it for another 2 weeks. So let's say that this was tabled. I still question a lot of this because I know for a fact that they sat down with the city and all of this has been hashed through and we've all heard about it. But would your client be willing to concede to at least bringing back to the landfill to not be in any apparent violation for at least the next couple weeks? To work through this so that then there is no violation or appearance thereof or anything like that. That would get, because I still am stuck with this fact that it says if you pull it out and if they're converting it to gas, I still argue that's recyclable, and it has been brought to the city and it has been given a legal review, and we've been through this. So I don't think it's as simple. I really don't.
Councilman Martinez.
That's exactly what I said at the beginning of the meeting. If Dirty Boys would take their stuff to the landfill till such time that we get this straightened out. If they want to take this ordinance to court to decide whether it's a commodity, that's their business, not the public's, okay? They can do that. And then if the court decides that it is a commodity, then we, or the members that are left, will have to make a decision how to change the ordinance. That's the answer to the whole thing. We could go on with this all night long. I don't want to fight with the Dirty Boys. I don't want to get the public involved with it. I mean, I'm happy with the fees they charge me. I'm happy with the work they do. Everybody is in here. Let's just do that, and that'll solve this problem.
I can speak on behalf of Dirty Boys and let you know that they are more than willing to find a win-win solution in this matter, and will continue to partner with the city to find that solution. The central issue to the city, or to Ms. Kane, is that she has spoken with the city, and during those discussions, at no point did they ever indicate that her position on recyclable materials was incorrect. So if in the next 2 weeks the council does due diligence, and a majority of you determine that you believe it does not fall within the definition, that would give her something to appeal. That would give her something to take to the district court. And so I agree. I think in the meantime, it's best for the entire community to have both businesses operating.
That's just my opinion. I don't know what the council's thinking, and they can express what they want. My thinking was that was a way to solve the problem till such time we could take care of the legal part.
Councilman Weisenberg?
I think what is asked is us to change a definition, and at this point in time, we can't. And to go 2 weeks, and then the company hauls for 2 weeks, it's gonna take longer than 2 weeks to challenge
Well,
anything.
whatever time it takes,
Right.
the point I'm making is they're hauling the stuff to the landfill. That's taking care of that problem. And then they can go to the legal part as to decide whether it's a commodity or whatever it is. I don't know what it is.
What's on there, the table is only for 2 weeks. Takes longer than 2 weeks. That's what, I just want that to be
There wasn't a
clear.
motion made to that effect.
No,
Yes, it
no.
was.
That's what will be the motion.
To table it, and to table for 2 weeks.
Allow them
If,
to take the stuff to the
if you're
landfill.
specifying a time period that you're going to put it away, that's a postponement, and you say the date. If you're going to table it until you come around to move to untable it, that's an unspecified time. So the motion is to table, which does not have an untabling date. If you wish to postpone it for 2 weeks, you have to move to postpone it for 2 weeks.
So, I have one quick question. So, if we postpone it for another 2 weeks, what would the dollar amount be that the city is short already? And with 2 more weeks, how many thousands of dollars would we be giving up there? That the city should have, so we don't have to charge the people? I mean, every 2 weeks is quite a little bit of money. And so,
I guess, Mr. Mayor, I'm wondering if we're being fair to Wyoming Waste.
we are not being fair to Wyoming Waste.
And again, his question, are we gonna reimburse him if we're
No, we're not.
Right,
letting
that's
dirty
crazy.
boys off the hook, are we gonna reimburse?
Sure.
I just want a fair.
I don't blame him.
Across the plate.
I'd be asking the same question, Councilman Smith.
Just a moment, please.
That's a different subject now.
I would like to point out to this council that the hauler's license comes up in December. And so we're gonna have this discussion all over again. So if you would postpone it 2 weeks, we're back into, do we give them a license or not? So I don't wanna go
Because
there
in my
either.
opinion, it wouldn't take very long, because we're gonna establish whether that's a recyclable material, and that's really the only issue.
That's the only issue you have. Sir?
Well, that's the legal issue on the table.
They gotta go to court.
Not until we do something.
But if we don't do something tonight, what are you gonna do for Wyoming Waste? What are you gonna do for them? How is that, how are we gonna be fair to both
I
companies?
don't think that it's fair that this brought up this way to begin with, because she came to the city in the past, and it was decided that that was okay. This isn't the first time this has been brought up to the city.
It
It's not brought up
has
to
not been
us.
brought up to
Yes, it
this
has, and
council,
you know about
not
it.
to this council.
Yes, okay.
Show me the minutes. Show me where we voted on that.
Never did.
It
Never.
wasn't a vote.
So then it kinda don't matter. It was never brought to this body. And we're the ones that do the ordinance. So when somebody asks if they can bypass or whatever the ordinance, we're the only folks that can say yes or
They
no.
didn't
It
bypass
was
the ordinance.
never brought to this
The
body.
legal, this was agreed that pulling that from the stream and putting it to a place that converts it to a gas meets the definition.
Who decided that?
My understanding was that Kathy did.
Well,
It wasn't us.
Kathy, are you here to speak to that? No, so guess
Well,
what?
that's why
None
I
of
said
us
my
know about it.
understanding.
It was never brought to us, and we're the
Yes,
ones
it
that can
was.
decide that.
I would have to agree that it was never brought to us in a voting form. It was talked about in a workshop of that facility with that company being built. The other stuff was on a roundtable that not one council member was involved in, as you heard earlier. It was never brought forth to a vote to decide if it was legal or not. And against our ordinance or not against our ordinance.
It was never brought to this body.
I
So,
I think administrators probably discussed it, and some of us weren't at the table.
but it doesn't matter because the ordinance hasn't changed and the meaning of the ordinance and the wording of the ordinance hasn't changed. We have to go by the ordinance that's in front of us. And simple as that.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question or am I out of order?
I'll allow it.
Oh, my concern is this. And I love everybody. I'm not trying to take any kind of favoritism at all. But the city made a decision when they passed that ordinance as a way to generate finances. And as the mayor has been pointing out, we're losing money every single day. Now, the city is going to have to pay those debts. They're going to have to pay for that equipment. So, you're going to have to figure this out. Where are you going to get the money if Dirty Boys isn't going to comply and you're going to change the whole way you do that? The only solution that I see is charging each individual citizen more money on their water bills. I don't see any fairy godfather or mother or anybody else that's going to supply that money. So I think you made the decision originally because, and you drafted the ordinance originally so that you would have the money to pay for the landfill closure. So, I mean, that's my concern, and I understand that everybody's sitting here uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. That's where I'm at. They treat me great. I like them, but I disagree very much with their decision to violate the ordinance and take that trash to Colorado. You know, that is not the way to do it. If I decide I don't want to follow your city ordinance to stop at a stop sign or to follow a certain speed limit, I don't come before the council and try and beg my way out of it. That's not the way it works. You know, so I'm sorry, but they are in violation. And they can call it, and I think it's wonderful that they're looking for better solutions for the garbage. But you have a problem as a city council as to how are you going to pay your bills. And having said that, this old lady is so tired, I'm gonna go home and let you wallow in your misery. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting me comment.
Thank you for coming.
Wendy?
I would just like to read two more ordinance definitions to the council for information. Hauler means any person and/or firm and/or entity who transports and/or collects garbage and/or refuse and/or construction material and/or demolition material. Municipal solid waste hauler means any commercial entity whose business is collection of municipal solid waste / garbage. This is about a municipal solid waste hauler license.
I don't think it could be made any more clear. Are we done with discussion? Can we call for the vote?
Could you repeat the motion?
Okay.
One more time. About a lot.
Can you, yeah.
So the motion reads, move to table and reopen the talks regarding the I hate that. Methane reclamation, sorry, and the recycling of MSW products and consider reducing tipping fees to be more in line with other facilities across the state.
So the motion is to postpone again.
Table.
Okay, table. Can you open online voting?
Online voting is open. sorry.
Yes.
Okay, yelling.
His computer's broke like the bar he says half the time.
Yeah, but mine's legit.
Must
So online voting has closed, the motion fails. The motion, there was 2 yeas, Councilmember Durst and Vice Mayor Wells. The nays were Councilmember Martinez, Councilmember Weisenberg, Mayor Wycombe, and Councilmember Smith, and not present at the time of vote was Councilmember Gardner.
At this time, I would entertain a motion.
I would move to revoke the municipal waste hauler license issued to Dirty Boy Sanitation Service.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Been a motion made and seconded to revoke the municipal waste hauler license issued to Dirty Boys Sanitation Service. Is there any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
Lynn.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No.
Online voting has closed, the motion fails. It was 3 to, okay, the nays were Councilmember Durst, Councilmember Martinez, and Vice Mayor Wells. The yeas were Councilmember Weisenberg, Mayor Wycombe, and Councilmember Smith. Not present for vote was Councilmember Gardner.
I voted nay. You said I voted yea.
No, I'm sorry, yes, you did vote nay. I apologize for reading it wrong, incorrect. I apologize.
Oh,
All right.
excuse me.
What did you do?
I was opposed to, I was in favor of revoking the license, because that's the ordinance.
Oh,
I was in
Motion has to be
favor of.
made again, and
So I would recommend we vote again.
do we have to make a motion again and second again on that?
another
Yeah.
motion?
All right.
All right, so we're gonna make another motion. Go ahead.
I would move to revoke the municipal waste hauler license issued to Dirty Boy Sanitation Service.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to revoke the municipal waste hauler license issued to Dirty Boys Sanitation Service. Any discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
No.
Online voting has closed, the motion carries. The motion for yeas were Councilmember Martinez, Councilmember Weisenberg, Mayor Wycombe, and Councilmember Smith. The nays were Councilmember Durst and Vice Mayor Wells. Not present to vote was Councilmember Gardner.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna call for a 15-minute recess, and we'll come back. We're only halfway done this meeting.
I
You
know.
do that, don't you?
Yeah, we're still on it.
There is no scrolling on the bottom.
Well, I wish we had a different way to do that.
I think it's,
I need me some water, probably.
Oh, but that was on Zoom.
Yeah, I will do that. I don't see, somewhere I have an email to you myself, oh, on my phone that died. I know, I mean, I don't know. I'll write it
Yeah. That's fine. So I didn't, let me tell you something. I've been on this council too long. I've been too long. And I know we're taking it serious. Make a decision.
One of the things that I'm going to go
Yeah.
It's interesting to listen to the discussions between the office and the because it's like listening to 4-year-olds coming up with all the reasons, all the reasons they didn't get their abilities.
That's all right. I know how to get out of the truck.
Well, it's not a matter of fairness. It's a matter of what the words and
The ordinance is what it is.
The municipal code is very clear and about the recyclable and not being part of the, that's what it says in literal words. You don't have to be reading this to read these words. Anyway, that's why I'm
That's right. Serve on these boards, leading on the boards.
But he will help, because he's putting on a board, I will argue either side and find a third side to argue, and then, so, that's just part of the process.
You got it.
And I paid almost 300.
A lot of other places don't do it. I mean, there's a lot of.
I'm not ashamed.
You can take a lot of other ones, they'll turn it back because of the fact that it's mixed. Like, there's a lot of things that get away with here.
Not getting away with it, you can take mixed loads like concrete, we can have concrete and recycling. So, it's construction, we can do yard waste and garbage and MSW. And by the way, just one thing, waste management, Rose told me that's my landfill, waste management. And all of this is a state-of-the-art landfill. They've been burning methane gas for 40 years, 40 years. This is the first recycling in the city of Seattle, we do 65%. So I'm not against recycling. Our volumes, the volume are just, it's just we don't have enough. And no one's gonna bring trash in homes. They're gonna get down IE in the winter.
On my ward, they've never enforced it.
And it's just, there's so many things, and it's not a commodity, it's a byproduct. And that's the difference. It's the byproduct of a MSW. It's not a commodity, a commodity is living, things that you can make and sell. She's paying but anyways, I didn't want to put you, I'm getting too many advice, so I said, yes, I'm intimidated. Yes, we're waste connection. That's why I said
I genuinely
Right? 2 different buildings, well,
Very explicit speaking today. You did good for someone that can't stand up and sit down or whatever you said you couldn't do. Okay, I got 65, so I'll catch you. I'll catch you. Sure.
Man, I gotta get up and go work tomorrow. I haven't talked to you since I came back.
Are you sick? What? Are you sick?
I'm getting over whatever I got. It's just I got the horse thing down. It's hard to talk.
I get it. She's got to work with me because of her. I told her, call me. She just needs to rub her. Please see me. The typical is, pay the damn bill off every time she did, just like I have to do this. Just like I have to do other things. Especially when you guys are
I was literally just saying, and there's other controversial ones going on. Oh, yeah. I just said,
We had to drive this truck out to Dallas and get a white car.
here's the thing.
There's no violation, you're not a violation. I said that we had
No, you're sleeping now, don't lie. We go. Yeah, get it in Cheyenne, okay? After.
Because it's a little warmer.
Yeah, it's unusual.
Oh, here's your note. I did. Did you not? I did put it in. I did.
Good, okay,
Yes.
good. That's why I looked at you, I was like, I think there was more to that, but
No, I haven't. You read it and I did put it in.
Oh, she went that way.
I was gonna go into.
I passed her.
Are you cold?
I am cold.
I'll freeze.
You're freezing too.
We need to switch sides.
I told.
Why don't you come over here?
I have work to do. I just, I get 2 hours.
It's not on.
How does that work outside?
When I get in now, like quarter up, it's 65, and I have a window, office, and there's a window, and I work this time, and it's 65 in there. I put 4 heater on. I'm not kidding you.
If it's more than 60, I'll.
He's out there, I'm out there freezing, he's out there weenie, and I'm sitting there like this, look at this.
I was gonna wear my surgical.
Well, was that the chair? I August repositioning discussion passage been here? Since I've been here. Yeah, I've had longer ones to speak.
The first time
One thing that I did hear because we can't enforce until we know until well, and that's the case. 6 months out of the year. One thing about this is Rock Springs, Riverton, just so aware and all
It was more of a handy I just couldn't do it.
I'm always, feels good in here.
I'm freezing white, those are killing me.
Are we ready to start this meeting now?
Nowhere. Just as cool in the lobby.
Oh, really?
Heat's off on a cycle.
I think it feels good. I'm kind of
I have to drive to Cheyenne tomorrow.
You do? Uh-oh.
Yeah, you don't have to get over it.
My whole family is
Sorry.
They all working there.
I was gonna go for a run
Well,
before I
your
drove
wife,
to
I
Cheyenne.
bet your whole family
She doesn't have a job either. She got fired.
These meetings are too freaking late. I wonder why they're not
I might have looked foul.
You know what I'm saying? What's that?
Ready to get started? This is the beginning of the meeting.
We're at least halfway through.
Over here.
Sorry. Now I'm roasting.
Oh, yeah?
All right, I'll call this meeting back to order. And let's see, we got payroll. I would entertain a motion.
I'd move to approve the October 23rd, 2022 through November 5th, 2022 payroll register for $271,068.58.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the October 23rd, 2022 through November 5th, 2022 payroll register for $271,068.58. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
I yell yes.
My yell vote is
They can hear you, Aaron, because you're a couple ways.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is accounts payable. Councilman Smith.
I move to approve the accounts payable register for the period of October 19th, 2022 to October 28th, 2022 in the amount of $238,320.94.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the accounts payable register for the period of
Sorry.
October 19th, 2022 to October 28th, 2022 in the amount of $238,320.94. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
Yes.
That always takes me by surprise.
It's the fastest way, holy heck.
Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right. Thank you. Next thing on the agenda is Vice Mayor Wells.
I want the good news tonight.
Me too, come on.
I move to accept $10,309.33 from Wyoming Community Gas fiscal year 2022 to fiscal year 2023 for the VFW baseball field located on Daly Street, Rawlins, Wyoming.
Second.
We're all, good news, we're all on it. Like,
So that was seconded by the council.
yeah, exactly.
It's been moved and moved and seconded to accept $10,309.33 from Wyoming Community Gas for year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 for the VFW baseball field on Daly Street. Is that it? Because it's covering it. Okay.
I had a discussion on that.
Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to whoever brought this forward as a council member. And no, in all honesty, we are looking to and bring in some kind of economic growth, and if this can help the Little League bring that to the city of Rawlins, it's a win-win for all. The only thing I want to have happen here is Wyoming Community Gas recognized with a plaque on the fence or whatever we have to do to show the appreciation to that company.
Yeah, we have to do
Or a
that.
bench with their name on it.
All right.
Yeah, something I agree.
Sorry.
We've already voted.
Oh, I didn't, but
Yes, sir.
sorry, I didn't want to prolong it. I just.
Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you to not only you, but Wyoming Community Gas for this. I just want to give a few points about this. We've been working really hard the last couple of years to develop a good, strong partnership with Little League to make improvements to the VFW ball fields. It's going very well. We've developed a 1-year, 3-year, and 5-year plan for the baseball fields there. And one of the goals is to be ready to host the Little League District Tournament in 2026, which will bring 16 out-of-town teams to Rawlins. The other one is the Little League State Tournament in 2030, which would bring 8 out-of-town teams to Rawlins. So these funds will be extremely helpful in completing those goals. So just again, thank you, City Council, and thank you, Wyoming Community Gas, and absolutely there will be a sign placed up there for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Jackie.
All right.
Online
Great
voting
job,
is closed.
Jackie.
The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right. Thank you. Next thing on our agenda is to rescind a resolution.
Oh, gosh.
Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to rescind Resolution 11-2022, approved at the City Council meeting on November 1st, 2022, authorizing submission of a Wyoming Land and Water Conservation Fund grant application for the City of Rawlins.
Second it.
There's been a motion made and seconded to rescind Resolution 11-2022, approved at the City Council meeting on November 1st, 2022, authorizing submission of a Wyoming Land and Water Conservation Conservation Fund grant application for the City of Rawlins. Any discussion? And Jason, Councilman Garner?
I couldn't find a document with this one.
It's not- It was the resolution that we approved at the previous meeting.
For the
For
parks, right?
the 3 grants, and the documents are on the next agenda item this evening. So basically, this is a formality. Last council meeting, we asked city council to approve a resolution at a public hearing for the 3 grant applications. We just found a couple of revisions that we wanted to make on those resolutions to be completely in compliance with the requirements of Land and Water Conservation Fund. So the next agenda item this evening will be to approve, asking for a motion to approve the revised resolution. So nothing has changed really since the last meeting, except for a couple minor revisions to the resolution.
Okay, any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
Yes.
Not showing up.
It's hidden.
Oh,
There
that's
it is.
slow.
Just say yes or no.
Sometimes it's like that. You guys will get it fast and we get it super slow over here. And then sometimes it's like super fast over here.
Online voting is closed, the motion passes with
crazy.
7
Mine's always
yeas.
slow.
All right,
Normally mine is.
Councilman Smith.
I move to approve resolution authorizing submission of 3 Wyoming Land and Water Conservation Fund grant applications for the city of Rawlins.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve a resolution authorizing submission of 3 Wyoming Land and Water Conservation Fund grant applications for the city of Rawlins. Is there any further discussion? I think it's been self-explained, but please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
Yes.
The fastest vote.
In the west.
My internet's faster.
Online voting has closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you, Jason. The next thing on our agenda is submission of an Environmental Protection Agency grant. Councilman Martinez.
I would move to approve a resolution authorizing the submission of an Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, Brownsville site grant for up to $500,000 to assess 5 to 10 Brownsville sites in Rawlins, Wyoming, for long-range real estate development with no match required.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve a resolution authorizing the submission of an Environmental Protection Agency, EPA Brownfield site grant for up to $500,000 to assess 5 to 10 brownfield sites in Rawlins, Wyoming for long-range real estate development with no match required. Is there any discussion? And I'll turn the floor over to you, Andrea.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. As part of the strategic plan for 2022 and 2021 was for the council and for staff to working with getting rid of the dilapidated old buildings that are causing hazards to our community, to beautify the community, and to make property shovel-ready. With a long-term phase plan in mind, we did have a tour, and the mayor joined us on that, of several properties that may be selected for site assessments. There was also national trainers that came out and talked about brownfield properties, which are basically properties that have either known to have asbestos or mold or lead plate or PCVs, or suspected to have those contaminants in them. This grant would allow us to apply for another 5 properties, to do the upfront assessments for them with an end goal in mind of next year applying for cleanup grants for those properties. So this would basically position us to do the assessments for those and work with property owners to do visioning for repurposing the grants, either for ideas, affordable housing, assisted senior living, things like that.
Councilman Smith.
Yes, I know this is way off, probably off the wall, but when I was looking into brownfield funds, I called the town of Shoshone, and they were taking down buildings, and what they were able to do is very innovative. They were able to use the housing, it was bricks and stone and all that, but they were taking down all these buildings. They used it for landfill cover. And so, I don't know if that's something down the way that we might look into or not, but I just wanted to throw it out there to keep in mind.
Sure.
When I went on that tour, it was kind of interesting to me that there was very little support to taking buildings down. They wanted to repurpose them. They were very intense on that, weren't they?
Yeah.
I was kind of taken by that, but.
Do you think they can be?
The ones we looked at, a lot of them would.
Some maybe.
Hey, Councilman Martinez?
First of all, I want to thank you for applying for the grant and the staff that worked on this. I seen you out in the cold, checking out these buildings. The other thing I guess was bothering me a little bit is that a lot of these buildings are from people from out of state or out of town. What does that mean if we're gonna go in there and fix them up and clean them up? They have to reimburse the city for doing that?
It depends on the property. Basically, what we're trying to do is encourage city ownership of those properties, because the cost of them cleaning them up would be so prohibitive. But as far as local owners, we do have I don't know the word, schematic for rating which properties should be first in line to have that benefit given to them. And local landowners is one of those priorities on there.
Because I could see that there was one property on my ward that's worth, I think I looked it up, it was 60,000 what they were asking for it.
Okay.
So the cost of cleaning it up is gonna be way more than that if it has lead and asbestos and things like that. So anyway, I just wanna thank you. You guys did a fine job and I hope we get the grant.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Agreed.
All right. So, any further discussion? Please open online.
Yes. Oh, I'm
Okay.
We might
Yes, I
go-
was being the turd. I'm sorry.
Are we taking a pool
Please
on when
open
we're gonna get
online
out?
voting.
Online voting is open.
You really do want to see me
I
drive
vote
from here to
yes.
work.
Yeah, we're getting there, aren't we?
Oh, man.
That look was worth it.
Well, I'm like,
Online
Speed
voting
her
has
up,
closed.
buddy.
The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Oh, good.
oh gosh. Okay, thank you. Councilman Smith.
I move to approve resolution authorizing a budget amendment to the fiscal year 2022-2023 adopted budget for compliance pay to current City of Rawlins personnel in the amount of $75,396.00.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve resolution authorizing a budget amendment to the fiscal year 2022-2023 adopted budget for compliance pay to current City of Rawlins personnel in the amount of $75,396. Is there any discussion? Chris, or Councilman
You're good.
Weisenberg, I'm sorry.
I have no problem with compliance pay. I agree. City employees deserve it. The thing I would like to see changed here is I don't agree with the hours worked and all that. I would think that we could just split it out, $500 for full-time, $250 for part-time. To me, in my opinion, this is my personal opinion, if I was to receive a check for $50, I understand bonuses or compliance pay is, you'd be grateful for what you get. But to me, $50 would kind of be like a slap to me. I'm sorry to feel that way, but I believe truly we should do 500 and 250 across the board.
And
That's my thought.
Councilman Smith.
I agree with him, because when I looked at that, I thought, well, $100, I think people would feel, I kind of want to be Santa Claus here, since I'm not going to be here. I was even going to say $750 for full-time and $350 for the rest of them. Well, we got to pay for all that.
Now, do we need to amend that, a motion to make that happen? How's that going to
So
work?
can I just explain, just to give you the whole picture, just so you understand? Most of our staff are full-time and work 40 hours or more. We have some part-time, a few. The ones that are 50 on the bottom are our seasonal staff that we would not be included in that, or those who are 10 hours or less, which we have, I think, one.
Why couldn't we just include the seasonal staff at the 250? They work.
And
for
we
the city.
can. We can.
I mean, I agree to what I understand what you're saying. I think we should just make it across the board, and if they were seasonal staff, then they get the 250. Same thing. That's how I feel.
So my question would be, what would the dollar figure then be?
Yes.
And I would have to do some calculations on the numbers. I have them upstairs. I don't have them with me today. But I can bring that back next time if we want
I
to
was
postpone
gonna
it
say,
for that.
we have time, correct?
Do we have
Yep,
time?
we have time.
So
Could
whoever
I
made the
ask a
motion-
question about conflict
Sure.
of interest? When you say seasonal employees, are those currently on staff or the ones that worked?
Just
summer?
currently on staff.
Okay, thank you. I don't have a conflict.
Yes.
My husband was
Okay.
seasonal.
Yes.
So-
So tell me what you would like to see, and I can bring proposals back to you with
Well-
costs and stuff if you would like,
Well-
whatever you'd like.
Well, we have a motion, so, in a second. So,
Friendly amendment?
Can we friendly amendment? to
well, but we
postpone?
can't friendly amendment to an unknown number.
Well, can we friendly amendment to postpone this until, you know?
Yes.
The table.
I'm
Or-
looking-
Don't table. Postpone?
Postpone to the next meeting.
We got
Okay.
this.
So who seconded that?
Vice Mayor Wells.
Oh, I'll, whatever.
And I made the motion, so
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Who made the motion?
I did, sir.
I'm sorry. So do you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Of course I do.
And you accept that as a friendly amendment? Okay.
we're all
So-
losing it here.
So we'll postpone that
So-
till the next meeting,
What, the vote
Well,
on
you
it?
still have to vote.
Yeah, well, yeah, but.
once we vote.
So the figures I thought, if you could get that, I mean, this is just me, and I mean, if they all agree or whatever, is 500 for full-time, 250 for part-time, seasonals included in that. Everybody is included in that 250 under that part for part-time.
I have no problem with that.
And then and then we'll just see what it all pans out.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So 500 and 250.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's support on that.
You haven't got it.
Maybe,
Yeah,
maybe.
you gotta
Okay.
Sorry.
Don't
With no
count
I'm
it
not counting,
further.
I'm not counting my,
With no further discussion,
oh, God.
correct? Okay, please open online.
Yes,
Where's my BB
it's
gun?
midnight, I can do this.
Where's this,
Okay,
You
you
have
got
a
it,
minute
buddy.
left. Online voting is open.
Yes.
No.
Great, online voting has passed. I'm so sorry. Yes, yeah, online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you very much. The next thing on our agenda is an ordinance. I would entertain a motion. Councilman Martinez?
Would make a motion to approve in first reading and waive the reading of the Rawlins Municipal Ordinance 1033-030, regulating parking of motor coaches, buses, motor homes, campers, fifth-wheel trailers, horse trailers, ATVs, snowmobile trailers, flatbed trailers, boats, boat trailers and/or trailers, and any type on city streets, roadways, alleys, or right-of-ways.
Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second?
I would second for the purpose of discussion.
All right. So, discussion?
I'm gonna excuse myself first.
Do you feel like saying why, Darrell?
Oh, there's conflict of interest with,
Okay.
if it were to pass.
Oh, okay.
Would you like to explain it, Dabari, or would you, Wendy, either
I
one?
brought this up a few years back, and I was told by the council to take it to the Urban Systems Committee. I took it to the Urban Systems Committee. In that committee, there was 2 sheriffs, 2 ex-mayors, 2 county commissioners. They all stood up and supported it 100%. I wasn't there for the vote, but I did check. And then I came back and brought it back to the council, and it was defeated. That was the purpose of me sending it to the Urban Systems Committee. The other thing is that I received a number of calls, and most of my calls weren't from my ward, because in my ward, most of the people have large enough yards that they can put trailers. There's a few that don't, but most of them came from Al Rancho area, Highland Hill area. I had one person call or talk to me about they were driving a little four-wheeler. They peeked around the corner of the trailer or the mobile or the camper that was parked on the street. A truck hit them. A little girl was, they flew her to Salt Lake. She had a busted leg. He was thrown off of it. And that was one. And then I had a call from a lady, 80 years old, in El Rancho, that says that her neighbor parks the trailer on the right by her house, and people have to go to help her or visit with her. They have to walk quite a ways in the snow to get to her home, and she didn't think that was right. There were somebody was talking to me about, they were going down the road and deer ran out from behind the motorhome and hit their car. It cost them a lot of money, and it could have been a big accident. But those are the kind of calls I was getting, and I only thought it was fair. I hesitated to bring it up because some of the people that I talked to were young, and I'd say, why don't you bring it up? Why do I have to be the guy that gets beat up? And, so anyway, I decided that, I think that I owe it to these people that called to try to get this passed. And I think it's a 50-50 ordinance, 6 months out of the year to keep these trailers off the street. And I know there was one lady who said the city doesn't plow our streets and blah, 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 and I disagree with that. I think they do a fine job on the areas that they get, and so I would ask the council to support this, and there I am.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say the one thing that I probably have a little bit of issue with, just to say that it's 50-50 in Highland Hills. I have a lot of people who do park on the street, and a lot of folks want them off, and then there's other folks that just say, we don't want to do that. And so I've got both sides of that, and it's an equal thing. But I forgot what else I was going to say, but that was my point. Oh, the other is the time limit. It takes my husband more than 3 days to fill a camper. So, that's a personal thing, but, I'm thinking, I don't know, is 24 hours is really enough time someday.
They really would, because you're going to be on, you can do it all summer long.
Oh, that would be out on
6
the,
months out of the year.
so they'd be parked on the street all the year. Okay,
Do like they're doing now.
okay. Thank you for pointing that out, because I
People
didn't read
called
it that
me,
way.
Some of them were fishermen, hunters, and things like that. And I didn't want to deprive them of doing that. That's what we live for in this area, so I thought it would only be fair that they'd be able to keep their entertainment and stuff on the street for 6 months.
Councilman Weisenberg?
So, I know this has been brought forth several times, been defeated several times in the past. I'm mixed on it, honestly, Mr. Martinez. But I do want to kind of read this. I received an email the other day from a constituent in my area, okay? And I'm not going to read the whole thing because I don't want names out, you know what I mean, or anything like that. But it just says that they are out of town and cannot make the meeting, but want it added to the meeting that they are 100% against the trailer ordinance. Said that they suggest one-way streets were necessary so residents cannot afford any more expenses in this economy. And to many council members, friends, and family will profit from this ordinance. For one, I don't agree with that portion of it, because I guarantee I won't profit. I don't have any friends or family that will profit, myself too. But I do stand with these individuals in other methods that could be utilized to protect the citizens also. If there's hazard or dangers and stuff like that. We do have ordinances in place as of now that could solve a lot of these issues. And I would actually ask for that to be considered and and looked at and enforced We need to enforce these ordinances so we know what clear definition and direction we need to take going forward.
Go ahead if you like.
I support this, and I'll tell you why. Because when you drive around town and when it is snowing, the city historically has not done a good job with snow removal, but in the last couple of years, they really have done a much better job. The problem is they put these trailers to where the snow drifts behind them and it gets on the sidewalks, and so these kids that have to walk to school or to the bus stop can't, the snow drifts as tall as they are, they have to walk out into the street to get past them. I don't think that's satisfactory. The other thing is there's so many of these things right on the corner. I mean, where people park them there, and it is a side obstruction, and I always do worry about kids running out from between them, and I fully support this ordinance. Councilman Durst.
I can support the notion of this, but I go back to the exact argument. I get it, they're on the corners, but that's already illegally parked. We don't need this to make that parking illegal. That's already illegal,
That's
period.
30 foot.
And
Same thing.
the problem, Chief Ward, since you happen to be here, I'll throw you. No, I'm not going to throw you under the bus. You're okay. But he just told us this summer that they just started their parking enforcement campaign, I guess you might call it, right? They just started going out really enforcing the corners and really getting people educated. So my problem is, until that gets done, and I agree completely. Once the parking and everything is perfectly normal and situational and legal, then it's much easier to decide what the trailers are or are not a problem. The other concern that I have is, and I know it's probably mostly in Ward 3, but you know, you come out to the sidewalk and then there's I forget the name of it. It's that little 4-foot
green belt.
Yeah, right. Where it's might be grass, it might be rocks, but the sidewalk is 4 feet off of the curb. Well, everybody just comes up and parks there. So the minute you say you can't park on the street, all those trailers are just going to slide right up on the edge of the property, and then you're going to have zero enforcement because they're still sitting on the corner, but they're on private property.
Well,
and right now, so to me, before we can address this, first, we need to address if we're going to allow the parking in that little green belt. And if we are, is it between the sidewalk and the curb? I mean, a lot of things need to come to fruition before we can just say, take all of your trailers and get them off, in my opinion.
Agreed. I just want to discuss the green belt. It is a city right of way, and I have discussed this with Chief Ward, right? Because multiple people park their vehicles and trailers on there, and it almost, if I'm not mistaken, the response I got was there's no clear definition of that, and that can't be enforced. It is
Correct.
not on the street pretty much. So people who park there, it's a legal thing, if I'm not mistaken.
On the green belt, you are. Any insinuation that we're not enforcing parking right now is not accurate. We have been doing enforcement. That doesn't mean we're issuing tickets. I don't have the numbers with me tonight. I can bring them to the next council meeting. This has been going on. Okay. This has been going on at least all summer. Ever since the topic came up of parking in Mountain View, our enforcement's been going out there. We log. Our first step is to make contact with the owner if we can, explain that they're in violation, and ask them to move. It gets logged in our computer system so that we know we've talked to them. If we can't make contact, then we leave a warning on the car with our contact information. The third phase, which we really haven't gotten into yet, but I have no problem doing, is actually dropping citations on the vehicles when they've already been warned. So there has been a lot of enforcement action that has been going on all summer long, and we haven't really seen a lot of repeat customers.
I appreciate that. You know, I'm not saying no enforcement's been happening. I'm just saying.
But arguably that just started this summer, right? I mean, the campaign, if you will.
Sure.
Yeah.
Wendy?
I have one
Thank
legal
you.
point and then one citizen point, if you would allow me to do that.
Yeah, you can wear two hats.
Okay. Legally, I recently have had 3 criminal cases that actually went to hearing And one of the, all of the defendants went and ended up in a T-bone situation on an intersection. And each one of their excuses or reasons were they were sitting at the stop sign, they couldn't see past the trailer, and when they pulled out, they got hit on the road. All of those, we went and we measured the vehicles parked on the street, and every one of them was parked legally. And they still blocked the view enough that we had accidents, crashes, and in those areas. So that's one thing. Second thing, as a citizen, there is a road next to where I come into work every single day, where I pull out of my driveway and have to come around a corner on a curved road, and there is a trailer parked on that road, in that curve, completely legally. And I have had 3 times I've almost hit a kid popping out from behind there, and that trailer is parked perfectly legally. I'm not saying that every trailer out there is, but I have done 3 criminal cases and have personally experienced legally parked vehicles that have caused incidents.
One time when this came up, I remember it was a full room for that too. And one of the people got up, a lady got up and was carrying on about, oh, it's gonna cost $300 to $400 a month to store. That's not true. I've talked to several storage places, $45, $55 a month will store a camp trailer. I think once people move their camp trailers from in front of their house and get rid of that snow drift and the extra, the kids can actually walk down the sidewalks and such like that, I think they would thank us for it, to be honest with you. But I'm all for this, mostly because of the snow drifting and the ability to snow plow and emergency vehicles to be able to get through. There's parts of town that are so narrow of streets up there in Chris's ward that trailers just shouldn't be there, but that's all I'm gonna say.
Do you need a lifesaver? No? Okay.
Need the Heimlich, buddy?
Are you okay?
He snored and woke himself up.
Listen to his
I put you to sleep?
I think that's what
All
he
right.
said.
Is there any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
No.
Yes, it is.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Oh dear.
I abstained from that.
Online voting has closed, the motion fails. There was 2 yays, Councilmember Martinez and Mayor Wycombe. The nays were Councilmember Durst, Vice Mayor Wells, Councilmember Weisenberg, and Councilmember Smith, and not present to vote was Councilmember Gardner.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is another ordinance, and Councilman Weisenberg.
I move to approve the first reading and waive the reading of the ordinance amending Rawlins Municipal Code Section 5.08.030, responsible beverage server training.
Do I hear a second? Okay, there's been a motion made and seconded to approve the first reading and waive the reading of the ordinance amending Rawlins Municipal Code Section 5.08.030, responsible beverage server training. Discussion, tell us about it.
Sure. The way it's currently written, the responsible beverage server training is required to be done in person. Not too far ago, the state set up an online version of the training and has approved that to be used, but our ordinance does not. It required it to be in person by our police department. And for good reason. It helps them to understand what our local ordinances are and what our requirements are of our police department. What this does is it allows people for their first training, it can be virtual, but they have to do an in-person training within that first year. Another reason why this was an issue is we only have 3 people who teach that course at the PD, so it's not given all that often. And sometimes if there's a schedule conflict, we have folks that can't get trained in accordance with the statute. So this A, allows an initial virtual training, B, requires that you follow up with an in-person training within 12 months. And then after that, whenever it has to be redone, which is every 3 years, it can be either virtual or in person.
Okay.
I think that's a compromise.
Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
I was gonna yell yes at him again.
Keep it up.
Okay, you're up. Not yet, but.
It's like somebody says, call me an ambulance. You're an ambulance.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas and 1 nay. The 1 nay was Councilmember Smith.
All right. Next thing on our agenda is executive session. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to go into executive session at 12:18 p.m. per Wyoming Statute 16-405 to consider or receive any information classified as confidential by law and to consider the appointment, employment, right to practice, or dismissal of a public officer, professional person, or employee, or to hear complaints or charges brought against the employee, professional person, or officer, unless the employee, professional person, or officer requests a public hearing. The governing body may exclude from any public or private hearing during the examination of a witness, any or all other witnesses in the matter being investigated following the hearing or executive session. The governing body may deliberate on its decision in executive session.
And a motion made and seconded to go into executive session at 12:19, did you say?
Yes.
Sure.
Sure.
Oh, wait a minute, I gotta change it. She said 18, but
Okay.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Only a point of order was she accidentally said 12 p.m. So
Oh.
if we just point of order to correct the AM.
AM. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So when we come out, AM.
And all these minutes.
We
Can-
can put
Do we
all
have to
those-
do these executive
Can
minutes
we
this time?
postpone
No,
or?
but she's got them, I don't.
Going to recommend an action.
And the action was?
That when we come back and adjourn from executive session, that someone move to postpone these executive session minute reviews for the next meeting.
Do we have to, can we do it all in one? Or
When we, yes, you can do them all in one, but when we come back.
works for me, please.
I worked hard.
I'm sorry.
You got them all done, I've got 3 left.
Well, if we didn't care, we just voted right in, but we wanted to marinate for a while.